Hello, everybody, and welcome to the NECC Network. It is championship week, and I'm excited to be joined by my man, Hail Monkey Man. How you doing tonight, sir?
It is a fantastic Tuesday. That means it's time for us to compete in the Rocket League pitch. And that means that we get to see all these championships come to a head, all season play coming to this exact moment. And we got some fantastic teams to be able to present tonight. Bear, this is a wonderful bit of play as we get to see tonight, starting off the Lincoln Loggers versus the Fanshawe Falcons. This one's going to be pretty dope.
It's a pretty awesome matchup coming at you, like you see on the bracket here. Fanshawe working their way through the top side there. 3-0 in the first matchup against Aquinas Whites, and then following that up with a 3-1 effort against UAH Yellow. And Hail Monkey Man, Lincoln lands also an impressive run of their own regards. They didn't drop one yet.
No, they are just cruising through. I mean, they are presenting as much offense as they had during the regular season through this bracket. And sometimes you can see teams drop off in terms of performance when it comes to the postseason. They haven't lost a step. They haven't lost a single breath. They are here to be able to make this best of seven just the penultimate form of the Lincoln Land Loggers.
Like you mentioned, number 1 seed facing off with the number 2 seed. That is huge. That means we're in for quite a matchup. And in fact, these two teams have actually met before in the regular season as well, as which is the case when you talk about round robin to begin with. So last time they did match up here, Lincoln Lands Loggers actually got the win here 3-2. It went to a best of 5, so a super close matchup. I anticipate the same thing, but here in championship week, Hail Monkey Man will be a best of 7.
Yeah, best of 7 is a bit of a marathon. You get a little bit of extra time to figure out your opponent, and that one was so back and forth. It was a game 1, a couple games in a row. That game 4 went back over to the Loggers, and then they took a 6-2 win in that game 5. These two guys, these two teams, they know how to play against each other over the course of a long series. So this one could be a hefty one, could have a game 7 on our hands.
That's right, 5 minutes on the clock. This best of 7 begins now. It is, again, Falcons in blue, Lincoln Land Loggers in orange. Fanshawe. The Fanshawe Falcons looking to get off to a quick start here as we official paper to try and chase it down. Sniper looking to settle, but already met by it. Quick speed off the get-go here from Fanshawe.
Ibu's going to be one of those guys of the Lincoln Land Loggers going to be looking to support them, but it's Apple Pie trying to go a la mode and quick mode there from the corner, finding a couple congregating this corner, and this turns into a quick strike.
Yeah, just the way that he was able to settle that with 2 presents and putting it in the exact right spots where they couldn't turn and get to it. It was a perfect job to handle the pace, and they're going to need a whole lot more of that. When talking to some of the casters behind the scenes who have watched them before plenty of times, Lincoln Land not known for their quick starts. And in fact, you're seeing it right now as Fanshawe will get yet another one as they'll go up 2-0.
And that's okay. If you don't have your most immediate start, that means you have a little bit of time to grind, especially in a best of 7. But Vanry going to the top shelf and bringing it on down. They're making a statement, setting the tone early, which is exactly what you want to do in a championship format here. As Fanshawe, the Falcons flying high, already going for possession plays from the kickoff.
Yeah. And we'll try and work back in. It's going to be Sniper with the next touch. We'll look to try to sidestep one, not able to do so. Ibu waits back a little bit too long, it seems, but Relic does a good job to support his defense on the back line, and will play it over to a teammate. They'll play right back out. And now it'll be Lincoln Land looking to get one into the back of the net, therefore setting themselves up, but that's a good move there from official paper from the sidewall. Relic off that sidewall himself, and Ibu will play directly back out of the zone. It's a downward pass towards Relic, but unfortunately will be intercepted, and they'll move back out. Sniper try to sidestep one. Official paper loves to use that side wall to work at past opponents. That one was close, but another good defensive effort there from Fanshawe.
He's very patient when it comes to that kind of long lane perimeter play, really trying to see what he can establish from the midfield line, and able to get that one all the way to that back wall, seeing if he can get a little bit of bullying happening against Ibu. That's a nice touch by Apple. That's going to force a commit, and that's going to leave Vanry with an option to be able to make this a 3-goal lead. Bear, it's just looking like the Falcons are flying high.
Yeah, and Apple Pie involved in just about every single one of these goals, by the way. So he's been doing a good job to facilitate things. All plays go through him as he is able to play that one off the back wall where a teammate could get it and the opponent could not. And because of that, yeah, a quick start here for Fanshawe, trying to make a statement right off the get-go. As Sniper looking to do damage control as he plays the Ibu right back to Sniper on that back wall. He'll leave it. Official paper could not get a touch there, so Ibu hopefully they can take advantage here because they've been struggling to find any kind of opportunities. Relic with the chance here, but it's met by Vantry 2.
Just because you have a lot of time doesn't mean you want to take all that time to eventually establish your identity. If this first game is going to be surrendered by Lincoln Land, then they're going to have to really start taking their strides and paces to be able to get themselves in a better position going into game number 2. Official Paper with a nice pass over to Apple. That one's going to be a bit of a fake out and whiff. It's going to give a chance over to Lincoln Land. These loggers hacking away with their axes, but they get hacked from behind as Official Paper takes care of one. Sniper to the top shelf, see if he can get around that ball. No connection, but it leaves it to the second man. Ibu has an eye and a mind for the net, but just can't connect center mass.
And Relic to follow up. Will actually fake it. Sniper a chance, but misses. Another opportunity lost here as it'll be cleared right back out of the zone. Lincoln Land needs to find ways to capitalize on that one as it was given to them. But unfortunately, no results. Now look out as Vantry had a chance there on the side wall, but not able to put it in. It remains this 3-0 game because of the fact that Lincoln Land just can't find those opportunities to put in the back of the net.
And they also are seeing a Fanshawe College that is just not giving up too many big opportunities. They're forcing them to really either kind of plow through with a defensive measure or have more to be said on their offense. This is a big breakaway, and it should turn into a goal. Yes, it will. Ibu is going to be the loggers that finally break through and get onto the scoreboard.
Well, you're talking about Fanshawe and their clean level of play here on the defense getting back, unfortunately, right on cue. The breakdown there on the backside, where they're able to find that short side snipe. So whether you chalk it up to Caster's Curse or chalk it up to the fact that Lincoln Land finally able to get the monkey off the back, if you will.
How dare I praise anyone in this game? That's fine.
It'll be Ibu right back out of the zone. We'll try to find Relic with the pass down the field, but Apple with the interception. We'll look to use side wall, but it's going to float right back in the middle. Official Paper recognizes this with the big clear out. So although Lincoln Land did get one back, they have limited time here to capitalize here in game 1, especially with the floater here from Vantry. That's his second of the game. It'll be 4-1.
This one really developed after there's a lot of double committing from the opposite side post. Sniper goes to that one and kind of just sticks there like glue is on the bottom of his wheels, and Vantry was the sneaky little devil that put it there in the first place. He slow floats it, stares him straight in the eye and says, "Ha ha, gotcha." And that one will extend this lead back to 3. Feeling very comfortable are the Falcons.
Yeah, that's my apologies. Vantry actually with the hat trick now, as he has 3 in this one to give Fanshawe their quick start. Looking to add to it as well as they play down the field. Sniper with a touch. Just seems like every single touch from Lincoln Land is not quite exactly where they have, it drawn up to some degree. As you can tell they're looking for passes. Looks like they are trying to establish a passing play. But every time they do, either it's just out of arm's reach or behind the target. And it's hard to really establish any kind of offensive domination when that's the case.
Yeah, and so far you see the execution out of Fanshawe. They're finding each other in space. This may be in garbage time after you have a 3-goal lead, but they are still continuing to find each other. And that's something that you really want to see more out of Lincoln Land for, because just like you're talking about, they're just putting it near one another, and a couple of these inside of the offensive box are starting to find those level of connections. But otherwise, they were just trying to limit the damage, keep this one a little bit more respectable. They got one back before we're giving up with 4 seconds left. Lincoln Land's going to have to go back to the drawing board. They've been introduced to a high-flying offensive out of Fanshawe. These Falcons working really well together. May they flock forward, and we go into game 2.
Fanshawe with an impressive start to really dive into the game with an exclamation point, especially after Lincoln Land, like we had mentioned, had won the first matchup between these two teams in the best of 5. Sure, it was close. It was a best of 5 that went to 5, and they just snuck it out. But I mean, the same thing could be applied to when we saw them in the regular season. These two teams specifically, Lincoln Land's got off to a slow start, and that's what I mentioned before the stream as well. At the very beginning of the stream, rather, is that this team takes some time to really warm up and get things flowing for them. And once they do, it's a dangerous situation. Those passes that they were missing, like I was talking about, Hail Monkey Man, when those start connecting, they're a really dangerous team. It's one of the reasons they beat Fanshawe before. And so if I'm Fanshawe, I'm not comfortable right now. I'm jumping back out there and finding new and creative ways, switching it up a little bit, because although it was really a statement to be made in game 1, you got to find ways to continue it.
It's more like Fan Show was taking advantage of the defense that was floundering on the back line for Lincoln Land versus them having to develop too much to really give themselves offensive opportunities. They're going to want to do a lot of that. They were starting to really find those passing lanes right inside the forward half of the pitch for themselves. But just like you said, Lincoln Land, they were able to sight out a few bits of intercepting lanes that could be taken advantage of on the backside of Fansha. It's going to be about who starts off first, and heavy, it's going to be Ibu, and that is the man that I'm going to be looking to have a stellar performance to bringing these loggers on back.
Oh, he was so impactful the first time that these two faced off, and yeah, you look to your leader in order to get it done. Ibu, very effective at facilitating the plays. We talked a lot about that with Vannery as well on the other side of things in Apple Pie, how every play seemed to go through him. Yeah, Vannery had the hat trick, but Apple Pie really good in his own regards. I'd be looking to do the same. As a little bit of a pop shot into the zone. Sniper gets the demo as well, but nobody to follow up there, so kind of a missed opportunity off that demo. Wasn't able to do much with it. Vannery with the bump out in front as well. Oh, a great save there from Ibu. Now official paper trying to turn, but Sniper will clear right back out of the zone.
And this turns into a positional breakaway. Relic is going to be the first one up if he can, but it's going to turn into right back into the midfield. Apple Pie looking for a chance. He's been involved in so many extra plays, and that one's going to be a nice dunk opportunity. A chance to bounce in and out. But still, the Loggers at least being able to establish a more pressuring presence upfield.
Yeah, they're getting closer and closer to what they want to establish and how they want to play. You can tell right off the bat. They look more confident in the meantime as well. Unfortunately, not a lot of boost here from Relic, so it'll be Apple Pie trying to carry out, but Ibu will trap him right at midfield. Vannery looking for a pass there, or maybe he misconnect. Either way, it'll be Relic with the next touch and a cross, and Ibu already up for this one, the touch, but a good save there from Apple Pie. The official people might have done enough there in order to keep it out for the time being, but I don't think Lincoln Land is done here.
No, they're not. Well, unless Vannery has something to say about it, he's going to be able to get this one all the way to the opposite end. And official paper, he kind of gave a little bit of a screen, just a bit of confusion, keeping the attacker from getting a clean look. And that's what gives us this option to still be at 3 minutes and less now, tied 0-0. That's a booming clear. Relic needs to connect, does so off his own backboard. Vannery gets the call, looking for the double. Ibu able to defend very well. And Lincoln Land, they're under duress as the press from the Falcons continues to move forward. This clear, though, should give them a chance.
Sure enough, they'll look to collect. In fact, Ibu will jump on it again. So you spend so much time in the offensive zone, and you don't get a goal until now. Sniper just had to open my mouth, and he puts it away. 1-0 now for Lincoln Land Loggers, who was already struggling to score. And to get a lead here in Game 2 after dropping Game 1 is huge.
And that follow-up, what that was missing in game number 1 from the Loggers to really be able to send, all right, if we don't have this initial touch, we need to have the second. They lost so many extra possessions by just not finding that connection. Ibu goes and deletes the last man to make sure that lane is wide open. Past halftime, game number 2, this one calmed down. Sometimes the first game is met by a team that's just ready to go and score. That was the Falcons. The Loggers have slowed down to the pace they want.
They have. They look much more comfortable, like we said. Take some time to really settle down. Imagine if they were able to get quick starts, how just dangerous this team would be. Suddenly you're talking not about emergence level, maybe champion level, and moving their way up, even challenger. So, this team has definite promise here. Not to mention, when you talk about Lincoln Land, they're very relatively young, too. Freshman, sophomore on the field today. Junior, sophomore, rather. But either way, lots of time to grow and really develop the play style that you want to play moving forward. And perhaps maybe we'll see this team in upper divisions moving forward, too. Both teams, really.
Yeah, we can definitely see that. I just thought about if we saw, when you were talking about a speedier logger, about OSHA issues and how you're not supposed to run around with axes. Well, these guys are doing it at Mach 5 inside of a car. So, maybe not already following the rules, but as we move our way to this final minute and change, the Falcons struggling to get much going. They have just one less in terms of amount of shots. That's a great beat. And Vannery is able to knot us up at 1, just near a minute left in play.
Oh, the effective goal scorer in Game 1 comes back in Game 2 and just finds an open net and dribbles it in. Good recognition. I think off a demo, perhaps it seemed like one of the defenders was responding, if not a little bit late to get over. Regardless, it's a 1-1 game in the blink of an eye, and not exactly what you want for Lincoln Land, who did so much work, put in so much effort over the first 3 minutes, and now it just kind of goes to waste. Back to a 0-0 game, essentially. With 50 seconds remaining, it'll be Relic. The touch off the back wall. Was hoping Official Paper couldn't get over there. A miss would have been a wide open net, but he was able to connect in the meantime. Apple Pie. Over to Official Paper. He comes up a little bit short on that offensive chance, though. It'll leave it in the hands of Ibu, who gets a good flick off. It will go just a little bit wide. Now Relic off the corner himself. Official Paper right back up to this one, and he's been there, and his positioning's gotten a whole lot better. We didn't call his name a whole lot in Game 1, but in Game 2, it's a little bit different.
He's just solidly keeping with the possession, seeing if he can make sure that he gets a connection to it and doesn't leave much open into that field. Official Paper gonna give it to himself, gonna drop into the corner. This is gonna be one final offensive chance, but it could be for the Loggers if the Falcons do not leap upon this. Vanry, he hops that one up. That's a dangerous giveaway. He's gonna look for this kill. No, he's gonna try and keep it up. Ibu's gonna take that as a shooting chance, and still we are airborne. They're gonna let that one go. A very dangerous decision, could have been catastrophic.
Well, we've been talking up Vanry and his ability to capitalize on the offensive side. That wasn't the best decision-making in my eyes, but they are able to get away with it. And now you can use Vanry's offensive presence to your advantage. In fact, he's going to have the first real shot opportunity here. Will the Ibu able to get a touch? Past one as well. Now looking and eyeballing the middle of the field, trying to find Sniper with it. And Relic up for it as well, but Vanry with a good read. Maybe some better decision-making in the defense. Apple Pie will look for him. Cut up by Ibu yet again for Sniper. Try to play it back down to him behind the intended target again. And we've said that so many times about Lincoln Land. They're going to have to clean it up if they want this win. In fact, a couple of touches around, but nothing doing for the offense of Fanshawe. So they'll have to backtrack here on this defensive chance.
I feel like Ibu has been let off the leash. Hashtag free Ibu was probably put on social media, and they just were like, all right, cool, fine. He's gotten so much faster, speedier. Some of his reads are off. Oh, this is a very dangerous position when you send 2 defenders to that back wall. Sniper looking for another option, and Fanshawe, they're still trying to be able to kind of sync up when their passing is crossing over from one half to the next. They've really just kind of laid out the entirety of that West Coast, East Coast style, seeing if they can be able to bring it together. Apple Pie is going to be here first, and again, it's kind of a giveaway. This one could be, but Official Paper with a great read.
Lincoln Land, such a great job to get out of the defensive zone because they were boostless for a solid 30 to 45 seconds there, Hill Monkey Man, but they were able to stick with it and really, patiently play. I know there's a couple of double commits there, but they're able to clean up the play and get out of the zone. That was absolutely giant for them.
It was, and that gigantic flick right there drew 2 defenders. This one a dangerous connection. Apple Pie, who we saw get connected with so many different possessions for the Falcons, trying to do the same thing here, and now the pressure is on. A bit of a team takeaway. Ibu has to race back. Relic's like, okay, cool. I at least was here at the midfield line. That's a shot on target, but it's saved.
The Sniper with the follow-up off the back wall, as he wasn't able to quite get that on target. So Ibu waits back for it. Quick turn, a bit of a double commit though. Official Paper gonna leave it for Vanry, who is waiting on that back wall. And yet, although there was a double commit on the offense, they're still getting to it. Now play right into the hands of Ibu, who used the ceiling. It's a touch. Not enough to beat Vanry though, so he plays it directly back out. Now a bit of a struggle as you're going back towards your own net. You don't want to be after that. Relic, a bit of a miscue, but they won't pay for it yet again.
Yeah, that one could have been dangerous, but luckily he just gets enough of a soft touch that it won't matter. And now the Loggers, they're going to have to set up their cabins and see if they can build them strong and large to get around these feisty, flocking Falcons. Vanry at the midfield crosshair, he's slowing down his possession takes, seeing if he can get someone as a lead blocker. I believe it was Official Paper who was over there, and they're trying to be able to find those transitional points of possession and positioning from those larger boost pads, but they just haven't really been able to see each other in space. This one going over to Relic. There's a drop off to Ibu, but it's Vanry that disrupts it, and that makes it go high. Apple's going to turn to the corner again, and we are at 3.5 minutes of OT.
Yeah, they are definitely counting up and trying to figure it out, finding those counterattacks, but I think doing the demo might free things up, though. Off the ceiling now. Sniper gets it past Apple Pie for the time being, and we play on. Vannery can't get past Ibu. Apple Pie trying to get there as well, but Fanshaw has been doing a really good job here. Could this be it, though? The fake, and Ibu gets the 50 to go. 2-1, the win for Lincoln Land. We're even at 1 in the series.
He telegraphed it, but it didn't matter. He's just built different, built stronger. Nice little chip shot, great 50, and able to win it out. They had to grind it, but if they put the axe through the wall, you know they're going to break through. Able to tie up this series 1-1. We go to game number 3. This turns into a best of 5. The Loggers, they depended upon Ibu a bit, but you know what? 12 shots, 10 shots. These guys were just at each other's necks. It was a lot of transitional play and just who was able to make that last break away, and it turned into Ibu's.
Yeah, Ibu able to power through with that one. A great job to get the dunk to put that one away. And I was just going to credit, Fanshaw for the ability to switch things up. It's something I mentioned between the two games previously. It was, you have to switch it up, right? You did a good job to really get that exclamation point to start off. But now that you've established it, you saw the change of pace. They recognize that there is a lot of room given away by Lincoln Land, and to slow down the pace of play. We saw it off the hood of Vannery when he was trying to set things up on flicks, right, and trying to get past the defense that way. And yet still, Lincoln Land able to hold strong, and Ibu able to strong arm his way into that one. That was a big win. We told everybody that Lincoln Land off to a little bit of not as quick starts as they want to, but in this case, they're doing really well to establish something here and make it so that they even the series here at 1.
And if it's just going to come down to kind of one-on-ones to either open up an opportunity or maybe just get the dang score, then we're going to see a whole lot of Ibu from the Loggers. But maybe Vannery going to stand up. I want to see them go back to that little bit faster play. They did so well, just kind of going man-on-man, forcing the challenges and forcing the Lincoln Land to be uncomfortable. Got to see more of that, but we're going to actually get to start that one off for ourselves with Lincoln Land on offense.
Yeah, they have the first real opportunity here, but official people will try to get it out. Not able to do so. It'll be Ibu. Trying to play into the hands of the defense, which tends to be, kind of crowded back towards their own side for Fanshaw, which isn't something I've seen, recently. I don't think their positioning has been too terrible at all, but it'll be Relic next to touch. He's got to the corner. Tried to eyeball a teammate, but Vannery doing a great job in the midfield. We saw that from Ibu on the other side of the field. Vannery looking to match that energy.
Yeah, he's trying to be able to say, hey, you know what? You don't have to be the main guy. I can be able to help you out, too. Official paper, just trying to keep this one in the offensive half. That's going to be a nice push over to Ibu, but he overruns it. Relic, luckily, has always been kind of the backup man. He's able to keep everything ahead of him if he can, but this one will be a great beat. Apple Pie Hunter getting more involved, and this one seems to be a little bit of ping-pong. Side to side, see if we can get over that midfield line. Bit of territory control. Ibu on that first leap. Vannery with a takeaway. And, there's not really been much given up by either end. They kind of get one chip shot coming to him. Nothing really threatening as of yet.
It's all a play for positioning, right? It's all a play of, trying to win that field position and get down the field. And, every single time it's back in the zone and, you flip-flop. Usually we say that, in game 1 of a best of 5, which it pretty much is that, right? So it makes sense that we're seeing it here yet again as the two teams try to recalibrate. As Vannery cut off by Sniper, who tries to shield official paper, but not able to do so. Again, plenty of room given up, as that's good timing, too. His shot's there. Oh, Ibu wasn't able to get the save initially, but Apple Pie will put it through. It'll be a 1-0 lead here for Fanshaw.
Hit him with a side swipe goal explosion, because why not? Ibu had to try and go make that touch. Sniper wasn't ready for the immediate turnaround, and Apple Pie flavors that I favor when it comes to pie, and that is going to be a favorable touch and a great follow-up from Fanshaw to get this lead. But you know what? Ibu, he's a speed demon from the kickoff.
Every time Fanshaw tries to really establish something, Ibu, whether it be midfield presence or in this case, off the kickoff, catch him by surprise. Ibu able to even things at 1. He's really been impressing me with his ability to control the pace of play, control the middle of the field. It's been super important for them so far, and a great way to bounce back really quickly.
Just completely nullify any creativity or great accomplishment or success by just getting it from the kickoff. He's just waggling his finger. I was like, not in my house. Relic trying to be able to get this archway. but won't be able to find it. Sniper just a little bit of a he's leaning a little bit too far forward, really banking on Ibu's recovery and defensive rotation to make sure that safety net is there. And you get both Relic and Sniper in the same spot. Ibu gives it away, playing for the wrong team. Bit of a pass, apple pie. That's a threatening shot as well. It will bank off the post.
That close to be able to reestablish that lead, but not quite able to make it happen. So it'll be Sniper. Gives it right away to Apple Pie, who is awaiting there as well. Vannery, way back in, stuck in the corner now as they look to try to drain this boost from the defense. It looks like Fanshaw a little bit drained in themselves. As you see, Paper just kind of struggled there. A bit of a mishap. This one's still back in the zone. Ibu will play off back wall, forces Apple Pie for it. A mistouch. It'll leave it right to Sniper, who's able to put it away. 2-1 now for Lincoln Land.
I was thinking for all of a moment that Apple Pie had the most clever defensive tap to his backboard ever, because how could an offensive man make that strike? Well, that read came immediately after. He's like, oh, look, we'll form a opponent and teammate double tap together, because why not? Under 2 minutes to go. It's 2 in a row. Now for the Loggers, big poggers for them. Sniper, seeing if you can be able to get and catch up to this one as Ibu chip shots it up and is going to force the Falcons to think clearly about how they're going to make their next attack.
Yeah, very deliberate in the way that they look to approach this defense, because, I mean, they've been doing it all series long, too. Whether they recognize there's space, they'll carry. If there's no space whatsoever, they'll try to play behind the defense and play dump and chase. As you see in hockey, that one's left wide open, though. Not sure what happened there, but if you're Fanshaw, you love it. It's a 2-2 game now.
Sniper, I don't think he was expecting that one to just bank around. You were bringing up hockey. That one would have gone all the way to the opposite side of the rink, and it just had some speed on it. Okay, yeah, that surprised me. Physics, how you doing? What the dog doing? I don't know. You got to tell me about that. Oh, maybe getting one for the kickoff himself. Goodness gracious, Apple Pie, 50% from the field. That's his hat trick.
Oh, my. Apple Pie on the menu tonight. He goes up. Look at this touch. Just enough to beat the defense. That's all you need, and that's all he had, really. With the boost running low, but still able to beat the defense. Great play there, and Fanshaw able to strike in a hurry. Maybe looking to add to it, too, as Apple Pie looked to trap it off that back wall and maybe kill it for a teammate. And another shot in favor of Fanshaw as they continue to press in, and they're looking more like they were in Game 1. More so than anything right now. With a minute left, they have this 1-goal lead.
You know, it's sometimes players are hot and cold. Well, hot apple pie is just way more delicious than cold apple pie, unless you get a nice little cold treat on top. We'll talk about top shelf performance and treats. Sniper able to get a second one of his 3, and we are knotted up at 3. This one is just so back and forth. It's going to be the last score to win.
It's definitely aimed out to be that way. Sniper was somebody who we talked about regularly. I think the last time that we casted, he was a presence for sure. I think you might have given player of the game to Ibu, but for me it was Sniper, and finally he's waking up himself. That's a big time to do it as well. Unfortunately, a miss there though. So now it'll be Fanshaw trying to play back in the zone, but Ibu able to shield him there. He's carrying back out, lots of boost. Great time, flick in the demo the other end. He almost missed it. Take a deep breath, Ibu. He still pulls it off. It'll be 4-3.
Now, this isn't an almost miss. This is just styling, I promise. Totally calculated.
Yeah.
Able to make a great beat and put him back in his seat and force him to watch that get turned in regardless. So the reason Sniper, and that you had named him as an MVP, is because he can perform whenever we go the long haul. Ibu does things exactly like that, and that's why these loggers are successful. We got just less than 15 seconds to go. Ibu, the other side. Trying for the double bank. Can't quite find it.
Not quite, but that was close. But now they got to watch out for the counterattack. You already have the lead. I love that they're keeping the pace up. It'll be one last chance, but Relic will kill it. Ibu going to keep it up, though. So official paper will be allowed the chance to touch once. Apple Pie was there for support, but the kill comes through. It'll be Relic to put it down to the ground. It'll be Lincoln Lands up 2-1 in the series.
They let one go in that game one. They were not ready, but this is starting to turn right around for these loggers. But that is not without Fanshawe Falcons being ready as well. It was tit for tat. It was haymaker for haymaker. We were just in game 3 of this best of 7, and we're seeing some crazy performances, most notably by the losing team from Apple Pie. Man was popping off. He's like, you know what? I got to get as speedy as Ibu. And he was. He had 6 of the 8 shots for Fanshawe. And you know, I mean, if you need to establish an identity like that out of at least one man to get something going, I like it, but they just got to get the whole team surrounding that same effort.
It's consistency for sure, because Vannery had the hat trick in game number 1, if you remember, and that was one of the reasons why they won game number 1, is the full team effort, right? The full time through. So they still have that one win in their back pocket, right? They're only down 1 in the series here as well. But hey, shout out to Lincoln Land, who pops off towards the end there too, because, you know, Fanshawe came out of nowhere and took the lead late in that one. It takes a strong mentality to be able to go back out on the pitch and be like, hey, I need to find a way to score. And that's exactly what they did, whether it be a styling or whatever you might call it. Regardless, it doesn't matter how they happen, right? You're able to execute nonetheless. So Lincoln Land, all the credit in the world to them in their game 3 win to make it 2-1 now.
Hey, you know, I feel for Ibu because that's about the extent of my styling is accidental. But he actually does it in the open field against players, makes them look silly. Gonna see if the Fanshawe Falcons can rebound, because this one has match point potential for the Loggers if they were able to grab it and going towards that game number 5. So let's see if the Falcons can lean forward just a little bit more sure-footed as they try to take flight.
This one's a floater back. Oh my. Apple Pie thought it was going to be way high. Turns out it was off the crossbar and found its way away. But either way, no harm done. Sniper will play off the sidewall, finds Relic. A chance to shot. Vannery able to read it there. The rest of the defense, though, from Fanshawe kind of jumped at it as well. Might have used a little bit more boost than they had in mind. So watch for another chance here. Sure enough, Sniper with the shot, but not able to do much with it. As yet another floater, and in fact, Fanshawe looks to be struggling. Great placement on that shot from Relic. He'll make it 1-0 Lincoln Land.
All 4 of these shots, every single one was dangerously dropped just at center net. And they were forcing Fanshawe to have to very respectively go into that constant rotation, center man, center net, make a dive, make a read, make something happen. And eventually they had someone sitting for just long enough to take an opposite side level shot. But Vannery, they don't have to take more than just one, and they break through.
You're saying other people need to step up besides Apple Pie and his onslaught, and Vannery comes back right on cue, right when I called his name about game number 1, and steps up and puts that one away as the equalizer. Not surprised by any means, though, as it has been neck and neck in just about every game except for that game 1. As a demo to start things off this kickoff. It'll be a Relic. Eyeballing the Ibu there for a pass, and the 50 will work its way to the corner. It's caddy cornered off of that with an awkward bounce, but Ibu going to find his touch anyways. The Apple Pie offside wall. Ibu with a good beat here, forcing official paper backwards. He does a decent job with it. Still hangs in the box nonetheless. Will be Ibu trying to jump and make a play happen. Unfortunately, it's a little bit awkward, and a teammate jumped in. A little bit of a lack of trust here for Lincoln Land. But it won't matter much as the defensive Fanshawe out of boost, and that'll allow Lincoln Land to continue to go to work here on the offensive side of the ball.
You can always feel when a team is a little bit more bloodthirsty. They're trying to get a lot more of these shots and more of this offense just kind of moving at least center, so they can just take consistent attacks as much as they can. And, you know, when that happens, you get a little bit antsy in your pantsy to make these forward steps. Vannery gonna make this connection. Awesome second dribble. See if it goes away. This one will be challenged outright by Relic. That's a chance upfield, but official paper. See if we can meet the speed of Sniper. Vannery, that's over to Ibu. Pop shot. He's unable to recover as Apple Pie is gonna have to bring it to the corner. And I love everything that I'm seeing so far out of Fanshawe. They're able to respond very quickly earlier to see that 1-1 tie. As we approach now past halftime in just a moment, they're trying to be able to get something running again. But it seems that Lincoln Loggers are maintaining a lot more offense.
They have it, and it's all about Ibu and his presence in the midfield. Every single time Fanshawe looks to work past it, find a way to pop it past the defense. Relic with a shot will put it in 2-1 for Lincoln Land. And again, one of the reasons why they're able to establish this offensive pressure is Ibu there on the side wall, whether it be the middle of the field or using a wall, even the ceiling in some cases. He keeps that ball in the offensive zone, runs the boost out of Fanshaw. That's classy play. It'll be 2-1 in this one.
Just keeping everything ahead of yourself, not panicking, and then just constantly getting a read and a feed to be able to make your team the most successful that they can be. But Ibu, he's going to have to try and at least delay Apple Pie's attack because that one was going to come forward with a quick smack. Vanry. Oh, that's going to be a bouncer. This is dangerous. Got to go to that crossbar. Fantastic defensive play. Ibu able to keep this one kosher. Under 2 minutes to go here, Bear. Only up by 1. Vanry, I think he got bumped because he was just slamming from that shot.
It looks like it from my point of view as well. I'm pretty sure he got launched. He'll probably tell you himself. It'll be official paper. Leaves in center. Nobody really wanting to commit to this ball. It hung there for a good solid 3 seconds, but now back into the hands of Henry. He finally able to beat Ibu and go sideways. Now a Dimo will free it up. A chance here for Apple Pie. Shot, oh, just a little bit high and wide. As Apple Pie did a great job of bearing shots in the last one. Unfortunately, a little bit high and wide on that last one.
We have a difference of ideologies and executions happening right now between both Lincoln Land and Fanshaw. Fanshaw is trying to straight up power their way through, use some physicality to be able to get these shots on target. Oh, Apple Pie with a chance. He's got to leave it. Oh, he took it away from official paper, and they're sending everyone panic diving, trying to get anything they can. I think we have 3 saved just from that sequence, and that one could have been another for the likes of Fanshaw, but it's going to get turned in. No! The communication breaks down between Ibu and Relic, trying to be able to get in the way of Apple Pie. He will find the graveyard and the trash can and a tin can if they can be able to save some for just desserts. Apple Pie needs to recover here.
Again, it's a miscommunication and chaos ensues both ways as they look to work it through. It'll be Relic. Using that corner, but could not find a target. Apple Pie gonna leave it here for Vanry. Looks like he jumped out for a bump, but man, I feel like your teammate not quite in the position you need to jump out. Again, that goes back to the communication. That's a good pass, though. Just a little bit wide on the shot here. Down to 10 seconds left. Official paper gets a touch. Is it one more? He'll leave it instead, and Sniper will get the touch out. Now they'll have to go halfway down the field as Vanry tries to set it up, but they can't get to it. It'll be Lincoln Land, 1 game away from the championship.
They are feeling it. They've been able to be so much faster. Game number 1 is all but a blur at this point. Just a small little corner of this wonderful dream that they're now living. They are on match point 3-1 in this best of 7. They are able to perform so well when Ibu is in that midfield, just opening up lanes. Relic and Sniper are now both congregating around him. Great rotations overall. But Fanshaw, we got to see some of their responses. They were just so narrowly off target, just so close to being able to do this tied up so many different times. We saw the chaos. It's just about calming down and executing.
Exactly. A deep breath would go a long way. There's been a couple opportunities where it's been very obvious to just about everybody in the pitch where it needs to go. The person touching the ball, unfortunately, a little bit off with it. That goes back to mechanics. Think about the pressure as well in the NECC finals. That's some sort of pressure here in the Emergence White Division 2. You got to take that in consideration as well. So it's going to be who can be mentally strong. Well, for Fanshaw, they'll have to win 3 straight, which is tough in its own regards. They look to line up to do so here as we begin this next game. And for me, Lincoln Land, a chance to close out. Obviously, with the series this close, you want to close it out sooner rather than later.
Oh, yes, you do. And this is Lincoln Land. I don't want to see them let up. Too many times you see a team that has this opportunity and they just let it all go. I believe that they're going to be able to communicate just fine. They should be able to get back in this series, but they are going to definitely have to give a bit of Lincoln Land their own medicine. Ibu, that's going to go behind him, and Apple Pie is going to see if he can take advantage of that one. Not going to be able to. No boost in the tank, so he sends official paper, who actually has nothing. And one thing that I wanted to be able to talk about for official paper for all of a moment, he's basically consistently given a chance to both Vanry and Apple Pie to make plays like these. Keeps it on the offensive half. Apple Pie sends it through.
Oh, yeah. Well set up there by Vannery, putting Ibu in such an awkward spot using the crossbar. That shot could have gone on target, yes, but if you put it even that close to the net, obviously it's going to hang its way into the box and chill there for a teammate to come in and clean things up, and sure enough, that's exactly what happened. So setting up the plays have been quite a story here for Vannery. As this one will be off the back wall. Apple Pie, another one, 2-0. Fanshawe says, hey, we're not quite done yet.
We are not out at all. This is the number 1 versus the number 2, and for a good reason. Official paper stops anything else from coming through. Ibu got the first touch, he got grounded, and then Sniper got bonked away. 2 in a row in 45 seconds. The Falcons looking like they're in game 1 form. Gotta see that more often if they're gonna keep the Loggers at bay.
Yeah, you know how many shots both teams have put on net in every single game. They've been averaging like 11 shots per, both teams. Like, so up to 22. It's been something else. So you have to continue to work because you know the shots are going to come. So you got to be responsible on the defensive side of the ball as well if you want to continue this run for Fanshawe. Official paper shot. Oh, just wide. That would be Sniper with the pass across, and Ibu was that close. The connecting won't matter because Sniper's down the field and will put that one away, and they're back within 1.
The communication slightly broke down, and it was in the moment. Split-second decisions turned into catastrophe as they cut this lead in half. Vannery, he got that little nudge on the ball. That one was probably going to be a drop-off over to Apple Pie to at least form a neutral 50-50 right in front of the offensive half for the Loggers. So when you get that offense going and some success, you still got to make sure that you're communicating a little bit more often. As Vannery's going to send it to the wall, Sniper to the ceiling. I want to see him calm down. He's been kind of in the shadow of Ibu here as of late, but Relic's been able to stand up great. Official paper to the wall one more time, and it looks like the Loggers are slowly finding these little breaks on the offense.
Finding little crevices almost and trying to expose him little by little. And when that's the case, which has been the past couple of games or so, it really works out. Vannery is shot on, though. 3-1 now for Fanshawe as they're able to answer back quickly.
Official paper just got a touch off of Relic, and then he went and, oh, he Goomba stopped Ibu. I wonder what happened to him. He just leapt up and just kind of boop and sat him straight back to the back of the net. You're going to watch this one get scored by my boy.
Yeah, nothing more, hopeless than to get bumped and watch the ball go into the back of your net. You're like, oh my goodness. What can I do about this? Well, because of that great play by Official Paper, who, in my eyes, not the goal scorer, so you got to find creative ways to open things up for your goal scorers in Apple Pie and Vannery, who have been so effective in doing so, and he's found a way to do it. That's a big difference here. That's one of the reasons why they have the lead.
Yeah, we talked about him in game number 1 because in that he was at the midfield almost all the time with those possessions, and he was really giving the lanes, making those passes, and making it all just develop. And that's been missing because the Loggers got a lot more offensive, trying to go man-on-man and find disruption, and he has not been able to find his flow.
Official Paper looking to set up Apple Pie on this one as well, but the angle was a little bit too tough to handle. Same applies to Vannery's shot, was just a little bit wide, but put directly back in the zone with a purpose with Apple Pie. Now, Ibu could not get it past Apple Pie himself. Vannery already up for this one. A good 50-50 from Relic there. Otherwise, that one's back towards their box.
Apple Pie looking to be able to do anything in terms of one-on-one little flicks and dips and maintenance, but you're seeing a lot of just kind of a dump and go, just like you were mentioning before. But this one now has fantastic follow-up. No one's up for it. A second, a third, another Sniper. They're sending everyone into the exact same lane, seeing if they can just break through the cracks and the wall that they're just pounding at. But this one's made of steel, not your average little rocks. No, this one's hardy, and it's got a tough nugget to crack. But Relic, he brought the jaws of life.
Yeah, that Relic, apparently, the ability of the Relic is to break through walls, because Vannery has been really impressive here on the back line here. Fanshawe was playing to support one another for the first 3 minutes of this game. In order to stay alive here in this championship, they're not only going to have to do that for the remaining 123 here. No, they're going to have to do it for more time or get some goals from Vannery. Another quick answer here from Fanshawe, and they're up 4-2.
Got a pair of goals for Vanry and Apple Pie, and this one is ever so necessary to cut short any momentum of a near tie that the Loggers are trying to establish. There's still plenty of time to be able to get it, and they've been able to find some key and supreme opportunities to really make the Falcons sweat. I don't know how birds sweat. I never really took zoology, but I'm pretty sure that these birds are having it now, but they're feeling a little bit cooler, especially with that doubled up lead.
Lincoln Land's defensive rotation's looking a little bit off as well. They try to regroup on it. As Relic looking to pop one to Sniper. We'll get one to midfield. Sniper, great job to step over. Official Paper looking like he's struggling with that one. Almost allowed a 50. Almost allowed the dunk to go directly in. Relic back across. Ibu looking to set up Sniper on the far side of the pitch. Official Paper with a big clear out yet again. And Relic will try to settle. Bobs to himself, looking for Ibu. Another touchback down to Sniper with the 1-2-3 passing. You love to see it, but you need a little bit more velocity on that shot. They've been doing a good job to set up plays, but now they need to finish.
I like the way that the Loggers have been passing. They kind of set up drag plays where there's multiple players going in the same way, but with different depths. That's a chance, and they do not go for it immediately, which gives Ibu a top shelf level opportunity to bring this within one more time.
My goodness, he's been good all series long, and that placement was key. Top shelf, if it goes even just slightly lower, it's a save, and a desperation one at that, but great placement on that shot, goes high. And because of that, they'll have an opportunity here to tie things and potentially look to close things out in overtime if they're able to get to it. Relic. Vanry with the touch away. They leave plenty of space, and the shot is going to go just high. The follow-up, it's killed, and Fanshaw got away with that one, but they're still in this one as they get their second one of the series.
Official Paper, you know his heart was in his throat as he saw that go just high enough. He's like, this is either coming straight down or someone is going to be double tapping off of it. Luckily for him, it had a bounce to be able to go out. And then Banner was like, you know what? We're going to put this one to bed. We're done with this game. Let's move on. But the Loggers showing that, okay, even though they will surrender one, they're going to put a pressure cooker around these Falcons. I don't know how crispy fried Falcon tastes, but the Loggers are, maybe looking for that to be their dinner and see if they can get this series done.
Looking to close out, and Lincoln Land's going to have their hands full because I don't think Fanshaw is going to go quietly into the night here, especially in this next game. As a lot of implications here. Fanshaw did a great job of proving to me, at least, that they have some heart in this series, that they are going to fight it out until the very end, because Lincoln Land didn't go away either as they tried to make their comeback attempt in that game alone. They held strong. The thing is, cleaning up the play is going to be crucial both ways. We'll see which team can effectively put that on the pitch. Either way, it'll be Game 6 underway now.
And we've seen a lot of this play. They're consistently just going for the fake out on the kickoff, immediately get that possession and try to be able to establish an early offensive. That is confidence. They maybe find it here. Vanry trying for the bump. It's going to be Relic with a nice bit of dribbling. And Official Paper just doesn't bite at the midfield as we finally turn this around. Lincoln Land realizing the level of play that Fanshaw is bringing. They're going to try and answer that with a little bit of calmness. They're not going as quick. They're just trying to grind out this game if they can.
Yeah, try and stick to your guns at this point. Not very many adjustments you can make at this point. You've seen the team for plenty of games, right? You've seen them through 5. It's Game 6 at this point. Now it's all about who can execute the adjustments you've made. It'll be a Relic. Bit of dancing there to try to get it past, but Vanry read it all the way, so he's able to get a touch. Fortunately for him, it did go center, but Apple Pie able to follow up and put it back down the field, trying to get it to Vanry, who is streaking down the side of the field, but not able to do much with it. Now Official Paper back out. He's got room to work with, and a miss there as well, but Sniper able to come up and clean up the damage as Ibu with a rare miss in the midfield.
Ibu comes back to it, and then it ends up being a possession the other direction. That's a great pass. It is Official Paper! Oh! Able to break his way on in. That was a great give and go. We don't get to see him score that often, but they recognize from Apple Pie to Paper that he has an eye for that too.
No, my. Apple Pie with a good setup there. We said he was capable of that as well. And, yeah, Official Paper, not a goal scorer. Listen, you get set up like that, and he can hit. That was just a great play drawn up all around. So Nice job to see it. It's always good, to see a player that doesn't typically get on the score sheet to get one of those goals, especially when it's set up by the only Apple Pie.
And Apple Pie, I mean, what a guy. He's the one that will be able to adjust just fine. That one was a defensive kind of snafu, because Apple Pie was actually dangerously hanging off the crossbar. They could have taken advantage, but instead, they will now go the other direction. Relic looking for a clear, or at least crawl on the wall. That'll be Ibu up next. Bit of a fake out. Why not? Vanry sends it high up. That's gonna be Apple Pie challenge. It's a double commit. That's gonna bounce straight down. Waterfall strike and in. Ibu, he's gonna punish them every day for that.
Oh, Ibu called off, I believe it was Sniper, in the midfield, because he touched it. Sniper could have easily turned for that one. Ibu said, oh no, I know what's happening here. The double commit on the defense. I'm gonna step up, tap that in, and sure enough, he did. Great recognition to hop in, but also great communication to add to it in order to put that one away.
The sweat fest that this is gonna be back and forth every step. They're trying to establish a little bit more physicality. I got to see that a couple times from official paper. He's gonna be a little bit short of this one as Sniper is gonna go to that top shelf. That's a great challenge. Relic, he's gonna dive in. Ibu, will he come forth? No. He will stick around, but that forms a bit of a double commit into the zone, so he will have to retreat in a hurry. In official paper, he is hunting heads right now.
He is, but Vannery was got up for it as well. Those demos will free up space at the end of the day, so you want to really establish as many as possible, be as physical as possible, because we haven't seen a whole lot of it throughout the evening quite yet. They're very timely when they happen, which is why these two teams are in the championship. They understand what needs to be done, what needs to be taken care of, who needs to be off the field in order to find the back of the nets. As Ibu with yet another demo, and the demos just continue to come here. My goodness, Hail Monkey Man.
They're like, okay, you guys didn't see enough demos. All right, here's the demos. All in this game. Why not? We're just going to collectively take the sum, and it's just going to be right now. And that's going to turn into a big clear. But I think they're recognizing, all right, it's just a 1-1 game. We got to find some level of adaptation and a gap that can be created. And if it's not happening because of passing, well, we got to make it happen because there's no players on the pitch. Apple Pie, he's going to leave early. Looking for a bump is Sniper. But it's going to be official paper who tries to bring this equal. It's high hanging. We're coming up on the final minute of play here in game number 6. Championship on the line. We're in very near silver to gold territory. It could be that ultra platinum diamond ball, but as 60 seconds come about there, it's going to be this pressure. Oh my goodness! Off the post!
So close, and I was just about to mention it. That Lincoln Land, they're going to try and close out, put this last-ditch effort into closing out this series. But you got to be careful, because on the counterattack is where you'll find Fanshaw most of the time, and in fact, that almost happened on cue. As now they're back down the field, but cut off by Ibu. This will be off the corner wall. A chance for Relic. A shot, just a little bit wide. Back across, Ibu waits for it, backtracking. Be Sniper the next to touch. He could get up and try to get another one too. But Vannery able to get a touch in the meantime. Apple Pie right back in the zone. And Ibu was jumping up there in the midfield. He's been a good presence there, but that was a bit of a misjudgment on his part, but it doesn't hurt them. And down to 17 seconds left. Official paper. Plays it back in. Sniper from the side wall, but nobody to pass to, so gives it just into the hands of Vannery. And Ibu will need to try to get that 100 boost, but didn't do it. It doesn't matter. It's back down the field. 3 seconds left. It's popped up. Vannery with a touch, trying to get it out of the zone. Apple Pie will get his own touch. This one will hit the ground. Sure enough, we have overtime here in game number 6, Hail Monkey Man.
It is do or die for the Falcons. They gotta score first, or else the Loggers are gonna wear that championship belt and raise a trophy high. It's gonna be official paper going to the graveyard. Ibu, one of the most variable and weaponized players on the side of the Loggers, but so can be said about Vanry. He's used up all his boosts, looking for the flip set. It will go over to the corner. Paper playing patiently. Half minute in play so far. It looks like the Falcons are priming themselves for an offensive attack. One more, and it's turned away by Relic.
Yeah, if I'm Fanshaw here, I'm not trying to get too fancy, right? I love the confidence play, but when you're in overtime right now with your lives on the line, that's risky. Either way, now is the time for those demos for Lincoln Land. Because imagine if you try and risk it and get a demo here in overtime and it works out for you, great. You win the championship, right? If it doesn't work out for you, the worst that can happen is you go to a game 7, and even still, that's only if things go absolutely wrong. I'd like to see them get out, get a demo play, use some physicality here like they've been doing all game long.
They're slowly, even if they're not taking those risks, they're slowly finding the Falcons doing a little bit too late of a passive draw. Ibu, if he's stuck around, that may have been it. Official paper from the corner. He's going to have to climb up here, see if he can get this around Ibu, but the man is too speedy on that recovery. Vanry, enough boost to make a play work, but he's going to be challenged. They're going man on man. They're trying to limit the rotations of the Falcons as they come forward. Vanry's going to be at the midfield, see if he can see what Relic is bringing. A minute and a half into this OT, looking to establish and relinquish a little bit of that pressure are the Loggers.
Trying to, but still a presence to be dealt with. Apple Pie a chance, a little bit of a pop. Oh, he tried to throw a changeup. Ibu was not fooled by it. Now official paper will play corner. This is off the ceiling. Ibu forced backwards. He was positioned a little bit too far aggressively, a little bit too far forward. Now they'll have their chance on the offensive side of things. Relic, there's that demo we're looking for. Shot comes through, but able to save it away, and Sniper will have to work back in with a touch of his own. Relic across. It takes a favorable bounce here, and the bumps across, but official paper gets back to it. What a save.
This is a scramble for the Falcons, and I can't believe they relinquished all this pressure. The Loggers, they had them dead to rights. They were sending 2-on-1, slamming them to the corners as bullies, forcing kids into lockers. Oh, they had them in their place right where they wanted them. But instead, we find Apple Pie trying to be able to get it clear. He does get through one, but Ibu, the man of the hour for the Loggers, push him through with that power. Vanry, they're playing with my heartstrings here, Bear. He barely gets up underneath it. The demos, the bumps, physicalness out of the Loggers. They're hacking away with their axes, and they're very much putting the Falcons with their backs to the wall.
Would be shocked if we don't see a game 7 here, and not because I want to see it for Fanshawe, but more because it's been that close and that much of a battle, and overtime has been lengthy in the past 2 games. Fanshawe looking to hang on. They are absolutely gritty team and looking to push in now. Maybe there's a chance to strike, but Ibu able to get up to it. They'll get the next touch. Fannery looking to settle things, maybe take a breath here. As 3 minutes into overtime, maybe not the time to do it, but Apple Pie able to push it out temporarily. Right into the hands of Ibu again. Midfield presence across, a chance. Oh no, Sniper with the miss. The follow-up off the post as well. A chance for Lincoln Land to put it away, and they come up that short.
That's 2, and Vanry going top shelf, seeing if he can be able to catch Relic blinking, but he's not sleeping. Able to keep that next chance away. Vanry gonna be up next. See if he can get around Ibu. He's able to take the reactionary 50 and keeps it on the offensive half. He has 1 turn to beat, but Relic just gets enough. It's just enough from either side to survive. We are 4 minutes, nearly an entire other game into this game 6. That's a giveaway. That's a setup. A goal. Ibu. He's gonna get credit for it. There go the Loggers. They win Emergence White.
Oh my, all the pressure amounting to it. Apple Pie, unfortunately, there's not much you can do positionally away from the net, trying to make it safe from behind. I feel like a teammate could have helped out with the communication and said, hey, don't touch it, right? I've got it. Unfortunate way for this incredible series to finish up. But yes, Ibu will be credited with yet another goal. He was absolutely outstanding here to wrap things up. Lincoln Land, just incredible performance to really hold on and not let Fanshawe, who really wanted a game 7, get there. As this game 6 will go in favor of Lincoln Land, and they will win Emergence Whites. Maybe not exactly how we had in mind.
You always want that super Cinderella ending for either squad. You want that amazing fairy tale to end with a wonderful word, but sometimes it ends abruptly and it ends on a weird quirk. But you know what? That was because both these teams were putting each other in such intense and just ridiculous situations that something was going to break. It's either was going to be the posts or the players, and just a little mistake like that will be the end of the season. The Loggers, Lincoln Land College, you're able to take a big win here and win this Emergence White Division Championship. And Fanshawe, keep your heads held high. You did a fantastic job this season.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. Both teams were meant to be. It was legitimately two teams that needed to be in the finals to show off that incredible series. Well, that series was all about OTs, close games, and shootouts for the most part. So many shots in that one. I can guarantee you're about to see just about the same. When we come back, it'll be Champion Scion Division on finals week here on the NECC Network. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the NECC Network. We're here with your Emergence White champions. It is the Lincoln Land Loggers, and they have officially won. They were taking team pictures as well. That's cool stuff, guys. First, I want to go and tell you guys congratulations, and I'll go to Ibu with this first one. How does it feel, man? What a performance. You did great. What were some of the things that led into this win?
Feels great. I mean, we took a loss in the first week of the season and ultimately put us at second seed. But week 4, I think, whenever we beat Fanshawe when they were undefeated, it definitely gave us a lot of momentum for the rest of the season.
It definitely did. Now, Sniper, I know you're the junior of the squad, a little bit older. Does that intimidate you when you have some younger players here really making a name for themselves? You guys seem to mesh really well, too. So talk a little bit about being one of the older presence on the team.
Uh, it's a little bit different. We don't think of it that much. Tyler's been playing more than I have, and he has way more experience. So we kind of look up to him as an elder because he's clearly better than us. But I try to come at a more methodical approach when it comes to esports. I make sure that we don't push up too far, have a good head state, and know what we can do. So there's a little bit of that approach there.
Yeah, you can definitely tell it was organized for sure. And again, guys, congratulations. I'll toss it over to Hail Monkey Man.
So you guys seem to be kind of flustered whenever things started off. I mean, that's just series play. So, but it definitely seems like everything kind of was built around free Ibu, get the speed going, get a little bit of that going. I mean, you kind of established just that pressure together. I mean, is that how it's been over the course of the season? And I mean, do you consider that kind of one of your greatest strengths is just being able to adapt like that over the course of a series?
It's not even one of our strengths. I know we had a game 1 curse going for a while. We could not win game 1, and it happened again today. And then we know how to come back once we go down in a series. But the free Ibu, yeah, that guy's a beast. Just let him get the ball and he'll get in the net.
Yeah, you definitely made a lot of plays, and maybe I pay attention too much to what these guys in the chat. First off, they love you, by the way. Make sure you go watch that VOD. Second off, someone was saying that this is Ibu's last match as a logger. Is there some inside intel that we should be knowing about that? Is this too heavy to talk about?
I mean, it was my last match. After next semester, I won't be doing esports here at Lincoln Land, just be focusing on school. But you better bet next fall I'll be back playing for some team in the NECC.
Awesome. That's so good to hear. I mean, and I want to be able to see Sniper and Relic as well. You guys are going to have to miss him, I guess, maybe, right?
I'm going to miss him.
Yeah.
He is I didn't know him too well before this season, but spending all this time with him, he's a great dude. Whatever team gets him is lucky to have him.
Oh, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. Relic, I want to go with you with this question as well. I saw Cosmic Flippy in the chat. He was talking about how let's go Relic, right? How do you know Cosmic Flippy? Because we'll actually see him in the next series. He was with Columbia College. What's the connection there?
I don't think there is one.
Okay.
Do you guys know who that is? I have no idea who that is.
You're just cheering for you away.
Whoever it is, I'll be cheering for him too. Yeah, we're rooting for him.
Awesome stuff, guys. Shout outs before we let you guys go.
To my parents, they know nothing about esports, but they always watch.
Aw.
Shout out to my dad and Tyler's dad.
Oh, they're in the chat heavy.
Yeah.
Definitely shout out to all the support staff here at Lincoln Land helping us throughout both this season and the past too. I mean, we wouldn't be here without what they provide for us. So shout out to them.
Our coach Treasure behind the scenes. He's a dog. He gets all the work done. Sets it up for us.
Awesome stuff, guys. Well, congratulations yet again.
Thank you
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Like I mentioned as well, it'll be Columbia College Navy facing off with Boise State Blue on the next series. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the NECC Network. Welcome back to the NECC Network. My name is Bearlet, and joining me for this Best of 7 and Championship on Championship Week, it is Lars. Lars, how you doing tonight, man?
I am a swell, Bearlight. I'm excited to be out here for our conference championships. Interesting matchup here. We've got Columbia College versus Boise State Blue. It's been a long road to get to this point, and it's the last step. But we're moving on to that grand finals and moving on to go and face, well, the other conference champion from the yellow side, which will either be HCC Dragons or Durham College. But we're going to have to wait a little bit to get back to that. Back to what's important here. Columbia Navy coming in as the #1 seed. Boise State Blue, a slight underdog, you might say, at #3, but not by much. It's been very, very competitive all the way through the season. So with that, Bearlight, thoughts, questions, concerns, comments, hopes, and or dreams?
It is super exciting to see Boise State make their way into the finals because we saw a #1 versus #2 seed, now a #1 versus #3 seed, a team that maybe, a lot of people wouldn't chalk up to be a team that makes it into this finals. But Lars, listen, this team does have, a good backing rotation. We've seen this multiple times. This team take the pitch and really find success on the offensive side of the ball. That being said, this is definitely going to be their biggest challenge. Columbian College Navy, aka Cosmic Flippy, Cryptic, and Crow Shining Wings. First of all, I know these kids very well. They go through the Stay Plugged In network that I'm a part of as well, and very talented individuals, very talented players, and you better imagine that they're going to be really good. Not only 7-0 here in the NECC, but also second place finish in CRL. This team is absolutely insane.
Yeah, that's. I mean, for teams that are competing at that level over in CRL, there's a lot of overlap with bubble and pro teams, and it just speaks to the level of play being brought out here, and it just shows that this is going to be a very competitive, very high level matchup. I'm very excited to see where this one falls out. But the only way to really determine what's going to happen is to get on the field, which is, you can see, we're having just such a swell time with at the moment. Oh man.
Definitely. Well, listen, while we wait for the teams to take their sides here momentarily, they're joining the lobby as we speak. This #1 team, Columbia, of course, hopping in as a very young squad. I mean, Crows Shiny Wings. You may have heard his name around the scene. He's a senior, but you talk about Cosmic Flippy and Cryptic, both freshmen. Cam, not part of this squad quite yet, but he's also a freshman. So you got to imagine whenever Crow Shiny Wings does end up graduating, you see Cam take his place, and this team could have a real impact for multiple years in the making.
Well, Boise State Blue also coming in fairly young. They've got a junior, a couple of freshmen, a couple of sophomores, and then a senior. So, there's a lot of longevity in a lot of these teams. You could potentially see these teams kind of be, I don't know, I hesitate to use the word kind of dynasty teams, but teams that are going to be kind of a household name in the Rocket League scene over here at NECC for a good, long time.
Definitely. No doubt about it. Boise State, we talk about, their coaching is absolutely insane. Game 1 underway as Doc, the head coach for Boise State, I know very well as well. He's quite a great coach. There's no reason why, they are not in the finals because he's such a leader. That being said, it'll be Columbia off to the hard start.
Ooh, Cosmo Buster with just a little bit of a flub on the touch here, puts it straight to the back wall, bounces right out to the top of the box, and it's a fairly easy finish for Crow's Shiny Wings to take that early lead in favor of Columbia College.
Yeah, the methodical gameplay is not going to quit either, Lars. They love to piece together those type of rotations and really cycles as you see a bump out in front too, and Cosmic Flippy on the board. It'll be 2-0 now, Columbia College.
Well, this is a hot start for Columbia College. Boise needs to get their legs under them and quickly if they want to see this one be winnable in game number 1. But this is a best of 7, so we have a long ways to go before this is decided. And despite the rough start in the first 18 seconds of what's guaranteed at least 20 minutes of Rocket League, see anything happen coming up.
Yeah, definitely not an end-all, be-all. Definitely not the start you want, though. So you have to adjust accordingly. Baynock, who was so impactful in the last game I was able to witness for this Boise State team, will look to go back to work. The Lions. Shot on. Crows going to call away one of the defenders in order to make the save himself. Cosmo Buster. Not to be confused with Cosmic Flippy on the other side of the field, if you're just joining us. In this game 1 matchup. Left for Crow's Shiny Wings. Looked like he was trying to get a pass over to Cosmic Flippy, but they weren't on the same page as he kind of stayed back on the play. And now it'll be another push forward, but cut off by Lions at the midfield here. And a bit of a slowdown from the Columbia offense because it looks like Boise State woke up a little bit.
Yeah, they finally get a little bit of pressure back down on the other end of the field. They're doing a good job of getting repeat pressure. That's an awkward touch, though. That one goes deep downfield. Cryptic is up and met early by Baynock. Now, we talked a lot in the pregame about this Columbia College roster, but Baynock, especially through the semifinals here, we've said their name a lot, and they're repping that tumbler yet again, as they did in the semifinals. It seems like anywhere Baynock needs to be, they have a knack of finding themselves in a good position and making a little bit of flash in it as well.
And they're not afraid to play the physicality game either. Lots of demos, lots of bumps, which can get into the heads of a team, even a top-level team like this. What a save, though, from Cosmic Flippy as he's able to get across somehow, uses his speed in order to what was otherwise a really good chance from Boise State. And they make the save and stay up on top. Need a touch away again, but that falls right in the hands of Cryptic. He takes a shot. The Lions able to make that save as well. But Cosmic Flippy not done with it. They'll play off corner. It looked like he was called off, but maybe just a misread, and so Columbia will regroup.
Yeah, we see Boise struggle a little bit in the defensive end. They've got kind of a nasty habit of leaving the ball in good shooting positions here. Ooh, that's a nice touch over the top by Cosmic Flippy, but not quite on. They leave the ball a little bit too often in shooting positions for Columbia College. They need to do a little bit better job of protecting shooting lanes and getting it clear of threatening opportunities back upfield.
And Cryptic does such a good job of, really feeling out the field. Where is everybody, right? How much boost? All these things mega important, even more so than mechanics in most occasions. Cryptic now finds Crow's Shiny Wings a shot. It's going to be a little bit wide. Cosmic to follow up as well, but not able to get to it. And now Cosmo trying to flick back out, but that'll be easily read by Cryptic. The offense has kind of slowed down for Columbia. I mean, you still established the 2-0 lead, and so ultimately a heavy advantage here. Game number 1, but still plenty of time here for Boise State to try and make adjustments. More so on the offensive side of the ball because their defense is cleaned up really nicely.
Yeah, we saw a very unfortunate start for Boise, but there hasn't been a goal since the first 18 seconds. Here's an opportunity for Baynock, but they don't quite find the corner. That one touched back across the front. Lions elects not to push as the third back, I think wisely so. It was a chance there they could have picked up a goal, but had they missed, that's guaranteed back the other way. Now Cosmic Flippy trying to guarantee one for themselves, passes off the back wall, and there's another diving touch by Cosmo Buster to keep that one clear. And again, to your point, we just see that quick opening burst out of Columbia College, and Boise has found a way to sort of shut it down. They're still getting a lot of threatening touches in front of Boise's net, but they haven't found the back of it since that opening salvo, and now Boise just needs to find a way to crack the code on the other end of the field, but doesn't have a lot of time to do it. 62 seconds left on this clock.
And Crows was up early with the pre-jump. They recognized it and tried to play it low with the fake, but weren't able to do much with it. Now Cryptic back out. Was looking for the double touch, but it'll be Cosmo with a great jump to handle things to the corner. Cosmic Flippy almost got to it, but he called his name earlier. He continues to impress. It's Baynock with another touch out of the zone as well. He'll grab the middle 100 boost. Left into the hands of Cosmo Buster, who will try to play corner, but Crows read that one all the way, and now Cryptic will play directly off that back wall. Missed by Baynock and followed up by Crow's shiny wings. So they break through yet again, this time the third time for Columbia College. And they have the commanding 1-0 lead that should just about do it for game number 1.
Yeah, this is something I've noticed a little bit with Baynock. When they are on, they are on. They are popping off, but it's a little bit streaky, a little bit hit or miss. They have a bit of a nasty habit of some missed touches like that one, and that's going to be an easy touch there for Columbia College to clean up, give themselves a 3-0 lead, and fairly well secure game number 1 in their favor. Remember, this is a best of 7, so plenty of time for Boise State to kind of settle in, get their feet under them, get off to the races here, but I'd like to see them get one for their own. Baynock will finish on that beautiful pass from the Lions.
Yeah, that was a great setup there at midfield, recognizing where the teammate was and doing the rest. Look at that touch back away from Cosmic Flippy, who was a little bit boost hungry there and got caught napping on it. 15 seconds remaining, and they get one back. So although game 1 will look to go the way of Columbia, maybe a step in the right direction here for Boise State.
That's huge for them to pick up this goal late. It's going to give them a little bit of momentum going into game number 2. Proves that they can make this team bleed. They're not shut out in game number 1. This could be deadly going back the other way. They need to not just get a goal in this game. They need to make it the last goal. Say, hey, we scored last, and you weren't able to do anything about it to answer back, which they succeeded in here. I do want to point out real quick something fun about this lobby. Not a lot of your standard kind of meta cars. Yeah, we had a Batmobile out there, but it was the Tumbler, not the typical plank Batmobile. We had, I believe that was a Zippy out of Crow's shiny wings. Very fun to see. Here in this conference championships, back to what matters. Look at these shot totals, 8 and 7. BSU keeping it very close despite a rocky start. This is a very competitive matchup if we can just see those little bit of missed touches in the defensive end cleaned up.
Definitely, I couldn't agree more. I do want to backtrack and talk about the cards too, because this isn't a typical choice from Cosmic Flippy. He used to work for Stay Plugged In as well, and he used nothing but the Octane consistently throughout his stay there. And to see him in the Batmobile, super interesting choice. I'm not sure if he used that same car in CRL or here in the NECC, but it seems to be working for him nonetheless. As yes, it is definitely an impressive start for them. Boise State looking to turn it around. Luckily for them, it will be a best of 7, so not a whole lot to panic about right now, especially when you're able to land and see one of your passing plays lands in game number 1. Yeah, it's going to be a tough uphill battle against Columbia, but also when you're doing the right things, eventually things will come through, including those goal scorings, the goals that are ever so important. So they'll look to stick with it here moving into game number 2.
Yeah, it was a beautiful passing play, too. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Just so clean upfield. That's got to be a feel-good at the end of game number 1. And hopefully it's enough feel-good going into game number 2 that BSU can bring a little bit of control back to this series.
So let's see if they can get the job done. As Cosmic will leave it in the hands of Crows. He'll start off in the corner and pressured by Baynock. As Cosmo Buster gets it around Cosmic Flippy. Again, try to use a sidewall, but a bit of a miscue there for Boise State, as they had 2 players on the ball. That'll allow Cryptic to get to it, but he plays it right back into the hands of Lions. They'll try to play forward. Cosmic Flippy off that back wall, read all the way by Cosmo Buster, who will try to leave it for Baynock to jump up on the play. Did not do so in time. So Columbia trying to get back out. Baynock looking for a bump out the back line. Couldn't accomplish much with it, but Baynock, quick way, good recognition from Cryptic in the midfield to get around that defender, and he has an opportunity from the ceiling, the follow-up shot as well, but just a little bit high.
I really like how Lions got off the back wall early, challenged that first shot super early and got into that shooting lane, and then Baynock touching it off the crossbar. This is dangerous. Nobody but blue in front of BSU's net, but somehow they get away with that one. A free opening 3-on-none in favor of Columbia College, and yet the scoreline still reads, oh, nope, not anymore. Cosmo Buster will clean that one up.
That was such a quick transition, such a quick play right here. Watch this pass. 1, 2. Cryptic left diving, guessing like a goaltender in soccer, you know, off of a penalty shot. You have to guess one way. It goes the other way. 1-0 game.
Well, that's exactly what BSU has needed. They are now 2 unanswered across the last 2 games and find themselves in their first lead of the series, just past 90 seconds into game number 2.
It'll be Cosmic Flippy off the sidewall. Lions able to play it back to a teammate. It's pushed out to center, maybe a little bit more than he preferred, but Baynock able to get to it nonetheless because nobody was pressing there for Columbia College. I think that's the recognition of this team to see that they like to just clear the ball out, those big hits like you just saw from Lions as well, where if you just play back, they really just play into your hands and you're able to get the next opportunity. But they played out.
Read.
A miscue, and Lions was all over that one. A 2-0 lead here for Boise State.
This has been very interesting. I've been noticing that both teams have been giving their opponents a good amount of space, which typically isn't something I'd like to see. I'd like to see a little bit more pressure up in the face of your opponent because both these teams, very, very capable mechanical players, very capable of setting up good passing plays, and the best way to shut that down is by shutting down the space. That being said, Boise takes advantage of it. They give space to Columbia College, and Columbia College falls for the trap, throws that one out in front, and Lions will dive on it to punish.
And now we'll try to get past, but Cryptic was able to shield it, and the angle works for him. It just finds its way into the back of the net, and they've cut the lead in half.
Great challenge by Cryptic. This is why it's just kind of never favorable to 50-50 in your defensive corner because there's no option for that ball to go anywhere but to your opponent's advantage. And this one, so to the advantage of Cryptic, it's going to go straight in. Baynock with an opportunity, throws it over top, and immediately answers back.
Wow, that's the answer you need, especially off a goal that's not quite drawn up the way against you. We saw an own goal to end the championship in the last one, and, you know, kind of an odd goal, and how do you bounce back from it? That's a good way to do it, which is that quick goal. So a 3-1 lead now. If you're just joining us, it is game number 2 here in this one. Boise State on top of this game 2, 3-1. Columbia does have the 1-0 lead in this best-of-7 championship series. As Crows will now settle down with a quick touch to Cryptic. We'll play it directly back to him with the give and go. And now using the sidewalls really has been the play for Columbia. So maybe, you know, keeping somebody on the side wall to read it. When a team likes to use the walls like this, the real adjustment is to, you know, kind of play ahead. And we saw that earlier from Lions as well with his nasty reads. I think it's one of the reasons they have an advantage. But Cryptic able to get one here. It'll be 3-2.
Just very clean, very well placed. Baynock drawn out of the net by necessity, but there's no one left. They were the last defender, and just not quite a quick enough rotation back to the net as that's just beautifully placed on net in that upper left 90 where there's no chance anyone's getting back in time.
Excellent placement has been the name of the game, whether it be passing or finishing for Columbia College. Now within 1, as Cosmic will make a turn. Cryptic was given an early Christmas present on that one as it was left directly to his name outside of the box. Now Crows will try to play across, but Baynock, the man on a mission, to try to get it back out. A rare miss here from Columbia. A chance for Baynock. He'll play it across, but no teammate available. Lions will play back in, and Cosmic thought somebody was back for him, but was not the case. And it'll be 4-2 Boise State off a miscue from Columbia College.
Oof, Cosmic Flippy throws that one out into the shooting lane. It's deep, but it's still very, very direct on net. Gives lots of options for the shooter to come in and throw that anywhere on net. And at this point, actually, it ends up not mattering because, like you said, no one flows in behind Cosmic. Crows my shiny wings. Excuse me. Trying to get one quick answer off the kickoff, but this one stays firmly in control of BSU as Cosmo Buster, slow roller down low, gets the defender to bite high and tucks an easy one in.
Yeah, look how patient he was and just legitimately knew that Cryptic was going to guess high. At this level of play, 9 times out of 10, it will go high unless you can read the play to begin with. So great recognition, great execution, and a 5-2 lead here for Boise State, who has looked much better, miles better in this game number 2 effort. Columbia got the better of them, but they didn't hang their heads. Again, just attributed to good coaching overall, and Boise State has built quite an immense program in their college, and they've been building ever since, and Rocket League is a large portion of their esports program as well. It's one of the reasons why you see the success that they have
Something
in
to
this
note
day and
here,
age.
I believe, is worth note is that Lions is also a fairly recently addition to this team. Cosmic Flippy just with an easy bouncer into the corner to bring this within 2.
Yeah, kind of shocked me a little bit as I think he got the flip reset, but he didn't use it because he knew it was going to bounce in and, put the defender in an awkward spot there, and mission accomplished. As now it'll be a 2-goal game here. And the way that Columbia can strike, I mean, not the end of the game by any means.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them score twice in 18 seconds, and they've got plenty of time now. There's an opportunity in a double dive out of the defenders. We'll keep that one clear downfield. Cosmo Buster on net, tries to throw that one up. Cryptic onto the back wall, takes this one clear. Not enough time left at this point for the comeback, as that's a solid shot opportunity on net, but it's too little, too late, as Cosmo Buster gets the Savior medal to secure this, tie the series up for BSU.
I have been impressed by Boise State, and I didn't count them out in the last game that I saw them, which was the last day of the regular season. But I maybe not giving them enough credit. Either way, both nights, this team has come to play, beating Columbia College, who I've been talking about so much, and able to do so with ease. And one of the reasons that they were so successful is they put the defense in an awkward spot. Didn't matter who was on the back line and win, because Cryptic is definitely one of the stronger players on this team. All 3 of them, obviously incredible players, but from a defensive standpoint, mechanical standpoint, and reading the play, Cryptic has got it all. And to put him in an awkward spot and expose that is super rare, super difficult to do, and yet Boise State was able to do so and make it look easy in this game number 2.
Yeah, I want to point out a couple of things here. So as I was saying before that last little rally there, Lions is a fairly recent addition to this BSU team, and usually a predictor of success is teams that have played together for a long time. So for BSU to bring in a new player and finding this level of success, that's awesome to see. The other thing I want to point out, though, is you talked about Cryptic. Cryptic had 7 shots on net. It combined 3 out of their teammates. On the BSU side, 3, 3, and 2. That's part of why BSU is finding so much success, is every single player is an offensive threat. You can't write off any of them. If you can know where the shots are going to come from out of a team, you can shut those shots down. You can always be looking for that kind of read, and BSU just threatening all the way up and down the field.
Definitely. Absolutely agree with your point. The thing is, Columbia College, when they're clicking, all 3 of these players can be massively big on the offensive side of the ball, especially shooting and shooting percentage. It's one of the reasons why they're so successful in CRL. But you're right, in this instance, in this series, Boise State has gotten the better of the 2 teams, and it shows. At least in that game number 2, as we are tied at 1 in the series. If you're just joining us, it is game number 3. Great pass across. Cosmic Flippy goes just high with it. And although they're bumping each other on the defensive side, not quite able to capitalize. As Cosmic will look to play it back in, but Cosmo with the big clear out of the zone. And looking to turn on it now is Cryptic. Trying to locate Crow, but the pass just a little bit too hot to handle and right back in their zone.
What I want to point out about that shot opportunity out of Columbia College is not only did Cosmic Flippy put it high, but they did have an opportunity for a clean double touch over top. Would have been a great way to open up this game, especially after dropping the last one to BSU in fairly commanding fashion. But Cryptic in the follow-through off the pass falls down on top as Baynock can't quite get the angle back to secure an open net goal, but it's just a little bit too awkward. Lions tries to throw one on, touched away by Cosmic Flippy, and about the most even we've seen these 2 teams since the back half of game number 1.
Yeah, you're right. I haven't seen a whole lot of goal scoring. The first game was a little bit of a different story here, but good to see the defenses step up both ways. As Cosmic Flippy will pop the ball out into the corner where Baynock, great patience there to try to bait Cryptic in. It worked. The Crows with some quick support here for Columbia. And Cosmo looked like he was about to miss that one, and Cosmic Flippy almost made him pay for it. The thing is, wasn't able to get a touch off that corner, and now Lions directly back out of the zone. Trying to trap it, though, is Cosmic Flippy right in the hands of Baynock, and he reads it and puts it in. 1-0 Boise State.
Reads it impeccably. Baynock off the wall early to be there for Cosmic Flippy's touch and takes advantage of, Columbia College trying to press upfield, and they get one touch on the way back, but it's a consolation touch, as there's nothing going to stop that ball from finding the back of the net. Cosmic Flippy trying to answer back, and will right on the kickoff, 1-1, just as fast as you could see one happen.
Yeah, we saw this as in the last series as Fanshawe, every time one team, every time the opposing team would get a goal, they would put it right back in. Their kickoffs were absolutely filthy. And for Columbia College, that is a big part of their game. One of the things that they've been working on almost, for a good portion, right, of their development and gameplay. Because once they get going, they're obviously super effective. But off the kickoffs, they definitely wanted to get stronger in that regards, and it shows here in this one, Lars.
Good pass to center and good pressure out of Columbia College, but Baynock does a great control touch out to the corner. That's something that I shouldn't say we. I'm not gonna drag you into the criticism train here, but that's something that I criticized Boise a little bit for early. Oh, Cosmic Flippy. Where have we come back to that point? Cosmic Flippy just gets a really clean touch out of the corner here.
Yeah, look at that angle, that touch, and then landing. The recovery on the wall was almost the most impressive thing of that entire play. If you don't land like that, you don't get the next touch. You allow the defense to come across. Impressive goal, 2-1.
Well, what I was trying to say is something I criticized Boise for early is they would get defensive touches, but then leave them in the shooting lane. That's something they've done much better with here through the last couple of games, is getting them into safer positions off those defensive touches. Now we're just seeing where maybe they miss some of those defensive touches to begin with and don't have the opportunity to clear it away.
Yeah. And Columbia able to take the 2-1 lead here in game number 3. This one will fall into the corner, into the waiting hands of Cryptic, as he'll push and get the 100 boost from the defense, as Baynock is just forced to try and make a play. Unfortunately, he gave it right away to Cosmic Flippy. We'll use the back wall as Crow's shiny wing, but Cryptic was kind of confused by it and waited just a tick before he jumped up on the play himself. Cosmic looks to find the angle. Cryptic with a bump off of the defender to try and clear up some space, but nothing really doing with that one, and so Cryptic will play at 50. Lions shot on Crows. Not fooled by that at all. So Cryptic will play back in the zone. Cryptic's speed is just second to none. Whenever he wants to get a ball, he will. But Cosmic Flippy just as fast, and he'll make it 3-1 Columbia College.
Man, Cosmic Flippy, what a fitting name, because man, was that flip Cosmic, getting back around to that one awkwardly, but into the corner nonetheless. Defense can't get the read, and that's 3-1 in favor of Columbia College. Great turn after dropping game number 2 fairly handily, but still 60 seconds left for Boise to grab a couple of goals here, force the overtime, and try to make a comeback. You have to find a way to get through a very solid defensive rotation, though, as Columbia College has done an excellent job of preventing any real shooting opportunities from developing.
Yeah, the communication's always on point, and they come in with this strategy. It's like you talked about the difference between, just now acquiring a teammate versus having these teammates around for a while, and plenty of high-stakes competitions that this Columbia team has been in. Is look at that turn and play in from Cryptic. Just another indication of a team that's been together for so long, as where each other are. That was a good find there at the midfield.
And just a beautiful soft touch, too. Angling the card just perfect. Doesn't need to flip or jump into it. Doesn't do anything extra that could threaten to throw that off. Knows the defense isn't home to pick that one up. And just a beautiful transition play. Great recognition of a change in momentum at a Cryptic to get that turn off early and put themselves in a solid position to more or less guarantee game number 2 in their favor. Game number 3, caster map, can't count.
All good. It happened to be previously, so, absolutely caster map. Confirmed. Well, this one will go in the hands of Columbia, like you mentioned. It'll be a 2-1 game. Series, rather. As they have just done everything right for Columbia, except for in that game number 2. Boise State knows how to beat this team, but it's way easier said than done when they play with the speed and confidence that they do play with. In this case, you said you had mentioned that Columbia, didn't quite have everybody involved in the game too when it came to the scoring sheet, or trying to at least develop plays in order to get on the scoring sheets.
Mhm.
Well, this time around, a little bit of a different story here, as 6-3-2 on the shot count this time.
Yeah, 6-3-2, and pointedly that 2 belonging to Cryptic. And also important as far as shot counts go, BSU 1-0-2. That is kind of a critical failure on the side of Boise. They didn't find any shooting lanes, any shooting opportunities. And credit to Columbia College for shutting down those shooting opportunities, preventing any of that from developing. But if you're going to take down this team, you have to find those shooting opportunities. You have to bring the pressure upfield, and you have to make their defense awkward.
Absolutely. And I think, the way that they did that in previous games, aka game 2, was, the dump and chase strategy. Just put it off their back wall. That being said, the adjustment's been made from Columbia. So what do you do now that they're guarding the back wall, that they have this on lock? And now I would argue quick passing. You got to find the middle of the field. You know that Columbia likes the walls. They like using the walls to get passes across. Why not use the middle of the field to find your passes, right? You've seen it from Columbia College. Would like to see the same thing here for Boise State if they want to even the series here in this game number 4.
The other thing that I think has been critically missing from this series as a whole on both sides of the field is the bump and demo play. Not nearly enough physicality out of either of these teams as you try to disrupt both solid rotational teams. One of the great ways to do it is with a big bump, a big demo, and just remove a player from the rotation. And very suddenly the players go from going to need to play 3s to 2s and then back to 3s in a rapid transition that can be very jarring to a solid team.
Can kind of throw you off your game a little bit, can it? And the Lions will now look to try to settle. Osmic wasn't able to do a whole lot with it. Now you see a little bit of hesitation there from the Columbia defense as they decide who wants to go next in their comms. Eventually they figure it out before any pressure was given. So Boise State maybe needing to challenge a little bit more, because if you're able to put them in the awkward spots like you were talking about, that's fine. But you have to find a way to expose it as well.
So far, only 1 shot on net. Credit to Cryptic, Columbia College. But that being said, Columbia College finding themselves on the back foot, playing a lot of defense here. Finally get this one cleared downfield, and it's immediately returned. Baydock with an opportunity. It's to the far corner. And oh my goodness, what a touch away. It's a beautiful opportunity. Another one here for Lions, and they'll finish that off. But oh man, Crow's shiny wings with that first save to keep this play alive just a little bit longer. Absolutely incredible. And unfortunately for Columbia College, they get a little scrambled in the transition back, and BSU will find the first.
Excellent initial save. Excellent save. But Boise State, that's stepping up and sticking with the play, as you could have gotten very frustrated. That being said, sticking with the play is Columbia College. And I talked about their kickoffs, and yet again, another quick answer here. And Columbia College evens things before you can even bat an eye.
A little bit of a mistouch out of Cosmo Buster here as they touched that one off the wall, and they really needed to make a choice there. Either keep that one close and be able to 50 quickly as the challenger comes up, or absolutely crush it downfield. And unfortunately for BSU, they'll elect to just pop it out into the mid. A little bit too awkward, too far to do anything with. And it's a quick punish out of Columbia College, who's now got the wind beneath their wings. They're feeling hot, and they're looking for a little bit extra to take game number 4 as well.
Beneath their crow's shiny wings, some would say. As Baynock looking to play down the field. You don't have to acknowledge my terrible joke.
This is the worst part of casting, is casters doing that. And I will admit, I'm also very, very guilty, but it's hands down the worst part of casting.
Oh, 100%. I don't disagree by any means. Either way, we digress. It'll be Cosmic Flippy from the sidewall. Oh, great musty flick to get past one. It's off that back wall. The waterfall not quite read by Crow's Shiny Wings, but Cosmic Flippy with a great job to try to set up his team and almost did it.
We'll see Columbia College finding good offensive pressure. It started with BSU throwing lots of pressure down towards that blue net. Now let's come back the other way, as Columbia College has been kind of crushing in the offensive zone. That midfield presence, excellent. That one's just high and off the corner. And Lions will clear that one away, at least for the time being, as Boise continues to struggle to get this ball upfield. That one, oh, it's just off the post. A couple of beautiful opportunities for Columbia College. And at this point, I'm not a huge fan of dump and chase, but Boise just needs some breathing room.
Anything will do. As, you know, this team reminds me of the Charlotte Phoenix Columbia does, with their passing right in the middle of the field in that quick fashion. And if they miss one, the third man's already in the spot that they know they're going to be in order to create another quick chance. And that is so hard to defend. But Boise did a great job to get out of harm's way for now and keep it tied. As Columbia striking another pass. Oh, just a little bit too hot to handle again for Cosmic Flippy. Cryptic looking for Cosmic Flippy himself. But what a play there from Beanock, as it'll work out. He gets a goal there with the flip reset 2-1 for Boise State.
Oh, playing all the way down the field, corner to net. Absolutely incredible out of Beanock. And I was just thinking to myself, you know, Boise needs to get this ball clear. You see teams every once in a while will soak up tons of offensive pressure and then somehow eke out a win, but it's rare. And even as I'm thinking that, as I'm getting ready for that throw and to pick up the commentary, we see Boise soak up pressure and then take the lead.
Definitely a good sign as well for Boise State here is that, you know, Columbia College didn't score 5 seconds later, because that has been a regular doing, as they know how to strike quick and get that answer as well. As now they're down to 57 seconds left. And Boise State, if they hold on, they would be able to make it an even series. But that's a great passing play yet again. But it's countered now by Cosmo as he's on the backtrack. Cryptic now a touch. Lions. Nobody back here. An easy tap. And no, they miss. Oh, Baynock. How? Oh, that's so unfortunate. And a missed opportunity here will allow Columbia right back into the picture. But Cosmic misses an easy one. So this shot backing in. Oh, you wanted to bury that one because you know Columbia's going to be striking here in the last 23 seconds.
I think what happens there, and this is one of the advantages of being a very, very solid rotational defense, is just a little bit of panic on the side of Boise. They're not used to getting open net opportunities. That one's barred down. It's still out, and there's the finish for Cosmic Flippy.
Oh, we knew it was coming. And that's why you wanted to finish that one. Unfortunate, Boise State, you just have to shake it off. At this point, there's nothing else you can do but look forward. They'll need to do so, as with 9 seconds left. Remember, it's just a tie game, too, so it's not like Columbia took the lead or anything. You can take it right back on a mission, but you got to be careful with Columbia's deadly kickoffs. As Crows back up off the corner, they're in a compromising position. As Cosmic Flippy will go right back to the center of the field. Off the back wall, Crows, a shot on, but Cosmo was ready for that one. Great defense. We have ourselves overtime.
Our first overtime, I believe, of this series, and at kind of a critical juncture here. This is Columbia College looking to put themselves on match point and threaten to end Boise's season early here before taking this one to Game 7. Boise looking to tie up the series, needs a goal here in overtime to keep this one a fairly even matchup between these two teams. And even as I say that, we see tons of offensive pressure out of Columbia College, and Boise on the back foot yet again. Though the last time we saw them in this position, they found a way to turn around and score. That one's a shot on net. No one's there, and Cosmic Flippy ends this one 31 seconds into overtime.
Well, match point it is, as Crows got up to that one very quickly. And although missed the double touch, looked like he was trying for it, Cosmic did not miss that put in. While the shot didn't have a lot of velocity, everybody had their eyes on Crow's shiny wings as he went up for that ball. And so an easy tap in. You don't have to be too fancy, like you say. I've heard you say multiple times, Lars. No need to do anything extra. We saw it on a redirect down the field earlier in the series as well, where it's just, you know, all you have to do is pop it and put it in the back of the net. Nothing fancy. They misread the miss. You put it in the back of the net. Columbia College, I think their simplicity actually favors them. We know they have mechanics. We've seen flip resets. We've seen multiple other mechanics being thrown at them as well. But Columbia College just one game off of the championship.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not necessary, don't risk it. How many games have been lost because someone wanted to add a little bit of flair to a touch? I do want to go back to what I was trying to say before that last second goal out of Columbia College, and that's one of the advantages Columbia College has generated for themselves is being a very solid defensive rotation. The BSU is just not used to having open net opportunities. So it creates kind of a sense of panic because they see an open net, but in the back of their head, they're thinking, okay, where's the defender? Because there's got to be one. Columbia College has done such an excellent job of being in a defensive possession the entire series. So seeing that open net, it's almost like a cognitive dissonance of, no, it's not open. So they force the shot, they get a little bit too eager, and it rips off the post. And unfortunately, they'll drop the game, find themselves on match point against Columbia College.
And that's what a fast team will do to your mental state as well. Like you mentioned, Columbia College has been there rotationally, and when they're not, it kind of messes with you a little bit. And I definitely agree with that. There's no doubts. And, when they're a fast team like that as well, it kind of forces you into decision makings a little bit too quickly. And so when you are in that state of being, it's so difficult to try to calm down, make the right decision, and a bit of patience might do them favors until Cryptic steps up and forces you to make a decision yet again, maybe a little bit faster than you want. As we are underway with game number 5 now. And Columbia already knocking on the doorstep. In fact, it'll be a little bit of a chip shot there from Cosmic Flippy, and he'll put Columbia College up 1-0.
Oh, man, they just got Boise very scrambled here as Lions isn't sure what to do with that. I think they were low on boost, can't get up in time, and there's no one back in defense. They never had a chance to set up a defensive rotation. The onslaught right off the bat crushing out of Columbia College, and it keeps Boise scrambling until eventually they find the back of the net. Lions with an opportunity, great read off the ceiling. You like to see that. It's an early challenge against a team that's been given a lot of space.
Yeah, and they continue to press.
Oh my goodness.
How did Cosmic Flippy get away from that bump attempt? Because I thought the same thing. I was convinced he made contact with the defender, but he did not.
I heard it. I heard the cars hit each other, and that was dead to rights. And they got the bump on the defender. It's on net. That's it. That's game over. That's going to be a goal for BSU. And somehow Cosmic Flippy, I think they still had their flip. I think they flipped back down towards that and find themselves with a save. That's absolutely wild.
We were talking about Cosmic Flippy's recoveries on one of the points, but look out, Lions able to tie it at 1 with 3:40 remaining.
Oh, wow. Cosmic Flippy tries to play this one off the ceiling. Cosmo Buster does an excellent job of reading it and cross. I will never not mess up that name. Crow's Shiny Wings misses the touch off the back wall to leave that open net here for BSU and an open door for them to tie this game up.
Man, that was a bit of a mistake. You don't see Crow's Shiny Wings miss a lot of those. Now tries to return the favor. What a pass up to Cosmic Flippy. He was ready in the box, and they'll regain that lead yet again so quickly. It takes them about 10 seconds, 15 seconds max in order to answer these goals. It's insane.
I mean, you're seeing why this is the #1 seed right here, because the Boise State team is really, really kind of scary good. Yeah. And they're getting a little bit bodied right now by Columbia College. Every time Boise finds some sort of advantage, every time they find some sort of look towards the Columbia College net, A, Columbia College shuts down that lane, and B, will immediately answer back within 10, 15 seconds after the kickoff. It's absolutely wild, and it shows why this team's in the spot that they are. It also shows why I'm a big proponent of when you saw Crow's Shiny Wings, hey, I got it. Throw that one high off the back wall. I love to see that. Don't put it on net because you could see the defense bite on that. They go up to try to get that touch, and it draws them away from the net for that follow-up opportunity as Cosmic Flippy will throw that one perhaps a little over-eagerly into the back wall.
He got a little ahead of himself. That is a good transition shot, though, and a good save as Lions will play it back towards the back wall, but Crow's Shiny Wings ran it all the way, trying to get another touch. Almost did, but just ran out of boost. He had 12 in the tank. He might have been able to make something happen with that one. But instead, it'll be Lions trying for the ground pinch. Cryptic read it all the way. And now Cosmic. Sorry, that was Cosmo, but not able to do much with it anyways. Pardon, as Cosmic Flippy back down to Crows, and the passing continues here from Columbia College. I think you're right. Boise State's done a great job of recognizing the passes and cutting them off. And when you're playing and doing everything right, just about everything right, and Columbia College still finds a way, it's so difficult. Another passing play. What a save from Baynock! As they had put it behind the defender, but somehow find a way to make that save.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm continuously impressed with how good Boise is. And to see them struggling against this team is absolutely wild. Cosmic Flippy with the carryover. Lions does a good job getting up early, and Cosmo Buster touches that one awkwardly out front. Baynock with a huge back check bump, and it doesn't work out as that bump gives the speed necessary to drive into the net and open it up.
Oh, you can see the frustration now from Boise State. A couple of demos even after the gameplay there. Reminds you of a little bit of a fight or a bumping thing after a hockey play is done, right?
I just played hockey last night, and I don't want to talk about it. It's too close to home.
There you go. You
But
get
to
what
your
I'm talking
point,
about.
yes, I
This
know
guy knows.
exactly what you're talking about.
A little rough around the edges after a play happens.
Oh,
I've been
yeah.
there as well, my good friend. And
Oh,
now
my
Columbia College
goodness.
looking to try and close things out. A minute 19 remains here in this game number 5. Columbia College, just that amount of time to close it out. Cryptic from the back wall. Oh, he almost did it. But it's still up for grabs, and Cosmic is up for it as well. We'll try to get the follow-up, but Baynock able to clear it out, but it's only temporary. Cosmic now styling with Cryptic in the air. Crows with the fake, almost gets the flick as well, and Columbia College feeling it now.
Oh yeah, Columbia College just feels more and more comfortable here. I can almost feel the light draining out of Boise's eyes, as they don't seem to have any real energy in this game left. And maybe that's just credit to Columbia College for being so dominant at the moment that you can't tell. But we really need to see Boise turn it around. Here's an opportunity. It's an open net, and Baydock hits the post. Lions will finish that one off, bringing this within 1. It's not game over yet. 28 seconds, plenty of time, but against a team that scores so consistently on kickoffs.
Again, if you're backed by Boise State and the program they've developed there, you're never out of a game, out of a series until the final whistle. And sure enough, with 28 seconds left, they're back within 1. Can't say I'm surprised. Maybe a little bit, because Columbia looks so confident. They were trying to style on Boise State, and Boise State's not going to give up. But they only have this final push. It'll be Lions. Will look to play out, but Cryptic able to shield that one. The wall gets a raid too off the crossbar. Otherwise, that was a numbers game in favor of Boise State, but instead Cryptic just keeping it away for now. But Lions, 2 seconds left. Quick pop, but Cosmic Flippy will get a big, giant hit out of the zone. Cosmo trying to keep it up. Wolf for the time being. It'll be over to Baynock, who tries to keep it alive. This one's going to get play right behind the defense, where Lions gets one touch. Cosmo, a little bit of a follow-up, but Cosmic Flippy hits crossbar and down, and Columbia College is your champions for their division as they come out firing and will win at Champion Scion.
Wow, that is it's unfortunately kind of a fitting end to the way that last game went, as they will find that 0-second goal to absolutely secure that game. And oh my goodness, Cosmic Flippy, 5 saves, 5 shots, 3 goals, a force to be reckoned with here on this pitch. Absolutely incredible. You love to see it, and it's a great showing out of Columbia College, because as I've stated again and again and again, Boise is a really, really good team, and Columbia College just made a deep threat to whoever they're going to face in the finals here.
Yeah, and Boise State, came into this in the playoffs, I believe, at 4-3, if the pages are accurate. And it's first of all a tough division, so that doesn't mean anything. Number 2, they were playing hot. Like, they led into the like I said, I saw the regular season finale, and they played super well. And to make their way into the finals after a season that didn't quite go the way that you wanted it to, right? You want to be a little bit in the upper level, but they still did an impressive job, and they were a team on a mission. They were the hot team out of the 2, but Columbia College, again, they were undefeated all the way through. So both teams were incredibly hot, and so it's no surprise to me that every game was super close.
Yeah, I mean, 2 very solid teams. Congratulations to Columbia College, and GG's to Boise. What a showing. Love to see it. We are going to take a short break, a quick little intermission, and when we come back, we may or may not be having an interview here for you. We'll let you know in just a minute.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Network. Again, alongside Lars, my name is Bearlights, and we have joining us one of the champions here. It is Cryptic from Team at Columbia College, who just won their division. Congratulations first goes out to you, Cryptic.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. And so a well-rounded performance. Boise State, an absolutely stellar team in those regards. You still came out there and outsped them in every single way, in every shape and form. And you're passing really on points tonight. Is it always that on points? Do you look for those midfield passes? Is that part of your typical strategy? And how did you make them so effective in this series?
We try our best to pass a lot to each other. Sometimes we do better solo playing, but I feel like tonight with the way they played, they demo chased. I feel like whenever one of them started going for a demo, we decided it was probably best to just infield pass and we would most likely score, and that's what we did, and it worked out pretty well.
How incredibly useful is it to have two players alongside you in Cosmic Flippy and Crow Shiny Wings who can match that speed, match that energy? How important is that to a team to go undefeated like you guys did?
It is great because we all have competitive experience, especially Crow, because he plays in a lot of like pro tournaments with pro players. He played with like Daniel and Stealth, but it feels really nice because we have our like own playstyle. Crow usually goes for like demos. I usually go for like either the shot or like the solo play, and Kai is usually like the middleman. He's either going for demos too, or he is just waiting for my pass. So I feel like with competitive like skill with each other, it just works out very well. So like we're able to just beat anyone because we have the most competitive experience right now.
Definitely. Makes a whole lot of sense and showed on the field. There's no doubt about it. Lars, I'll toss it over to you.
Well, I do have to ask. I got to be that guy. What happened? Game number 2. Boise came out and they won it reasonably handily, and that just felt anomalous for the series.
We were making a lot of mistakes, and also our internet was making a lot of mistakes at the same time. But we can't really be blaming that on the internet too. Like we individually each made plenty of mistakes that game, and it just costed us. But we brought it back the next 3 games and won it.
Yeah, you guys felt like you were looking very comfortable towards the end of that last game, and I think you were looking for a little bit more style, a little bit more flash, and I mean, could you speak to that, or was that just you're just feeling the vibe, feeling the flow?
Once I saw like they kept on like demo chasing more and more like further into the series, I just decided. I told in comms, I was like, I'm just gonna ball chase, and I just started playing as fast as possible, and it looked like it worked. So.
Is there any other way to play? The ball chase.
Wait, you're not supposed to just go for the ball all the time mindlessly? This is news to me. Oh boy. Well, that's going to do it for me. Congratulations again, and I'll let Bearlight finish you out here.
Definitely. Shout outs as well for you, Cryptic. Any shout outs you want to give?
Oh, so I gotta shout out the team, Cosmic Flippy and Crow. They're the reason why we won this. Gotta shout out my mom. She's watching right now. B Block, if they're here watching. And well, that's about it.
Awesome. Well, you all have a bright future ahead of you. Like I mentioned, you all are a very young team too. Obviously, Crow's a senior that transferred over, so he might be gone next year, but definitely somebody to build around with you and Cosmic Flippy. You, him, and Crow Shiny Wings definitely put things together. So again, congratulations and thank you for joining us, Cryptic.
Yep, thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be right back on the NECC Network. Don't go anywhere. It's a quick break.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to NECC for Conference Championships. Now, moving over to the Challengers Yellow Conference, we got the HCC Dragons versus the Durham Lords. My name is Lars, and I'll be bringing you the action here with the one, the only, the Stage. Thoughts, questions, concerns, comments, hopes, and/or dreams.
I just can't wait to see a number 1 seed. And this is a fan favorite team too here in HCC. Logs and Trees, Noble, in fact, and Arrow, I believe, is going to be their active roster. Almost undefeated in the regular season, but more than that, they're kind of Twitch fan favorites. So we got to see if the energy holds out that way. But at the same time, I'm not going to discount the lower seed here. This is a number 6 seed team, but earlier today, in the Navigators League, we had the number 8 seed, the lowest seed going into the playoffs, take it all. So the numbers don't mean a thing here. This is why it's the playoffs. This is why it's exciting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can look at season records all day long, but none of it matters. You could be a million, 0 in a million. As long as you make playoffs, the only thing that matters is your playoff record. And so far, both these teams find themselves in the conference finals, looking to vie for that championship crown. See them get ready to get on the field and get going here. Drew's Clues, Benolds, and Fluffy, I believe. Yeah, that's the 3 against Noble, Logs and Trees, and Arrow. 5 minutes on the clock. We are underway.
Already taking this one away. Drew's Clues run up the wall, but Arrow intercepts out to the corner, taking it low. Yeah. Logs and Trees is back, has to push this one away, out to the wall, up to Noble, and out towards Arrow. Drew's Clues once again intercepting this one. A little bit of team play there from Durham, but it's not enough to start this one up just yet. Fluffy takes up the corner and serves it directly to member, but bullet shot, not quite enough to go through the defense. Drew's Clues continuing to push. Arrow has to get it away and does right off the goal line, but the pressure is not breaking yet. Going over top, Logs and Trees dive bombing down with it, but not getting it past Benolds, who does save it off the crossbar once more. Fluffy trying to get it out of DC's territory. Are they going to finally get some breathing room? Looks like the case is they get one lob shot over top and split the defenders, put one on the board.
Durham College first to strike here after a quick back and forth. Fluffy over the top, taking one. We spent a little bit of time, a little bit of a side note here, a little bit of time in the last series talking about kind of the ages of these teams, and fairly similar to last series is it's for the most part a lot of very young players. 1 freshman, 3 sophomores on the side of the Dragons. And then 1 sophomore, 1 freshman, 2 freshmen, and a senior on the side of Durham. It's a very similar kind of composition as what we've seen already, and teams that'll be around for a while, hopefully, as these players have time to develop and grow together and become very dominant forces in these leagues.
Now, I do believe that both of these teams, this is their second NECC season. I recognize some of these names from last season. I know that Howard Community College have definitely done 1 season previous. Nice defense there on the goal line as Drew's Clues, another NECC veteran holding the line. Benolds this time the savior on the goal line. DC still trying to get this out and finally getting it past 1. They've already got the goal on the board, making the statement as the lower seeded team. Drew's Clues, a little bit of airborne collision there. Benolds out to their own corner. But I think this veterancy is really turning this one into a barn burner, as both these teams do have a decent amount of experience playing with each other. And that should just lead to really high-quality Rocket League, just like you and Bear were talking about last series.
Glad you were paying attention. Hey, someone listens to the things I say. It's crazy. It's almost as if I try to say them for people. That one, a good shot on that. Arrow will clear that one away. However, that good pass out to Logs and Trees. He tries to throw this one upfield, and Drew's Clues will be the only one there to collect. Some quick transition play out of both these teams, and finally see a little bit of that physicality come out as Noble will demo a defender, but nothing doing. There's no one there to take advantage of it.
Arrow off the backboard, gets it across, sends it over to Noble. Really having a tough time for Howard Community College getting any big credible threats on target. They can keep it in the territory of DC, but that's the first time they get a clean shooting lane. However, it's broken up by Benolds, and the defense here is standing strong for Durham.
Good
Now?
touch through the corner as Durham is trying to get this one back. Excuse me, HCC trying to get this one back. It's just that one quick shot. That's the difference. Is a big demo to open up the net. No one's gonna, but it will be Bennells to clear this one away. HCC
Ooh, good center ball.
There's the pass to center to clean it up.
That's what you need right there. Arrow and Logs and Trees, they find their connection. That's a tough play off the corner. It's a great read on that bounce. And then Logs and Trees just gets to put it away. We ain't got to worry about that when you already have a clean center ball.
That's why the passing game is so critical. And the repeat pressure. I mean, that developed off the back of a couple of opportunities on the side of HCC as they get this one down and put a few shots, few touches through the offensive zone. Here's another one out in front of the net as Fluffy touches that up over top. Arrow is there quickly trying to put this one down. That one's off the back wall, and Logs and Trees cleans it up.
Yeah, clean off the ceiling. One of the things that we do see here a lot from this HCC squad is they are pummeling the net. 11 shots on goal. Eventually something's got to go through, and in that case it does to bring that lead forward.
I think something to note here is how quick that transition was for HCC, spending a good amount of time down against Durham, 1-0. In about 30 seconds, they flipped the script and put themselves up by 1. And unlike the last series, we've now seen both teams have the lead here in game number 1. Well, HCC has had to play from behind so far and has found success doing it. 66 seconds left on the clock as Durham looks to strike back and tie this one back up.
Demo play not yielding a goal yet, but it is just going to start trying to stretch the defense, put a little bit of pressure onto Durham. Durham, who's been having a really hard time finding shots, only getting 1 to the back of the net and 3 on target so far, on frame. They're being constantly pressured, constantly forced to defend. It's not the way that you win a game of Rocket League, but it is certainly a strategy in some cases. Just off the crossbar. HCC continuing to pummel it, just wanting to put pressure on the entire rest of this game. Noble stealing that away, puts it in towards center. Bennell just knocks it out to the corner again. No clear coming out, though, as Logs and Trees keeps the pressure up, and that is on to bar and in.
Great pressure right now out of HCC, and we've seen teams be able to soak up pressure and find success on the backside of it with quick breakout transition plays and big sends downfield as the attackers get frustrated with a lack of goals and they get sucked upfield, put themselves out of position. Not the case here. HCC just good, solid pressure until eventually they get what they want and they find the back of the net. Noble trying to put another one on, but a great save out of Drew's Clues as they dive across the top of the net.
That pressure over, just barely off frame there from Drew's Clues on the counterattack. However, even with that, it would have been too little too late, as we do have the end of game 1, and we do have number 1 seed HCC going up 1 game in the series so far.
Something to credit to Durham here is they made HCC bleed in game number 1. That's so critically important to not get shut out early, to be able to come out here and be competitive off the bat. They kept it, speaking of being competitive, within 2, despite soaking up 14 shots to 4 out of Durham. And when you have that kind of shot differential, you would expect to see a much larger differential on the scoreline. Not the case here. HCC only finds the net 3 times despite that crushing pressure. Now, as much as that's a good look for Durham to be able to hang in despite that pressure, they need to find a way to alleviate that pressure, because they can hang close with that kind of pressure, but they can't win unless they find a way to break it and bring it back down the other way.
I feel like it's a big steam valve that you've got going on right now, where Durham is just constantly having heat thrown into their steam engine. They're constantly just having pressure adding up and adding up and adding up, and those goals are the explosions when they can't vent enough. That's what they need, to find a way to vent that steam away, get something downfield, get a little bit of room to at least grab some boost. But right now, that's not happening. It's just it's going to turn into the house from The Shining.
Not a movie I've seen, so it's not a reference that I can hang with. I don't do horror very well.
I guess I'm a little bit old here. All right, Bennell's out on the corner though, looking to send that one infield. Nobody comes away with it. A little bit of aerial whiffs. However, Drew's Clues has to come across as Logs and Trees puts one on frame. Not in target yet, but that's a tough clear, and Logs and Trees will be there for the punish. Goes them right across center field. Arrow.
HCC continues to roll here. That makes now 4 unanswered in favor of HCC, and that's dangerous territory for Durham. They find themselves on the back foot early in game number 2, and it's a game where they critically needed to get off to a hot start to try to bring this series back under control. As Arrow throws this one up over top and sticks with it. Like to see them staying close behind the ball. Even if you don't have a good chance to get it forward, you at least have a good chance to win a 50 and not allow your opponent to come right back the other way.
I like a lot of the things that Durham's doing tactically here. They're getting a little bit aggressive. They tried to cheat on the kickoff there. It's just not panning out for them yet, but hopefully just some of these changes in tactics are going to result in a favorable outcome. But right now, they're pinned back into their own half again, struggling to find the clear as Logs and Trees pins them in. Finally, Drew's Clues gets a good touch out to the pass, and beautiful upper 90 from Benolds.
Oh, that's absolutely gorgeous. Logs and Trees a little bit overplays their hand into the wall, and Benolds finds the touch there. Noble not ready for that pass to shot. Beautiful coordination, beautiful communication between these two teams, and excellent execution as they find the back of the net and tie this one up. Important goal, but now we need to see Durham get some very solid control of this game. I'd love to see them score 2-3 more times unanswered to really cement their ability to stand in with this HCC #1 seed.
A lot of aggression here from Durham. They found their footing, looking for a shot just wide of frame. Benolds steals the boost and puts that in towards center. Has to get a desperation save out now, but Fluffy missing that one puts a lot of pressure. Benolds has to race back, puts it into his own corner. Now everyone is back on the side of Durham, and they're struggling to get it out again, trickling in towards net. Arrow's just going to have that one, but that was all Noble for the setup.
That's not the place you want to find yourself in if you are Durham, because that's a relatively free goal to HCC, and a team that's this solid in this conference. You can't be allowing them to have relatively free goals. You need to make them work and sweat for every single one. But as it stands, HCC will reclaim the lead 2-1 as we come up on about 2 minutes gone here in game number 2.
Logs and Trees pressuring the goal a little bit. Double demo. Arrow pops it out to center, but Drew's Clues is there to take it away for Durham. Noble catches out to Benolds, and that is on target for the equalizer.
See this one stay competitive. Great pass upfield. Noble, a little bit of an awkward touch, and that's right down into that shooting lane. I mean, especially here on Neo Tokyo, you can see there's an actual lane that denotes where those shots should be coming from. They take full advantage of it, and they will punish here. Tie this one up just shy of the 2-minute mark, and as much as this isn't the level of control I'd like to see out of Durham, they are hanging tough here with this HCC team.
Like I said, it feels like a tactical change. What a save there from Fluffy, saving themselves from the bump. Drew off the back wall, but Arrow's there, puts it in towards frame again. A little bit of demo play on the back line. Logs and Trees sets up again. Drew's Clues gets it away. Noble continuing, but not going to be a credible threat. Not in that fast lane down the center just yet. Nice shot from Fluffy, but there is Logs and Trees there to pick it up. Sends out towards Arrow, intercepted. Sent it to the back wall. Noble picking that up. HCC just going to take a little bit of time here. I feel like they're playing very relaxed at the moment. Not super aggressive, not super high tempo, just playing their own game. But with Noble missing, that could be a problem.
Ooh, this one, a shot opportunity down on net, but Drew's Clues can't find the accuracy as Benolds finds the double demo to open up the net. Some of that physicality is a little lacking in that last series that I wanted to see. Some of those bumps, some of those demos has not been nearly as shy to be used here. As that one's going to go just off the crossbar. Noble clears downfield. Benolds, quick pressure in the midfield, and everybody's going to get a reset as this one will be set deep down to Drew's Clues.
They might get a reset, but the problem is that HCC is really pressured on boost right now. Logs and Trees, the only one who's gotten, he's going to be able to finally get this out to Noble. But still, the boost is so much in favor of Durham College. Trying to set this out, but Noble is out of juice, just sending that away. Arrow going to steal from the corner, and Fluffy takes it downfield in that ball over boost scenario. Now, finally, HCC looking for the center ball. They've got 3 downfield. No shot opportunities yet. Drew's Clues going to just take this nice and slow, stuffs the 50-50, sends up to Fluffy. Fluffy's going to try and clear it away. Instead, Howard is keeping it locked on the Durham side until this very moment. They still have these clears downfield. They still have the pressure moving, even from the wrong side of the pitch.
both these teams quick to make midfield challenges. I like to see that. They're not going to wait for this play to develop. And the offensive end, there's a bit of an awkward touch, and it's barely off of Drew's Clues, who recovers to pick up the even bigger save. Continue to be 2-2 between these two teams in game number 2.
Keeping it locked tight down to the last 30 seconds. Logs and Trees wins the high 50-50. Arrow going over top. They've got the opportunity, but no one's home to pick it up. Shot off the backboard once more. Logs and Trees looking for any kind of set play. We might be seeing overtime, but not with this kind of breakaway. Reynolds knocking it off target. Sends it to the corner. Big pinch to midfield. Anybody's ball right now. Drew's Clue sends it to their own corner, trying to buy the space, trying to buy the time. Gonna take it out through the shooting lane. Very dangerous position. An out of boost now, just has to get it to set down for overtime. Arrow keeping it up. Reynolds lets it knock down. We've got no T-Lars.
I think a little bit of a miscommunication there. I think Reynolds was looking to dump that down to a player, but the one player who could have cut back on that was out of boost and elected to go upfield, trying to just buy some time to keep it alive. Reynolds touch upfield. This one, opportunity. Fluffy's up. Double commit on the side. There's going to be a touch off the crossbar. Logs and Trees credited with the savior medal as that one comes back the other way. Now Arrow, opportunity over into the corner. We're going to play that control game as opposed to blindly throwing on the net. You like to see that level of awareness out of players, knowing it's defended, knowing they don't have a good angle, and electing to set up a teammate who goes off the post. Opportunity for Logs and Trees. No, it's cleared. Downfield, 2-on-1. Reynolds looking for that pass from Fluffy. Fluffy throws it over top, and that one to Durham College.
I've got to say, part of this was trying to look at the explosion. You saw the ball sitting there right in front of the orange net, right in front of Durham's net, and the person who had set that just waited looking at it instead of running back downfield away from it. So it meant that that breakaway opportunity was that much more deadly by Durham, and they're going to get this equalizer here in game 2.
HCC was a little bit overeager to try to secure that game, put themselves up 2 games in the series, and they were in OT and said, okay, we've got the advantage. We have the advantage in the series. Let's try to press this home and give ourselves an even bigger lead. And the good news for HCC is they're not punished too terribly. I mean, losing a game in a conference finals, that's a big deal. But because they lost that game off a lead that they already had, they could afford to make that late OT press. They get punished here, and Durham will tie this one up as we get into game number 3, and one of these teams looks to put themselves halfway to victory here in this best of 7.
I can't wait to see this one go through. I want to see it go the distance, honestly, Lars. They've had a great season. Let's give the fans something to look forward to. Pogs and Trees or not, we've got so much Rocket League ahead of us. Logs and Trees goes up the air 50 out to Drew's Clues, who's already setting this one in place, but Logs and Trees sends it downfield and buys a little bit of space for HCC. Now stalling it for a moment. Nice little team play, but that is on frame. Logs and Trees there with the save. Sends it downfield once more. Keeps the chase going, but Drew's Clues is there for Durham to send it away. Continuing the pressure is Noble. Arrow, once more, a big pop downfield, just banging that one away. Logs and Trees doesn't need the boost. He's going to chase it up the corner, but doesn't get the extra touch to pop it through. Instead, Newble trying to play some corner ball and giving a lot of problems for HCC's backfield here. Logs and Trees sends it. That's a shot. What a banger.
Great shot on net, and I believe Drew's Clues got a little bit tangled up in the corner with an attacker. Arrow, I think, gets a little bit of a touch here. Yes, Drew's Clues spawns in front, gets bumped, and can't get back in time. HCC strikes first in game number 3, but so far, trends indicate that this one is actually to Durham's advantage. Game 1, Durham scores first, HCC wins. Game 2, HCC scores first, Durham wins. So Durham looking to put this one more securely in their favor. Try to get some pressure back downfield as Noble through the corner pops that one up high. Logs and Trees to the back wall. Drew's Clues off the back wall, and Fluffy diving across sends this one deep down into HCC territory.
Going,
wow.
Gone it is. Deep into center field and home run. Oh, that's the wrong sport. I'm sorry.
That's a grand slam for the 3-pointer. Oh man, now for that extra point attempt.
Yep, here we go. Looking to add one to the scoreboard. Who's going to come away with an Arrow? Putting up the demo, trying to send this one in towards center already. Dangerous position. 50 from Logs and Trees. Noble not finding a set on that though. Just an unfortunate touch. And this is going to be stuck in midfield for the moment as Logs and Trees is out of boost, just trying to pressure the ball a little bit.
A little bit of dump and chase here as these teams a little bit too eager to get big touches and throw this one out of their reach and allowing their opponents to pick it up and send it back the other way, which to the credit of the initial sender, it tends to be sent right back. That's a pass across the front, and Noble with an excellent cut to throw that one on.
The good news about that dump and chase style is if you can force an awkward touch like Fluffy did there, it ends up being a great set for your team if you can keep moving downfield and chasing it.
Well, 2-1. HCC regains the lead, and we're now in unfamiliar territory where the team that initially led was able to
hold on
regain it after being tied up. So we're now out. Anybody's guess. Anybody can still win this game. Plenty of time left on the clock. 2:50. As that's a great pass from Fluffy to Drew's Clues, who gets an excellent 50 to continue to bring momentum upfield, but Noble is quick to punish any little hesitancy in the recovery there and get that one great across the center, but it's just a little bit too far, a little bit too high in front of the attacker to be able to follow through on a shot.
Well, we're coming up on halftime now, and this is the true unfamiliar territory. The first half is always just the exposition, and the second half is where they're trying to bang this one away, a runaway ball that Arrow manages to chase down. Center field, though. Return volley from Newble. Not able to find the back of the net just yet, but continuing to steal the boost, put the pressure on. Tough touch off the corner, though, and now Durham in the 2-on-1, not able to break past the defender. Newble with the redirect, just off frame, unfortunately. Logs and Trees, plenty of field. No chip, goes for the low ball, and the demo instead. Arrow takes it off the side, got tons of booth to work with. Here we go. The air show is here. Looks for the flip reset, almost a ground pinch, and Newble will put it away instead off the rebound.
Oh, man. Drew's Clues has great patience waiting on this one as they know their teammate is up. It's going to pop awkwardly over the top, and Noble well placed as Arrow gets a great follow through to bump away that last defender. HCC securing that lead with a one extra goal to the good, and 2 is 1, 1 is none, but now that they've got that extra bit of breathing room, you can expect them to be that much more comfortable in their gameplay, as now it's on Durham to try to get this one back under control, to try to disrupt HCC, as HCC disrupts the paradigm and goes up by 3.
So I think we need to see Durham making an adjustment here, and I think we need to see HCC calling their adjuster because they just got some insurance on that this game.
Oh wow, 3 to the good. Three goals, three goal advantage.
Three advantage.
One of these,
Caster
one
math,
of those phrases. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't know why I bother saying words. All right, 3 goal advantage in the favor of HCC. Less than 90 seconds left on the clock. It's that magic 90-second mark where if you can have a 2, 3, 4 goal advantage, you put so much pressure on your opponent to be overly aggressive. It just opens them up that much worse on the defensive end as HCC finds themselves in very solid control of game number 3.
Well, you know, Lars, this is the 3-goal advantage point where if you're down at this point in time, it's this is just where my pubs always forfeit. Now, we're not going to see that in this game because, you know, they've got a lot on the line here in the finals. But this is definitely where the morale kicks in. This is where champions are made. You need to find some kind of way of getting out of your own territory first, though, and that's not happening here. Oh, Drew's Clues just barely beating Logs and Trees to it, continuing the chase down. That's on target, but Arrow is there for it. One more from Fluffy, looks for the dish to himself, not going to take it, but Benolds picks it up off the call down.
I love to see this out of Durham College. They are not giving up on this one. They're continuing to bring pressure. And with 34 seconds left, there is enough time to score 2 goals. It's going to be tough against this HCC team. But if they can keep that pressure, keep the play that we just saw out of Durham College, we can see them perhaps bring this back and put themselves up in the series. Whereas it stands right now, it looks like we'll see HCC taking their 2nd game win.
You know, I've always wanted to get the chance to cast something like this. If we get the comeback this game, that would be our own NECC This is Rocket League moment. However, it does look a little bit less likely at this point. 10 seconds left. Arrow getting the save, clutching it out. Benolds sets it up. Oh, that's down to Fluffy. Shot off target. And the clock is the cruelest mistress as this game is now mathematically over. But Arrow wants one more for the stat sheet.
I will say, as far as this is Rocket League moments, I much prefer the Bax Viglio, are you going to do something insane? But I don't know, maybe there's a little bit of bias in that one. may or may not have been on that call. Doesn't matter. Fluffy trying to put this one down. They're going to keep this one alive. That one's into the post, not quite on net. And HCC takes game number 3, takes the advantage in the series 2-1. But plenty of gameplay left. We're used to the best of 5s where, oh no, this is match point, and oh, game 4 is where you find out where teams are made of. And I happen to agree with Leachy on that point. Not the case here. Best of 7. Plenty of Rocket League left to be played. Best case scenario, we get to go all the way to the end, get that Game 7 OT decider. Worst case scenario, we see at least 2 more games of these 2 teams teeing off, and then I think we have 3 more series after this. We got a long night of Rocket League ahead of you folks.
You know, Lars, I'm still thinking that Game 4 is where teams are made, but in a best of 7, you get a little more wiggle room. So you get to be made and then forged in a best of 7. That's how it goes.
Made, forged, and work hardened. Game 4. We're going to put 5 minutes on the clock. 6 players on the field. Durham College looking to tie this series up, and HCC looking to put themselves on match point.
Arrow already racing up to that one. Not going to find the net here, but at least putting a little bit of pressure, a little bit of show on it. Noble looks at the flip reset. Not going to have any juice on it, though. And a double commit offensively for DC. It looks flashy, but it doesn't turn into results as both have to race back after Benald's whiffs on the pressure play. Noble off the backboard. No one there to pick it up, just trying to hold the line. Benald's keeping the carry, sends it all the way downfield. What an interception from Arrow there. Logs and Trees gets this sending high. A lot of the air show this game. Both these teams want to play so quick, so high in the air, just not letting up any control. Drew's Clues stopping on the goal line. A little bit of a trickle play. Benald's is able to get that one away. And the demo is just going to completely lag out my game. So Lars, you take it away.
Benald's through the corner. Drew's Clues will clean this one up. Misses the touch. Here's an opportunity for HCC to bring this one back, but Fluffy and Benald playing a fairly conservative rotation. Like to go back to the net instead of upfield to support Fluffy off the wall. And it'd be wise choice in that scenario, but I'd like to see them take a little bit more risk, a little bit more of the chances to get upfield. Drew's Clues gets bumped off of that one. It doesn't have boost to recover. Has the boost stolen from behind them. Is now scrambling to get back to support Benald's, who loses their life in the attempt to get this clear, but it's just enough to get this one delayed and get the Durham College defense back in the game.
Speaking of being back, I think I am back, Lars, and it looks like one of the things that we saw when Durham was coming out ahead is they were playing a much more aggressive, a much more body style of Rocket League. And this time, they're kind of getting styled on. They're kind of getting sent to the chop shop. I'd like to see them just pick it up again, you know? Start being a little more aggressive. You were talking about it where it just feels like they're kind of getting pushed around a little bit. Maybe you got to be the ones doing the pushing if you're trying to make up these games.
I think something that is important here is, as you noted, both these teams are looking to pick up the speed a little bit, pick up the pressure a little bit, and they're getting very aggressive downfield. But part of that is they're getting very hard touches on the ball. That's great sometimes, but it's not what you need all of the time. I'd like to see is that's a monster clear. It's a pass upfield, and it's touched away by Noble, but what a transition. See, that's where you want those big monster touches. But I would like to see a little bit more of a mix. I'd like to see them keep the ball close and look for a little bit more control play here every now and again as Noble looks to cut back a dirty redirect, but it's just a little bit of a misread. Now we see the transition back down to a Durham College offense.
Oh, that rotation was really close behind, but they do manage to get the defenders out there in time. HCC not getting the chance to punish yet, but up in the air. Noble tries to climb the ladder, but misses a rung there. Crossed from Arrow. They're going to send Logs and Trees in. Unfortunately, he whiffs on the corner. A little more from Noble, and oh, Fluffy there with the block. Going to be trying to stay close to it. Pass forward instead. Logs and Trees intercepts it. Noble chasing it down. Tap off towards the backboard. Looking to chase down with Arrow too. A little bit of a tap, but not a set, and Drew's Clues stealing that away, taking a player out, trying to send this one into center. There's nobody home for it, though, and HCC is going to get the first touch towards a clear.
A little bit of scoregami here. This is the first 0-0 we've had this late in the match. All three of the previous games, we had a very early first goal to get the scoring started, but this has been a slugfest. Now, inside the 90-second mark, you see these teams work this ball back and forth. Not a lot of time left, 69 seconds left on the clock, and no one's found the back of the net. Not a lot of pressure towards the net as it is, as Durham only has 2 shots to HCC's 8.
Sheesh. That is definitely the case that we saw in Game 1 as well. A much more defensive Durham. Arrow, big clear out there. Logs and Trees already chasing this one down. Even gets the extra tap as Bennels tries to corner it. Oh, not quite on target yet. Nooble pushed to the corner, gonna chase this one, looking for center. Found Logs and Trees. Not gonna be enough to put it away just yet. Drew's Clues on the breakaway, has one. Chips infield, but Arrow there to challenge that one. Arrow continuing to chase it down. A lot of that ball chasing stuff we were talking about in the last series as well. Eventually, you got to turn off your brain and go monkey mode, but it's not turning into goal opportunities in this series.
Is there any other way to play? Just see ball, hit the ball, chase ball, always ball.
You have mind on the ball and ball on the mind. Speaking of ball, no ball. Going to try and get that one out of the corner.
No, staged, no.
No,
we're not
no bull,
doing
no
that.
bull, no bull, no bull. Okay, no bull.
This is why I'm leaving casting.
We'll be sad to see you go.
Oh my goodness. Overtime in game number 4. We asked to see the best these teams have to offer, and they have absolutely slugged it out. Now, we have technically unlimited time for either of these teams to find that one golden goal to take game number 4.
No ball for Noble there, and he's getting pushed around. I'm sorry, Lars, I can't. Center ball, what an angle from Drew's Clues. Locking this one away, finally breaking the 5.5-minute silence in this round.
Oh my goodness. Great flat touch across the front of the net, and HCC can't get back in time. Durham College will bring us to a tied scoreline in the series, 2-2-2. I don't like that phrase. I don't want to say that ever again. Okay, we are tied up in the series with 2s all around. Durham College coming in as the number 6 seed against HCC's number 1 seed. And HCC, let's look at the ping advantage. 8, do they live in the is the server at HCC? Interesting. But they also, I want to point out here, only 5 shots on net for Durham, all of them out of Drew's Clues. We've got 10 shots on net out of HCC. But of those 5 shots, 3 of them, 60%, came within the last minute to overtime, something like that. Durham finding a way to stand in, stand tall, and bring that pressure back downfield.
I feel like it's kind of the David and Goliath story that we always end up seeing in these games, where you've got one team that tries to be just the shot domineer, but everything is just a Gatling gun pounding away at the backboard. And then you've got one team that's trying to weather the storm and finally finds a counterattack. In this case, the counterattack worked out, but it's not always the statistically best thing to do, I'll say.
Yeah, you don't get me started on the David and Goliath thing. I think enough casters have heard me break that down enough times that we don't need to go through that and how David was always going to win that fight. That's wild. But speaking of winning that fight, Noble gets a quick shot on net over the top, and Fluffy is forced to make a diving save. There's a bump out of the back of the net. Shot on for Logs and Trees. It's off the crossbar, and we'll transition. Oh, not quite at Eckham Field as Noble gets a good touch to delay the attack out of Durham College.
Reynolds getting it downfield already, though. The attack might have been delayed, but okay, HCC is back on attack. Not a whole lot of room there for Durham to play. Sending it down past midfield, though. HCC getting up a lot of ground. Reynolds with the nice tap to midfield, and hello, Drew's Clues continuing the hot streak from last game.
Man, 5.5 minutes without a goal, and now within 30 seconds of each other from one game to the next, we see it back to back. Drew's Clues continuing to be the offensive powerhouse on the side of Durham College. HCC needs to shut that down and lock Drew's Clues out like they have effectively on Reynolds and Fluffy.
Drew's Clues needs to bronze his thumbs at this point because he is just absolutely playing out of his mind. Nooble not able to find the back of the net. A miracle save by Reynolds, continuing to hold the line, pushing this one through, but Noble does manage to push around once. Logs and Trees looking for the set. Arrow is there, finds the shooting lane, broken up by Fluffy, and now Durham College trying to catch their breath for the moment and put a little more on the board, get that insurance policy taken out in their name.
Absolutely wild with that save there. I thought that one was in for sure. But as it stands, coming up on 90 seconds gone, 1-0 in favor of Durham. And this is much more familiar territory. That early goal lead, that early lead to open up the scoring between these two teams. They're both vying to put themselves in that match point position and put themselves threatening to move themselves on. How many times can I say themselves? Themselves on to the championship final.
You know, Lars, I feel like this is just kind of our story. Whenever we cast together, we always second guess ourselves. We're always like, oh, I keep saying the same thing over and over and over again. But that's kind of what Rocket League is. You do the same thing a lot, you do your mechanics, you grind it out, and eventually it starts clicking and turning into the aerial dance that we're used to seeing. In this case, Arrow knocking it away,
Not
Noble
used to
chasing
seeing it
it
when
down.
I'm playing, but
Okay. Maybe we just gotta grind a little bit more. Maybe that's the secret.
oh boy. All right, I'm sorry to interrupt. Arrow off the wall. Pick it up right where you left. Is Arrow off the wall through the air?
You know, that's the same thing. I keep feeling like I'm just saying Arrow off the wall because that's his style of play. That's what this guy loves to do. Arrow going to continue to set, has the shot in the upper 90 and pushes it through for the equalizer.
Fluffy not able to get back up to that as Drew's Clues gets a bit of an awkward touch, allows Arrow to come back to this one, and I think they got called off by Bennels, and what they really needed there is for Drew's Clues to sit on that ball and try to catch 50, drop it, bounce it up over the top of that attacker, anything other than letting it bounce into a pre-jumped Arrow. He was able to find the back of the net as Fluffy off the back wall doesn't quite find the save themselves. Now, 1-1, just past halftime in game number 5 in our conference finals.
Reynolds trying to be a superstar, already shown his defensive prowess. Now wants to get a little bit more play, but Drew's Clues is the real playmaker here on this team. Still hot streak from last game. Reynolds missing the ball there off the backboard, and Logs and Trees pummels it through off that mistake.
Oh boy, this is unfortunate for Durham as Reynolds doesn't find the touch off the back wall, and Logs and Trees is able to take a more or less free shot on Drew's Clues. I mean, there's nothing really Drew's Clues can do about that. When you have the whole net to shoot at, you're sideways across the front net or facing for really wherever you are. When your opponent's got the whole net to shoot at, you just gotta guess where they're gonna shoot, commit, and hope that either they screw up and throw it into the post or they throw it at you. And outside of that, it's more or less free goals the other way.
It's like a penalty kick at that point when your defender misses and you just have a close range shot. You just have to guess it's a soccer penalty. Oh, what a demo there! Dirt from that was Arrow, I believe, who got the demo, and Noble got the demo and Logs and Trees pushed it through.
Oh boy, and not only was that a great demo to open up the net, absolutely beautiful, I love it. You love to see that rotation through the front of the net to demo that goalie, but Logs and Trees recognizes the remaining defender is near post and is able to slot that into the back corner. Well-placed shot on a well-set-up play. Now at the 92nd mark, we see HCC in the lead yet again.
You know, the games where HCC feels like they're ahead, they feel so dominant. And then I look back at the scoreboard and I see that this is still a 2-2 series, and I realize that this is kind of like a streaky team. They're either hot or cold, and this is a game where they happen to be hot so far.
Well, with coming up on 1 minute left, we'll see if that hot streak remains for the next 62 seconds or so, or if Durham College has what it takes to bring this back and give themselves the match point. As that's an awkward touch as Drew's Clues puts that across the front. Here's an opportunity for Noble to secure it. Beautiful save out of Drew's Clues. Will keep this one at least winnable for just a little bit longer.
Barely missing the ceiling there. Drew's Clues trying to push this one away. Really awkward angle for Benolds. Does bounce off crossbar, and Benolds gets the backwards half flip to send that one clear for the moment. Still trying to push this one through, though. Drew's Clues gets a half clear. Logs and Trees puts it back into space, and Noble is the Noble gas to bring it up to 4-1. You know you love it, Lars.
No staged, I love you, I tolerate that.
I'm saying he's a
Great.
noble gas because he's a stable player, you know?
Oh my goodness! I know what you're saying.
I'm explaining it for the rest of the non-chemistry nerd folks out in the chat.
Well, with 3-goal advantage in the last 15 seconds here, this one's more or less done and dusted in favor of HCC. They will find themselves with the match point. Logs and Trees making it absolutely sure with that 4th goal advantage. Drew's Clues a little bit awkward across the front. I think just didn't quite get the flick that they wanted over top, and a great challenge. Okay, match point in favor of HCC. Durham College needs to play absolutely beautiful through this next, hopefully for them, 10 minutes of Rocket League. If not, then we'll see only 5, and this will be HCC onto the championship. Plenty of time left for Durham to surprise us. I mean, they managed to answer back every time we see HCC take the lead in the series. Durham comes back and wins the next game. So, following that pattern, we see a Game 7, but it goes to HCC. Now on Durham to upset and bring this one back.
You're talking about the next 10 minutes of Rocket League, and, I am all for it. Let's have Game 6 be a 10-minute game. We're going to have a 5-minute overtime. That way we get more time for Durham to play regardless.
Oh, man. Well, the thing that Durham's going to need to figure out here is they only have 2 shots on net, and again, they're both out of Drew's Clues. Benolds and Fluffy have to get involved on the offensive side of the field. On the other side of the pitch, you got 14 shots on net, 6, 3, and 5 out of HCC. That's a team that looks like they're setting themselves up for victory. That's a team that's bringing pressure, that's spreading the love as far as offensive prowess goes. Need to replicate a little bit of that on the Durham College side, as well as find a way to shut down all of that offensive pressure that's been being developed by HCC. That's not a good start. That one's just going to bounce off, and Arrow will clean up on what Durham thought was for sure going to be an initial goal here out of Logs and Trees, and it gets both Drew's Clues and Fluffy to commit.
Flick from Logs and Trees tries to saw right through the defense, and Arrow is there to blow it on in. It's just easy peasy textbook stuff. Logs and Trees up on the kickoff. Cheated forward is Noble. Off the crossbar, not quite there yet. Starting to send this one downfield. Drew's Clues staying close to it, gives it off to Fluffy. Big bounce up into neutral space. Arrow's going to get to it first, but stolen away immediately by Benolds. Benolds, we talked about them wanting to get into the offensive play, starting to set that up now, but Drew's Clues, the point man as previous, getting up there and into the action. Benolds has to run back as Arrow sends it forward. Drew's Clues playing third back, sends it forward. Logs and Trees gets the riposte, and Fluffy managing to just barely touch that to save the huge amounts of pressure that HCC were putting on.
I'd love to see
demos
Durham
here.
score quickly. I'd love to see them get some advantage back the other way, but it's not going to be the case as Noble off the wall. We'll get a little bit of extra speed on the shot out of the defender, but that one wasn't getting saved no matter what.
Nah, that's just an impossible angle. Fluffy coming in directly on the net. There is absolutely no discernible angle that you can find to knock that one clear. All right. Arrow off the wall. We've been saying it before. We'll say it again because it's going to keep happening this series. Drew's Clues sends it downfield. Continuing to stick with it, but losing it to Logs and Trees. Fluffy in the 50 sends deep into center field right in front of the Durham net. But Drew gets a clean touch, and Fluffy trying to send this one in towards net. Unfortunately, gets beat by both defenders, and this is back in Durham's territory. A tale we have heard 1,000 times before. As Durham starts being pressured, they might find a shot, but it's going to be just a clean counterattack if they do, and then the pressure will be back on from HCC once more.
Yeah, this has been, it started much more even between these two teams, but as time has gone on, HCC has really cracked the code on how to bring offensive pressure and absolutely shut out the offense of Durham College. Benolds picks up a shot to their name, the first since game number 2 to a player other than Drew's Clues on the side of Durham College. So I like to see them finally starting to get a little bit of pressure back the other way, a little bit of involvement from the other players here on Durham College, but they have to find a way to do it more consistently. One shot is not going to make a championship team here.
Not even remotely. And HCC is not letting up that pressure. They're still trying to get the shots on. Everyone rotating back as this is a little bit of a chance for Durham, Noble getting some fancy footwork, though, taking in around 3 defenders. They finally managed to tackle him in the midfield. Benolds going over top, looking for any kind of room to pressure. Just backing off of it, no credible threat, and Logs and Trees sending it careening in towards the net, only for Benolds to knock it clean once more.
There's another shot, and Drew's Clues pre-flipping the save. Well done. Looking for the pinch across the front, but Arrow is there to clear it into the corner, and Noble to clear it down the field. Good pass across from Fluffy to Benolds. Benolds into the mid. Logs and Trees down towards the net. Drew's Clues is out shopping for boost.
Oh.
And in that time, they get back and find the door kicked in, and extra goals here for HCC.
I'm not going to lie, Lars, I did not expect that angle to, 1, clear the defender, or 2, sink quickly enough to get into the net. Even the cleanest, slowest lobs can be a credible threat when you take them from downfield and just stretch the defense too much.
Well, it helps Drew's Clues was out for a stroll.
Yeah.
Get themselves a little boost over ball. I think they're more than capable of making that save. But off ball cam for just a little bit too long and find themselves out of position. Drew's Clues looking to answer back, looking to get some redemption. Finds the boards instead. Fluffy in the corner. Drew's Clues will get this one pushed up. Gets a big 50 win. Has an opportunity here if they can get downfield. Needs to flick over top of Arrow. That one's just wide of the net, and they don't answer back just yet. Now, less than 90 seconds stands between HCC and the championship matchup and the end of Durham College's season.
Durham College fighting for their life. Unfortunately, their lifeline, their heart rate just got a little bit worse because one more goal here for Arrow looks like the nail in the coffin for this series. They need absolute unrelenting pressure from Durham College, but I fear they may have given up. Benolds cheating forward a little bit slowly. Everybody just getting these anemic touches on Durham, trying to get out of their own backfield. They're going to almost lose another one. Fluffy there with a miracle save. Continue up the corner. They have Drew's Clues taking it off the wall, sends it in towards center. Arrow catches it, and a team pinch downfield. This is looking extremely dire here for Durham College.
Technically, this is still winnable, but as I've always said, regardless of the skill levels of the teams on the pitch, when you go up in players, you go down in the amount of, up in time, you go up in the amount of time you need to make a comeback. In ones, 4 goals, 26 seconds, that's nothing. It's absolutely doable. 2s, it becomes much more difficult, and in 3s, it's nigh on impossible, as this one's going to trickle through the midfield, and with that, I think this is now actually impossible. There's a final 10 seconds tick off the clock. Yeah, this is HCC taking the conference championships over Durham College. But Durham College, what a showing, keeping this one even all the way up through game 4, going back and forth against this number 1 seed. So GG's all around all of these players, and at the end of the day, it's just HCC came out and was able to bring crushing pressure downfield and stomp Durham out of this matchup.
Durham it really had me convinced of that Cinderella story being a possibility, but Howard Community College, there's a reason they're fan favorites. There's a reason they're almost undefeated through the season, and that's because they're just good Rocket League players.
Yeah, as is evidenced here in this matchup, this conference finals matchup. Congratulations to HCC for your conference championship. We are going to take a short break here, and then when we come back, we're going to have an interview with one of these HCC players. Stick around, we'll be right back. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NECC Esports. We're here with your conference champions, HCC. We've got Logs and Trees, Arrow, and Nooble, as they have insisted upon being called. Guys, congratulations on your victory. Any quick thoughts, questions, concerns, comments, hopes, and or dreams?
Let's go. We did it.
Hey, boys,
Let's go.
Well, that is certainly exciting to hear, and I know you guys are very excited to be moving on to the big boy championships here between whoever is going to win that conference final on the other side. But before we get there, first 4 games actually, just back and forth with Durham. What was going through your head after you dropped game 2 and 4?
I'll get this one. So, well, basically, we started losing a few games. They were close. We knew we were just not playing our game exactly how we wanted to. We were just focusing on fixing ourselves, and that's what made the difference. You know, we were able to get it together, play confident.
Well,
All right.
that is good to hear that you guys are able to make that adapt and overcome. And Staged, I'm sure you've got more better
kinda
questions to ask. I can't.
I kind of
words.
want to continue on that same trend. So I'll go ahead and just kind of continue on that. Was there ever a point in time during that series where you guys felt like a little bit shaken, or like this the series might be in question?
So I'll take this one. So I think we relatively felt comfortable the entire series. It's just we messed up on the things that we knew we needed to fix, and we fixed those, and that's why we won.
That makes a lot of sense to me. It's yeah, I feel like once you guys started playing a little bit more aggressive, being a little bit more like yeah, I guess you started bodying them out of the field a little bit more.
Yes,
That
sir.
that really started to kind of speed up the game a little bit. I'm gonna go ahead and take one more as well. This one's for Arrow. We were joking a lot about just okay, it's Arrow off the wall every single time, setting up their teammates and everything. Is there a specific style of Rocket League that you like to play in particular? You like to be in pubs? Do you like being first man, third man, or anything? Or is
Well,
it just being really versatile?
well, yeah, you have to be versatile because you're going to end up playing first, second, and third man pretty much equally throughout a match. And you know, I got to give the props to my teammates. They were in a good spot the whole game. They were there for my passes off the walls. They were there to support. Good demos, good stuff all around.
Well, that's great to hear. And I just want to give you guys one last opportunity here. If you have anybody you'd like to shout out at home or anybody that might be watching, this is your chance to go ahead and do that.
Well, we got to shout out everyone in the game room cheering us on. We got to shout out our director, Mark Winkle.
Looks like you
big
got
shout
an
out to my
absolute
teammates.
party over there.
Yeah. You guys want to say anything?
Shout out to Coach Kairos.
Oh yeah, shout out to Kairos. He's our coach. He's been helping us in replays, getting our getting everything in order, and you know, we feel like we can take on anybody.
Well, any final words to your opponents here, Durham College, from this series?
Well, it was a great series. They played really well, and it was really fun.
Well, you heard it here, folks. It was a great series. They played well, and everybody had fun. Thank you guys for stopping by. And again, congratulations on your conference championships. Good luck moving on as you go on to the finals. That's going to do it for myself, and I believe Staged as well here at NECC. But do stick around. We have at least 3 more series coming up. 3 more? 4 more, 5 more, 5 more series coming up after this. Plenty of Rocket League. It's going to be a little bit of a break here, so stick around. We will be back.
insane.
everybody, and welcome back to NECC Rocket League Playoffs. My name is Bass from the Past, and join alongside me here is the lovely Grant CFO. And Grant, we are here. It is Champions Division. It is time for another championship. And that championship is none other than Northwood versus Bay State College. The reality here is that this is one of the biggest rivalries in all of collegiate esports, and now we get to see yet another chapter in this story. I'm excited to get into this one. Grant, how are you doing on this fine Tuesday, my friend?
I'm feeling fantastic, Bass. I mean, you and I haven't shared the booth in a long time, so I think it's been long overdue that you and I share this booth together in the NECC of all places. But you're right, this is going to be one of the most highly anticipated matchups. It's a rivalry. Who doesn't love a good rivalry match? If you don't, you might have a problem that you want to get checked out. But listen, listen, Northwood is the only undefeated team left in Champions Yellow, right? You got that 7-0 record, then you got Bay State, who's sitting at the 3 seed at 5-2. But as they've gone through playoffs, they were able to, pull off a win against the 2nd seed. Right now, I caution you when I say that, because just because you knock off the 2nd seed does not mean you're coming for the 1st seed. This is Northwood University, right? This is a team that has established themselves as being good. That doesn't mean you get to take them down with ease just because you knocked off the next best thing. So we're deep into game number 1. 10 seconds already shaved off the clock, and we are underway.
And let's see if we can have another chapter that lives up to all the rest of them. This team, when we say they've been playing constantly, I believe this is their 4th grand final in a collegiate setting at this point. It was literally yesterday the last time that they faced off, and I believe yesterday it was a 4-1 or 4-2 scoreline in favor of Northwood. And, well, that's kind of been the same old story here at this point, Grant. Northwood have been able to upset Bay State, or I can't even say upset, just been able to take down this team in multiple different occasions. So can we see the upset go the other way? Can Bay State finally get their first series win against this team in a championship setting? Only time will tell, and well, time so far hasn't really shown us much. A minute into this one, neither team able to score, but definitely not for a lack of trying. A lot of offense being built here from both sides.
Ooh, but I really would have loved to see NECC get up to that ball instead of their teammate. It looked like they had a really good angle, but it's such a fast-paced game. You only have milliseconds to decide whose ball it is to go, especially at this level. We're at one of the highest levels in Collegiate Rocket League. There is no point of slowing down. Files, just faked one, didn't get past Noxus though. You got a very sturdy defense building on Northwood. That's off the ceiling. Line Blaze, easy clear. T. Carell can't get back, and that's gonna be the first goal to Bay State.
Omar gonna find the first one here. Striking first is Bay State, and that's a big early goal for them, putting themselves in the lead here with 90 seconds gone. And this is an interesting point I do kind of want to bring up early, because otherwise people are going to start asking about it as we get later in the game. Yes, there are professional tags on players in this lobby because there are pros in this lobby. Tikaro plays for the Susquehanna Sonics, Omar Matone plays for the Pittsburgh Knights, and Lion Blaze plays for Ghost Gaming. The reality is that esports at a collegiate level have become so incredibly impressive that you basically need to be a pro to be on top here. Both these squads have absolutely pulled out all the stops here. They are playing with the best squads possible. The question is whether or not one of them is going to find themselves a solid advantage, maybe even an equalization. Indeed they will. Northwood will show no advantage to Bay State and will tie us up.
And no mercy here. T-Crow, you thought they had something, but Lion Blaze steers the corner, finds that one through. Matone just wasn't quite able to get back in time, but it looked like they had the saves. I had to cover my face up a little bit because I was like, no way that just happened. We are all tied up, and it feels like it shouldn't have even been so, but that's not what we care about here. It's Lion Blaze with the demo, taking over possession, has the dribble in their favor, got it over one, free backboard to work with. Ness, quickness up to the top, Noxus not quick enough. Fouls down low, steers away from that, leaving it for a teammate positioned upfield. T. Krill says, nah, not today, and that's my buddy Lion Blaze coming in to bring back that lead.
2 goals for Lion Blaze, 2 assists for T. Carell. This dual-headed serpent up front really starting to dismantle this defense halfway through the game. And I gotta say, Bay State, despite a very strong start, are looking a little bit shaky on the back end here. It's not necessarily surprising. Every time I have seen this combo of Omar, Falls, and Ness, usually they're rather an offensive team, but they need to show some defense here. Against a squad like Northwood, you cannot allow gaps on the back half. They're going to exploit them almost every time, and well, they've done that so far twice here in game number 1. With 2 minutes remaining, Grant, plenty of time for a comeback out of this Bay State squad.
Certainly time sometimes does seem to be on your side. Batone up to this one, dropping it down. Demo gonna clear up that offensive pressure a little more, allowing T Corral plenty of time to regroup, just not plenty of boost. Fouls again up to the backboard. Lion Blaze clearing. That is really a backboard that is owned by a Lion Blaze. You don't see anybody else occupying that airspace. He said, yeah, I'm gonna claim this, put it on a lease. I'm paying for it, not you. Still 1 goal trailing our Bay State. Foul sending it back. It's another pass connection, but this time to the backside. Ness midfield again has fouls, but you got 2 Northwood defenders to get through, and it ain't gonna happen.
And they're trying their best here. Both teams slugging it out back and forth with these possessions. But unfortunately, in this close of a game, you can't just have a possession and one and done in. You need to try and build some pressure, start to dismantle the defense similar to what Northwood did for their last goal. Or some passing plays like that might work as well. Just a bit off the mark, but a great attempt. And uh-oh, this is another awkward defense here. Again, Bay State looking a little bit frazzled on the back end here, Grant. I get that it's game number 1, but they need to be very careful. If they continue to leave these gaps, Northwood are going to take advantage every time.
I think at this point you have to respect your opponent just a little bit. Both sides. That's not saying it goes one way. I mean, you see how often they have gotten in the way of each other's passes. Every time you want to see a pass connection, it's like, no, they're getting in the way. So they're anticipating that. They are giving that respect, Bass, and that's what you need to do. You can't really say, yeah, there's no way they scored this. Listen, I've been, my boy No Mansion and I played one time, and I was like, yeah, he's going up for a double tap. Ain't no way he scores this. Well, guess what? RLCS pros are not your average Rocket League player. You have to give respect to them, and if you don't, things like this might just happen.
Lion Blaze picking up a hat trick here, but it's definitely in a little bit of an odd fashion. With 30 seconds left, I can understand Bay State kind of going with that kitchen sink mentality of throwing everything at their opponents, but a little bit of an odd challenge out of midfield, especially with no one on the back end prepared for that defense. So Bay State falling apart a little bit here after scoring the first goal of this series. And oh boy, they might actually concede yet another one. Lion Blaze shot on target, but the save from Ness will keep it out for now. With 20 seconds left here, Grant, this is all but set in stone. Northwood going to take game number 1 in comeback fashion after 3 uncontested goals in a row. Not to say that Bay State played poorly here in this game, but it does feel like they've got a lot of work to be done here on this back end.
There is the other thing I'm going to bring up, and it's the fact that one of Northwood's goals seemed to be an own goal. You had that anticipation of one coming towards you, and then it was pinched off the post and in. Otherwise, that probably just would have rolled off your car, but in a high-paced environment, you kind of have to just go for it, and not always is it going to result in the best thing for you. So you could think of this game as like a 2-1, and it's a warm-up process. I was going to touch on the fact that, you know, you said times, or something about time on your side, or whatever the heck the case might be, but time's not always on your side here. There's no momentum to write off of as you come in here. Both teams are playing cold. They haven't played in a week. Yeah, they've played some ranked to warm up with this. Maybe they luckily lined up a scrim an hour before this, but even so, we've been waiting quite a long time to get to this point when we thought they'd be ahead. So there's all these factors that say time's not on your side. So there's nothing really to work off of. You're both cold. You are in a very unique, organic feeling out process in game number 1, and this one just goes the way of Northwood.
Yeah, the unfortunate truth is that in these feeling out processes, it can really go either way. And as much as Bay State probably would have loved to have taken early lead here after that first goal, they started to get a little bit complacent. The openness on that defense really allowed Northwood to get back into this series. And unfortunately, I think that it's really allowed them to just sort of get back into this series as a whole and find confidence overall. I'm not going to say that Northwood are going to run away with this thing, but if Bay State don't have a more impressive game number 2, this is going to be a scary scenario. Yes, so we've got a best of 7, but you really don't want to allow Northwood to take 3 straight.
Well, here's the thing, Bass, right? The one thing that Northwood has right now is the ability to say, we're the best. They don't have to be nervous. They keep working night and day with that comfortable attitude in mind, right? They are looking to shut down this Bay State squad despite the rivalry. They stay on top, and look at it. You get a dunk off the top that finds its way home to the back of the net, 1-0.
Okay, yet again, an early goal here, this time on the other end. Northwood going to find a dunk out of midfield. Lion Blaze going to add yet another goal to his tally. Lion Blaze, by the way, in just about 5 minutes, 10 seconds, has 4 goals. This guy's been electric on offense. And again, this is why we say that the defense has to be completely locked tight for Bay State. If they're not able to cut out these options, you know players from Northwood are going to take them every single time. Speaking of which, Lion Blaze 1v1 gets it around fouls, and 2-0 in favor of Northwood.
Oh no, every small touch had purpose here. Oh, stop it. Somebody's gonna start the showers now. Buy some soap and get that one washed, because that's just dirty. Lion Blaze, you're a madman. That is 1v1 at its finest. Oh my gosh, I can watch that day and night. That's something that you just marvel at and you wish you would one day be able to pull off, but you grind 5,000 hours of Rocket League knowing that that's never gonna happen. But, you know, it's pulled off here. These guys have put in probably double, triple my hours, which is insane to think of, but that's just the state of esports right now. You have to put in tens of thousands of hours. Jeez, it's still crazy to wrap our mind around that, let alone the fact that these kids are probably on full ride scholarships to their colleges, right? Anyway, turning back, it's T. Carell off the backboard, who just wasn't able to secure what they were looking for, and Ness to get it back in the corner. 150 out. Matone got tricked out a little bit, turned backwards, but the defense is fine. Everyone's chilling, and they might be comfortable, and they're looking for that offensive counterattack, just not on target.
Just not quite on target, and unfortunately, they're really going to need something to get them going here. It's been a while since Bay State has scored again. They scored within the first, 20 seconds of the first game? Since then, it's been all Northwood, and really, it's been all Lion Blaze. His second hat trick in this series, and guess who else but T. Carell on the assist? This guy's been everywhere on offense.
Oh, certainly. If it wasn't going to be pointed out this game, I was going to point it out at some point. T. Carell and Lion Blaze, they are a deadly combo. You got to watch out for them. I didn't even have time to get water for that. I was just drinking. I'm like, yeah, this will go a little bit. You know, they'll go back and forth. Nah. It's just T. Carell, Lion Blaze all day. Like, I'm still having hesitant thoughts of picking up my water now. It's in my hands, and I'm just not going to get the chance to drink it because these two teams are hot. Specifically Northwood, though, as they're looking to take off game number 2 if they can, and certainly they are in a position to do so with Noxus taking control. They get the 50 out to midfield, Nest Bomb out to the outside, and it's Lion Blaze taking over on a free open net. Doesn't even have to touch it again, and that won't go off. That'll go out, and that is unfortunate. They weren't able to convert on such an opportunity. Now Matone, one counterattack from the ceiling, blocked by T. Carell.
But that's pretty good, I would say, here for Bay State. Finally see a little bit of a break in momentum. Yes, it's unfortunate for Northwood to be giving up an opportunity like that, but it's got to be great for Bay State, who have been looking for just some sort of momentum in their favor. They found a little bit of it, but immediately shots going on target going the other way there. It's blocked out by the defense, but with an eccentric shot like that, you can't really be too surprised. The more surprising part is the fact that the offense hasn't ended here. Northwood might have missed that first one, but they keep on trucking. Maybe it's a little bit too much, because Ness has a chance going the other way, off the bar and out. But Bay State finally starting to find some offense here, Grant.
At some point, you just wish this is going to go in for Bay State. They've been scoreless. What is this, 6 unanswered now? This is pain. You've got to get something at some point in time, and no matter what they throw. You talked about the kitchen sink. You're going to need more. You might have to throw your whole house at the net. Who knows, right? Matone trying from the corner. Wasn't able to get it to go. Lion Blaze demoed right in the air. Hello, sniper inbound. Matone getting the dunk over top. Noxus controlling the midfield, though, not allowing anybody to come out. They lock down the gates and no one is allowed through.
I gotta love those mid-air demos. I don't know what it is, but there's something so funny about a player going for an air dribble and then just immediately halfway through just getting taken off the game. Like, no, we're not even gonna let you attempt that. You're just gonna have to go back to the drawing board. And well, guess who did that and found a little bit of success? Bay State, after many minutes, almost 2 games without a goal, finally find themselves their first.
Oh, that's unfortunate, though, for Noxus. Flipping to the side. Hey, we give him one back. You know, there was kind of an off goal in Game 1. There's got to be one in Game 2, but the scoreline still reflects the same as Game 1, so not much has changed. You get 1 for free, and you're looking for 2 more that you are probably going to have to work for all by yourself. Matone making sure to let their teammate know they are there to work as a group, because we know those are the best results for group projects. Noxus from the corner again. T. Carell That bump onto their own teammate, that's gonna hurt them if this is a quick capitalization. Bay State taking it up, Waterfall down, Lion Blaze gets the squishy save. That clears it for days into another war zone. Can't get it off the backboard. Noxus steering back and bails out, and who's around but Matone. T-Corel somehow wins this 50, still continuing. Lion Blaze backboard, no double touch. It's another occupation of the backboard that won't allow anything through. Still 2 goals trailing for Bay State. It's only a matter of time though before they can get something. Northwood still holding strong off the backboard one more time, and there's just nothing there.
They're trying their best here, but unfortunately, both teams are starting to see some clear lanes to scoring here. Crazy stats that I have on my sheet right now, Grant. Of the 2 games that we've had, it is either, well, actually, it's not even either. It's Lion Blaze scores for Northwood, or Falls scores, or excuse me, Omar scores for Bay State. And not only is it just one of those 2 players scores, it's almost always an assist. The only players to have assists in this match are T-Corel and Ness. They have assisted on almost every play, only a single goal from Lion Blaze going unassisted. Maybe we can get a switch up here as T-Corel tries to find one for his own, but of course Lion Blaze is there for the follow-up. Would have gone for yet another 2-piece combo. But guess what? The 2-piece combo has done its duty here in game number 2. Another 3-1 score line as Northwood go up 2-0 in this series. And Grant, starting to look like dire situations here for Bay State. They're getting a couple goals on the board, or I should say getting at least a goal on the board each game. But aside from that, they are struggling to find offensive success.
It does appear that way, right, Bass? I mean, even looking at the end, it literally, you said this 2-piece combo, but that really looked like ketchup and a taco at the end there. They bumped each other. I was like, what the heck's going on, right? So I'm really looking for something else, Bay State. If they're going to have a 2-piece of any kind, it better be something that goes together, right? You can't be bumping into each other, even if it's at the end. Momentum is only a factor during your games or during a day where you're going to play multiple series. You're not going to do the latter. You're only going to have this one series, and this is your championship. This is your final. This is your chance to prove who you are as a team to the rest of the world, the rest of the nation alone. And Bay State just isn't finding anything. They got an off goal in this one. Really, it still feels like 6 unanswered. They're like, oh yeah, okay, we got that one. It doesn't feel earned though. And again, what I'm talking about is Northwood is like, we're the best. We don't have to worry about this team or whatever. We are here to shut them down. I don't care what they did to the 2 seed or what the 5 seed did to us. Here's the other thing. The only chance I see here for Bay State is the fact that the 5 seed was able to at least hold off Northwood. We could see that in Bay State later on, and I really hope it's now, because reverse sweeps in a best of 7, when you're already getting dominated, it's probably not going to go your way.
Probably not. And, well, this is actually, unfortunately, a familiar scenario now for Bay State here. I said they played yesterday against Northwood in another grand final for a different collegiate league, and, well, the score line was 3-1. Or, well, excuse me, 4-1 overall. It was 3-0, and then all of a sudden Bay State get their first one and try and go for that comeback. So they got to be a little bit scared here. They recognize how difficult it is to try and find a reverse sweep against a team like Northwood, so they're going to fight with all their might to try and avoid it. Game number 3 underway here, but already the pressure's starting to build here for Northwood. If they find an early goal here, Grant, that could be curtains before this game even begins.
It certainly could be. Well, they're still looking for those passes, and they're getting cut off at every turn that they try to go for. T-Crow finds the backboard. Ness is there. Puts it up ceiling. Lion Blaze taking over. That's one shot on net, blocked by Matone. Still in this left corner where they battle out possession. Ness backboard sends it deep. T-Corel's there to stop it. Ceiling down to Noxus. Picks it up one more time. Midfield and nothing. That defense looking good. I love these clears that put incoming offense into an awkward place, and that's exactly what every clear has to be. That's how you build these counterattacks. You just gotta hope that somebody's there at this point. It's always this is an interesting thought, but I think clearing as the second man in a defensive rotation is always the best, because you already committed as that first man and you've got somebody overcommitted, so why not pass to them? Why not make them useful as quickly as possible? Here we see it. Fouls just can't make it there. Might be a fake out though, as it's almost over. T-Corel Fouls over the top, finds the corner. Lion Blaze is sitting in wait though. Matone one more time. Midfield Fouls is blocked yet again by Cheese. What a roaring lion we have there, on fire. Puns intended. Everything. Nest Bomb explodes in the air. At least Lion Blaze gone. Finally, the puns meet their maker. Matone down, and still nothing can be found. This defense of Northwood is unshakable.
This is just unreal. At this point, Northwood seem to have it understood on both ends here. Quick transition, and for the first time all series, Northwood scores with someone besides Lion Blaze.
For real. And again, I'm trying to get a sip of water because every time I try in the middle of a game, I can't. I literally can't, right? So there's my excuse. This one time and this one goal for Northwood. I think this is the longest we went without a goal being scored, which shows you that I think some things are starting to be figured out, although things are still looking sketchy. Lion Blaze almost finds another goal for Northwood right off the bat, and like you're saying, this game could be already put away just by that first Northwood goal. I don't think we've seen, I guess Bay State did score first in game number 1, and we saw that that still didn't even matter, but 6 unanswered is what it really feels like, despite the one off goal that you get for free. When you get things for free, it's like, I didn't pay for that. I didn't work for the money to get that. It's just given to you, and you don't take care of it, and I don't think their lead has been taken care of because there hasn't been one in so long. Unless it could be here, there's no start. The tie game blocked by Lion Blaze. Matone again finds it off the backboard. The rebound, a refund potentially coming for NECC. They get it, and it's just out of bounds. They won't be able to find what they're looking for, and half the game gone as Northwood still leading by 1.
They're still leading by 1, but they're barely holding on to this lead at this point. Bay State finally starting to find some offense here, and NECC's going to try and set up who I assume it had to be Omar there. Again, this team just loves this two-piece of where it's Omar, my word, by himself. Yeah, Falls gets the goal. This is the Omar show, though. Fantastic way to finish this one off, but Omar dismantling the defense with this air dribble.
Jeez, okay. I love the angle as well. It's not easy to get a 90-degree shot anywhere on the field. It's very difficult, especially with power, and in a situation so tense where you have to clean up what didn't go in the first time. You know, I mean, I've never seen a broom bent 90 degrees for a janitor, but there it was, and unfortunately it comes to a swift end as Lion Blaze, welp, who's setting up their favorite man? It's T. Carell, and that is a banger underneath. Bottom shelf, tuck it away.
Once again, though, it's got to be heartbreaking here for Bay State. They finally get a goal on the board, and they do so in pretty spectacular fashion. Well-deserved goal, and then the lead is erased, or I guess the tie is erased within a moment's notice. And oh boy, now they've just let the floodgates open on up. T. Carell finds his first goal of this series, and I mean, I'm happy that Lion Blaze has now given T. Carell a goal, but yo, they break it. T. Carell, that's the first goal that isn't your assist.
Well, hey, you gotta share the sugar a little bit. You gotta pass it around. Make sure there's enough to go around. We can't be selfish here. It's like, hey, I want to pay you back, homie. You've been so good to me this holiday season. I've got to give you a gift. I mean, come on. Can you imagine receiving a gift and not giving one back? I'd feel guilty. I'd also feel just incredible that didn't go in the first time. But this is stupid. T. Carell again. What? What? There's
no shot.
Back and forth.
No
like
shot.
pinball.
No way. No. There's no way that's how that one ends up here. Lion Blaze gets another goal. T. Carell gets another assist, and it's in. I don't know how to describe that play. That's just ridiculous. I love the fact that it ends up turning into a goal here, but one team that's not going to love that is going to be Bay State, because now they're down 4-1. Again, another overwhelming scoreline in favor of this Northwood squad. And it's not to say that Northwood are completely outplaying their opponents right now. It's more that it kind of feels like Bay State are outplaying themselves here. They're playing really good on offense. They've got a lot of really good offensive pressure, but Grant, every time they start to see these counterattacks move into their half, they see some sort of issue, a double commitment, an open space, a play across the net like this from Falls. They're panicking on defense. There's no two ways about it. The pressure from Northwood is forcing them into uncomfortable positions, and as a result, Northwood are just taking advantage on repeat here. 45 seconds left. Technically, Bay State can make a comeback here, Grant, but I think they're going to have to reverse sweep if they want this series.
Bass, I was going to get real upset with you if you didn't mention Northwood's momentum, so I'm glad you did, right? Yes, I think Bay State is still outplaying themselves a bit. I get where you're coming from there, but I do feel like the pressure from Northwood has just been too much, and if that's not proof of it there, I don't know what is.
T. Carell finding himself another goal, and this time I can't get all too upset because they're really sharing the wealth at this point here. Grant, a single assist and a single goal minimum for each player on this Northwood team here in this game. Noxus 1-1, Lion Blaze 2-1, but the star of the show here in game number 3 is T. Carell. 2 goals and a playmaker with 3 assists. He's been electric. He's been involved in every single goal basically throughout this series for Northwood, but the reality is at this point is that they don't necessarily need to continue having this utmost involvement from T. Carell. They can have any one of their players completely bang it on target and they should be okay to find a goal. Well, they've done that 5 times here in game number 3, meaning they're going to go 3-0 on the series here. It is now or never, Grant. Reverse sweep for Bay State if they want to try and take this one, and to say that is a, well, tall task to climb is an understatement.
I was gonna say, if you didn't say that, I'd be very upset with you, Bass. It is an it's an incredibly tall order. This is not a difficult task to manage. You're like looking at your schedule for today, and you're like, okay, we're gonna have breakfast. We're gonna play Rocket League. We're gonna get, hold on, 0-3? That doesn't seem right. Reverse sweep, I guess, is next on the list. You're like, no, against Northwood, let alone, right? You're just like, what's going on with the schedule today, right? But like you're saying, I think you said the last time these two met, it's that 3-1. So if history repeats itself, I see a game coming in favor of Bay State. But the question is how do you even do that, right? I think you can't do the typical thing of just come out and play faster, because Northwood's like, hey, they're probably going to come out faster, and all we have to do is anticipate the mistakes and the silly 50s and the silly balls that they go for and the third man overcommitting and all the resources just thrown down the well. I don't think you can do something traditional, and so this one actually exceeds my own expertise and my own coaching abilities. It's like, what do you do against a team that's already 2 steps ahead of you?
It's really difficult. Hopefully we can see a little bit of an adjustment here as Bay State get to talk with one of their coaches and get a little bit of time to try and recollect themselves. But I will say the number one place that he needs to start, I don't know what in specific they need to do here, but it's clearly their defense. Bay State need to be very careful here. They've made a decent amount of saves, but it feels like a lot of these saves don't really lead to much afterwards. And if they don't start playing a little bit more methodically with every single one of these touches, they're probably going to go down in 4. But it's up to them to try and shake that curse. Northwood have taken 3 in a row in dominant fashion, but if Bay State can get an early goal, they might just be able to shake off the rust and flip the script. Only time will tell. 20 seconds into this one, and we could see the last game of this series, or we could see the start of something miraculous.
Miraculous is an understatement, Bass. It would have to be. I don't know what comes more than that, right? I mean, you got God at the top. Like, what comes after God? I don't know. Noxus anyway, though, getting blocked down by Matone in the midfield at 50 in favor of Lion Blaze and the Northwood squad, but not for long. Fouls throwing that one so far away. Matone gets the ball and the demo, clearing things up a little more. Lion Blaze has to shoot that one. Ness with a fake challenge. It almost went over their head and into the net, but nothing that they can't handle. Noxus sending that one up. Ness down low, and Lion Blaze waiting back. This is the problem, is Bay State's trying to just boom the ball away because of how fast Northwood is playing, and it's not necessarily the best thing. You have to play out that second touch. You got to keep it close, but now you got an open net. T-Carell got stopped. You just got to get it over their head and into the net, but you can't until Ness comes through with the 1-goal lead for Bay State.
This is all falls, though. Again, this is how Bay State do this. They have one player set it up and have someone there to knock it home. Fantastic play all around, and it's the reason why they have a 1-0 advantage right now. But we've seen this before, Grant. We have seen them get this 1-0, but the issue is that every time they lose it very quickly, and oh no, we got another example. 1-1 here. Kickoff goes in favor of Northwood, and they will equalize.
Pain. Is all I feel. And I'm sure it's how Falls felt as well, being bullied out of the net by a Northwood player. Oh dear Lord, how painful this feels. It's as you say it, hey, they're gonna lose it pretty quickly. Yup, that's unfortunate. You brush it off and you move another day, I guess, and now you need another goal. Matone barely edges back to that one. Ness picking it up in the corner, multiple defenders to beat, got past 1.5, we'll call it. Matone finally makes it 2. Still continuing, has the third, and T-Carell panicked on the dribble. Now looking for another. Noxus around the side, got the dunk, still no breakaways. You see how close every player is playing to make sure that these pass opportunities don't come that often, but there's capitalization. You wait for your opportunity and you punish. Ness picks up the lead again for Bay State.
Nessa said, I'm not done in 4. He doesn't want to go out in a sweep. He's got 2 goals for his team, trying to put them on his back and, well, trying to put him on his bicep based on that profile picture with Beast Boy there. But 1-2 here with 3 minutes remaining. They're going to try and hold on to this lead, something that I would say Bay State have really struggled with throughout. Oh, my word, this series, and here is why. Another Northwood kickoff goal, this time more deserved than the last.
I'm quite nearly speechless, Bass. How do you read that? Noxus is like, yeah, I think I'm just gonna float around this area. Yeah, that's right, this area right here. It is not too low, it's not too high, it is just on the spot. Call it the Goldilocks shot if you will. But Ness still has to find something all by themselves, it feels. At this point, you're looking for the demos. You're just like, I want to feel useful, right? I want to get back in this as soon as possible. I'm tired of my lead evaporating every time I do something with it. And you get so worked up. And at some point, this has got to burst. I mean, we talked about pressure bursting and how quick Northwood is playing, but now it's about that passion that these players have for the game. It's like, we're not going down. We're looking for that 3-1. We've done it once before, and there's no reason we can't at least start something miraculous here. Even if we don't see it through to the end, even if it's not finished, there is something to be had in this game of Rocket League. It's still anyone's game. We're just approaching the 2-minute mark. That is to remain. Matone sending it up high. Fouls, hits it down low, and actually made it through. Bay State back in the lead for the 3rd time this game.
They're finally starting to get this offense efficiency that we have been waiting for so long. A quick transition out of their half. And before you can even blink, they've got a shot on target. This is how you're going to be able to dismantle this Northwood team. Lull them into a full sense of security. Get them to play some offense. And then eventually find yourself some quick counterattacks while they are vulnerable on defense. Bay State absolutely making the necessary adjustments here in game number 4. But the question is can they hold on for another 2 minutes? Every single time that Bay State has found a lead, it's been Northwood to equalize within a couple of seconds. And I think they might just be able to do the same thing here. Nox is trying to set up a play. Ness will make the save for now, but is he going to be able to do much with this? He's going to try and pass it out to Falls, but this is an awkward play out of midfield. So awkward that Northwood actually doesn't want to even approach. Both teams kind of getting into a little bit of a stalemate here as I think chaos is starting to erupt on the pitch. The pressure is starting to finally show itself. Northwood understand. They give up this game. All of a sudden, the reverse sweep becomes a very viable potential.
I like the strategy that you're talking about lure them into a false sense of security, because at this point, what do you have to lose? The series over if you lose this one. You gotta keep playing your game. You gotta keep whatever strategy you have and play it aggressively, because you know that when you don't, Northwood's capitalizing just like this here. You gotta continue to do that because you know you can be scored on any way this goes, either way it goes. Now you're tied back up. You're looking for your 4th lead, but is this the point where the pendulum swings and Northwood take the lead for themselves and threaten to close out the series?
We're going to have to find out. Only time will tell, but once again, it's another equalized scoreline here as Northwood continue with that never say die attitude. I gotta give them credit. It's one of these things where a lot of people would point to Bay State and just sort of falling apart every time they have a lead, but I don't think that's what's happening whatsoever. It's just that Northwood continue to find those little gaps. A lot of other teams would see a gap in their opponents and they try to play it a little bit safe. They wouldn't necessarily make these risky plays to try and accentuate said gaps, but that's not happening with Northwood. Oh my word. They are seeing their opportunities and they are striking while the iron is hot. And while they might not be able to find a goal every time, they're putting on the pressure, and with 30 seconds left, it might just be enough. Last offense of this game, I think, is going to go to Northwood, and otherwise we go to an overtime, but I might eat my words. All of a sudden, falls on a 1v1, tries to get it around the last 2 defenders, gets it around 1, but can't get it around Noxus, and now with 15 seconds left, Grant, unless someone scores in the next couple seconds, we're going to overtime, game number 4.
Well, we'd be looking at gold and gold territory. We're still in silver gold, though. We can't think ahead too far. 5 seconds ticking. That's off a dangerous corner in favor of Northwood. One demo in the back. Leave the net open. They are going to be counting their blessings, this Bay State team. You get so close to getting scored on, but the ground graces you. That is incredible how that situation ends. Now Lion Blaze diving up. T. Carell almost found that quick goal. Matone doesn't want it to end now. Neither does Ness. Picking up the demo along the way. Lion Blaze clearing it back out to the side and moving into position for Northwood. T. Carell, one deadly shot. Remember, we are gold and gold territory, not just for this game, but if Northwood Northwood gets it. That's for the series. This is one blessing counted, though, for Bay-State, like we're saying. Matone, one more out midfield, finds T-Corell along the way. Free double tap, just barely misses it. Noxus, nobody's contesting from Bay-State. You go like this any longer, you might see your feet falter, and the ground underneath you shakes.
Unfortunately, right now, it does feel a little bit shaky on both sides. You can see Northwood are being very careful moving into these offenses here. They're going for the safer shots. They're not going for the stuff that's higher percentage. They are, what on earth, getting shots like that to go on target. The passing plays, though, are not nearly as efficient as before here, Grant. It kind of feels like Bay-State are starting to understand this duo of Lion Blaze and T-Corell that we'd spoken about before. They're cutting out these passes before they can turn into anything deadly, and to be honest, this is how Bay-State wins a game like this. Like we said, their improvements need to start at their defensive level, and then it could move into their offense, into the midfield, and the rest of their play, and they've done exactly that. Their defense looks phenomenal right now. An entirely different game than game number 3. With 90 seconds gone in overtime, it's not going to guarantee them a game number 5 at this point. They still have to battle it out and find that golden goal. They've thrown everything at their opponents, Grant, but they need to try and find something more. No, an own goal will finish this off. An awkward angle off the backboard, and all of a sudden Northwood will close this one out.
Dang, that's so unfortunate that it ends like this. But hey, we talked about Northwood being a really good team. In fact, the best. That's what they've proved here, at least in the NECC scene, not just around the scene. You see them everywhere, but they come here and still prove that that is a very true thing that they carry to their name. They pull the rug underneath Bay-State and pick up a 4-0 victory, proving that they were here to shut them down, and that they did.
Yeah, they did exactly that. They did everything they set out for here, Grant. They executed upon their plays perfectly. The unfortunate reality for Bay-State here is that every time they found an advantage, Northwood were there to shut them down and find a comeback before you could even blink. The reality is that team was very speedy, was very precise, and deserved that win. Not to say that Bay-State wouldn't deserve the win as well, but at the end of the day, there can only be one winner, and that is Northwood University. Congratulations to them. I mean, Grant, honestly, it might have been a 4-0, but that was everything we could have hoped for in this championship.
For sure. I mean, I wasn't disappointed by that at all. I mean, yeah, I kind of would have expected Northwood to pull out on top, maybe not in that dominant of a fashion, but we saw at the end, we got an overtime. We got what we were paying for. Unfortunately, Bay-State couldn't give a full run for Northwood's money. It's just the way the cookie crumbles. You can't win them all, and not every time are you going to get the same records as the last time you played. There's improvements to be had and improvements that Bay-State will certainly be looking at. I'm excited to see how they come out next time and what they look at in the film here and what there is to work on. Again, I'm not the greatest coach in the world. I only am able to coach to my level best, but we stay humble in that and we let this game go the way that it does. For Northwood, congratulations to them.
100% congratulations to Northwood. Absolutely deserved 100% over here. I mean, to be fair, this stat that we're getting from one of our producers and Patrick here is just ridiculous. Northwood White went 28-2 overall in this season. The fact of the matter is that to say this was going to be a large hill to climb, beyond that, it's not a hill, it's a mountain at this point, and Bay-State knew that coming into this one. They gave it their best effort, but at the end of the day, like we said, there can only be one winner, and that is Northwood University. And well, we're going to have Northwood on the line in just a couple of seconds. Going to get everything set up for an interview. Quick little break, but when we return, we're going to be speaking to one of the players, a coach. You'll have to find out. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a couple of moments. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Rocket League playoffs. And, well, as you can see from the smiles on our faces right now, we've got one of the players from Northwood on the line. It is none other than Noxus. And, well, he's been a pleasure to have in the green room so far. But now we finally got him on the interview. Noxus, congratulations on the win, my friend. You take a 4-0 over Bay State. I know it's something you guys have experienced before, but I gotta imagine you're pretty ecstatic to take yet another win against this squad.
Hello? Is it me? All right, yeah, honestly, it's so amazing to beat Bay State. You have no idea. It may have been the 6th time that we've beaten them in multiple CRL events, but hey, there's nothing wrong with another dub under our belt. I'll be honest. We're just used to it at this point.
As I figured, Bass. What did I theorize? I said they have the mentality that they can just say we're the best and not give a care in the world, right, Noxus? I don't even have to ask you my question. Now I got to think of another question. I was gonna ask, what's the mentality? It's like we don't care. We're the best. So I guess that means my caster predictions and my caster storytelling is just off the charts today. Reading Noxus and the rest of their minds, but Noxus, I mean, you're coming off of a heated victory here, 4-0. Nothing. I mean, I don't want to say it like that, but nothing new, right? You're used to it. So what are the plans for Northwood moving forward? I mean, you dominated the entire NECC Champions Yellow division, going 28-2 this entire season. So you proved that you're good. So what's next? What's next on the goals for you guys here in the NECC?
We lost 2? I don't even remember.
The entire
I don't
season.
even remember those 2 games. But I'll tell you right now, we're gonna take it all the way home. And if we don't take it, Northwood Blue's gonna take it. So I mean, it's gonna be a Northwood victory. I could basically guarantee it. But in all seriousness, in terms of like what we plan on doing, we're ready for the holidays, man. Like ending it on a dub is really good. Now we just gotta finish up the school semester, and then we just move on from there. And hopefully we're gonna get our merch soon. Northwood Esport merch is about to drop, so pretty excited for that.
We'll have to keep a lookout for that one. And well, to be honest, everyone's gonna have to basically keep a lookout for you guys at this point throughout. You guys are the #1 team in Collegiate Rocket League at this point. There is almost no way to try and argue that. You guys have taken victories pretty much everywhere across the board, whether that's teams from the West, teams from the Central, teams from the East. It does not matter. I guess my real question is that obviously you guys have beaten Bay State a couple of times here. Are you still looking at Bay State as your #1 threat, though? Because obviously teams like St. Clair have made some pretty deep runs. Columbia College, coming from the West Coast, have made some pretty deep runs. Do you guys still see Bay State as that #2, despite the fact that you have been able to take multiple series wins now in championship settings?
For sure. I mean, there's no one else that can really compare to them besides the other blue roster, which is 2/3 of Nefarious. So there's that. But yeah, nah. I mean, what's that thing, that motto that Stack says? Beasts are in the East, keep the West in the sheets, or something like that. Well, like, who's the best player in the West? Go on, tell me.
I mean, bias. We have to keep it unbiased here.
I feel like I should. I was going to say. I feel like I probably should say Crow's shiny wings.
Oh, exactly. And then there's your answer. That's why they stay. That's why they stay in the West. There's your answer.
Oh Lord.
We got Omar over here. We got Lion. We got T. Carell. We got me. Of course, we got me. What do you? Out of the 4 players I just named, 3 of them are on the same roster. It's done.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I absolutely love it. Listen, Noxus, you sound incredibly excited, not just with the success that you have and the success that I imagine you guys are going to continue to have, but you seem pretty excited for school to be over and the holidays, like you mentioned. You're ready. You're ready for it. I gotta know, what are the holiday plans? What we talking here? We talking family, friends, the gang? What are we doing?
Because Northwood saw my potential and we're just like, hey, Noxus, come from New Jersey over here so you can play for us. And I was like, all right, bet. That's a long ways away. That's like a whole 12-hour drive. That's far. So it's gonna be nice to go back home and just relax for once. Because like again, we've been playing like almost like 4 CRL series like a week since school started in September. and then you throw in T and Lions RLCS, and then me streaming now like 4 hours a day, 6 hours a day. Like it's a lot of Rocket League. So then just to take this and like have a reset is gonna be really good.
Well, we're glad to hear that you guys are going to get a little bit of a reset here. Before we let you go, I got one other question to really ask here. What are you guys doing to celebrate this win? What are you guys doing to celebrate what it could be the end of your season? I don't know if you guys have any other collegiate championships coming up against what would probably be Bay State, but do you guys, just the three of you guys on the team, maybe your coach gets included if you guys have a substitute on the squad as well, you guys got any plans for celebrations here?
Oh, it's the merch, the content. Like what? I can't wait to finally get Cody be slacking. I've been waiting on our merch for like the beginning of the year. So yeah,
fair.
that's what personally
Very
what
fair.
I'm really excited for. I can't wait to get our merch. It's gonna be good, gonna be cozy, winter wear. He said he was gonna treat the whole team for all of our success because like to be fair, like obviously the Rocket League team is like Northwood's bread and butter, but at the same time, like our other teams as well. Like Overwatch just won like the like homecoming fall like championship against the best team in Overwatch League, and then Valorant wins and UGC and all this. So like it's really good. And then of course Madden with Ice. It's always fun to watch him. So yeah, we've been having a lot of success all around the board, which is I'm just really happy being here with the school and all the people I met so far.
Sounds like it, man. It sounds like you guys are having a fantastic time over at Northwood. So we're not going to stop you guys from celebrating a little bit more. Real quick, before we let you go, though, any shout-outs you might want to give here, Noxus?
Hey, of course, I don't even need to say it. Twitch.tv/Noxus on Twitch. Of course, what else is there need to say? Thank you, NECC, for hosting the event. Bass, Grant, you guys are wonderful and you look snazzy while doing it. But hey,
You literally said Cap. What do you mean? Don't butter me up now.
Hey,
you said JK before we went on air.
I was just trying to get the blood flowing a little bit. That's all I was trying to do. You look so
Right.
bro. You look so snazzy. You have no idea. I'm literally looking at you right now and oof. Might have to.
It's the
might
holiday
turn off
tie.
these cameras sometimes.
Oh my gosh. All right, Noxus, I gotta say, you might have taken my interview for the day. This has been quite the conversation we've had, my friend. I'm gonna let you go. Go celebrate with your team. Go celebrate and do what you desire, my friend. You've absolutely earned it. Thank you so much for hopping in the booth with us.
No problem, guys. Have a good rest of your night and enjoy the holidays as well. Enjoy.
Much
Hey, thank
appreciated,
you.
man.
All
Same
right,
to
have
you.
a good one, guys.
All right, Grant, that was Noxus from Northwood, and he had a lot to say, and he said it in the best way possible, in my opinion. A
Amen.
fantastic interview from Noxus.
I would certainly agree. I think that goes down in history as my favorite interview I've done. So much
Yup.
charisma, so much energy coming from a player like Noxus. I mentioned passion from Bay State. I didn't even think this kind of passion that Noxus just showed us was even possible. My lord, it's overwhelming, but in a very, very good way. He's been a pleasure to have on, and hopefully, what am I saying? Northwood, they're gonna come back again. And Noxus is he let us know that he is the interview boy, so we'll be seeing more of him, I'm sure, in the future. Just not for tonight, though, Bass.
Yeah, just not for tonight. But the good thing is we're not done with Rocket League. We're going to take a quick little break here, but when we return, our final championship series for this NECC Rocket League division. Oh my, if that doesn't get you hyped in just the name alone, you're going to have to see the gameplay and get even more hyped. Quick little break, but when we return, our final series of the day, you are not going to want to miss it. Stay tuned. everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Rocket League Championships. My name is Bass from the past, and joined alongside me is none other than the lovely Hype here. And Hype, I said this before, I will say it again. You and I had the pleasure of kicking off this Rocket League season, and now we get the chance to close it out. One last battle for a championship series here. It is UBC, the University of British Columbia, versus UBCO, the University of British Columbia, Okanagan, which from now on, we're just going to call them UBC and UBCO. But regardless, these two teams have squared it out here. The number 2 and 3 seed both come into this one 7-1 overall. I'm ready to get into this one. Hypheria, how are you doing on this fine Tuesday, my friend?
I'm incredibly glad we get to close it off, but it obviously also means that this is the final game of Rocket League this entire season. There's some emotions with it, but I'm more than happy to get into it. UBC versus UBCO. It's pretty fitting, isn't it?
Yeah, this is absolutely fitting here. Mainly, they understood that, oh, if we get some upsets here, because one of these teams did get an upset, the number 1 seed is not here with us, then we're going to be able to make the casters just lose their minds in the finals. And what better satisfaction is there than that? Maybe a championship. But you know what? It's okay. It's not here nor there. But you know what is here? The first offense starting to build for UBC. They look to try and find themselves an opener, but no such luck. 30 seconds into this one, and we are back and forth so far.
I think one of the most satisfying things about this entire team is that one of them scored here, right here, Caden, and that was not what I was going to say, but Caden opens up to scoring.
Well, Caden's going to take the first goal here. PC, though, got to get a lot of credit to them as well. A beautiful touchdown to the center. You can understand why the defense wasn't all too prepared. They probably weren't really even expecting that shot, or that pass, I should say, to go on target. They saw the backboard read go a little bit awry, and they expected it to be an easy clear. But no such luck. UBCO strike first.
Well, the interesting thing that I was... Come on. Am I not allowed to mention a fun fact here? Zindler to pass it up to Faisal and Fatal equalizes.
Listen, all I'm going to do here is say that was pretty funny. Hypheria, your statement you were trying to say, my friend.
I'm afraid, but here we go. Zindler once ran a pulled pork restaurant out of his dorm. I don't know how. I don't know when. I don't know about the specifics, but it seems mental to me to score right here and run a pulled pork, specifically pulled pork, out of your dorm.
Okay, so I understand that a goal just happened here and that Zindler in specific is the one who has scored said goal. I'm not going to lie, I half missed it because I was reading. Zindler didn't just give us that fact for himself that he once pulled a pulled pork, that ran a pulled pork restaurant out of his dorm. He's given us 16 facts, including the fact that he plays guitar, piano, drums, bass, ukulele, and the triangle. This man does everything, apparently, at this point here. He's a stat sheet in himself, and, well, he's a stat sheet in this game as well. Gotta give him credit. He is 1-1 as it stands right now, getting an assist and a goal both. And it's the reason why UBC currently have the lead 90 seconds into this game. Hypheria, it's great. We've got interesting stuff happening on the field and interesting stuff behind the scenes.
He just wrote down his whole life story, how he got to the place he is right now, his regrets, his biggest mistakes, and everything like that. And let me tell you, it's a fun read, it's a spicy one. But right now, you got to write a better story in this grand final. As Caden takes it off to the center, Vervin decides to rip his shoulder. Choco. I'm a foreigner, so I don't know how to pronounce it.
Hey, listen, man, at the end of the day, it is okay. I believe it's Choco. I think it's Choco. According to our pronunciation sheet, it seems to be Choco here. And, well, Choco has done a decent job helping out his team so far here, but is it going to be enough to take them to a victory? The only 2 saves for this UBCO side, they're doing well so far, but Hypheria, with half the game remaining, one of those saves goes awry, and all of a sudden, we're back to a tie ball game.
Drops to the center. 2.5 minutes still remain. Plenty of time for an opening to be found. Maybe right here then. Fervent takes it to the sky. Caden, quick challenge. That might just be indirectly Zindler. So let's let it bounce off the backboard. Good read on that regard. Fatal And it goes up for it, uses a lot of boost, everything in his tank to get through that. Now the counter-attack coming, and there they go. Choco, or Shoko, however you pronounce it, he scores.
And this is a big goal now at this point. The cross-court counter to find themselves an equalizer here with 2 minutes remaining. UBCO, they got that never say die attitude, and it's doing a great job for them so far. But the unfortunate reality at this point is that it's not set in stone yet. With 2 minutes remaining, either team could not only score once, but has plenty of time to score a multitude of goals and take this game in their favor. Could it be UBCO here? They're starting to approach and get some decent offense together. PC wants a shot on target, but will miss the ball. A decent attempt here, and I gotta give credit. UBCO starting to put together some pretty lethal offenses.
Needed to finish this one off with another one, though. Caden, that's a phenomenal second tap over, and now taking it to the scars. Not a lot of boost left, but enough to dunk on your opponent. It's a decent one yet again, but fatal. They're going down the other end, Zindler. Tries to extend that, but a double commit might make things dangerous on the counter-attack yet again. Not if you get a demo, Zindler. This is absolute chaos. Decides to rip a shot, but there's a defender in the way.
Not quite able to find uncontested airspace so far here. Both teams really get in the face of each other, making it rather difficult to find an easy shot. But nothing easy about a championship. You're going to have to try and fight through your opponents if you want to walk away the winner. And both teams seem to know that it's a slugfest so far, but it could be one decided by Choco Thunder. Second goal for this player, and all of a sudden UBCO up by 1.
Fervent with a loose touch in the center and able to follow it up by his lonesome. And then you give it the space to Choco. 95 kPAs, rips it into the back of the net. 58 seconds remaining. And they've got it all to play for right here. Usually that game number 1, just a warm-up game, but you still want to get it in the bag here. Zindler tries to get that down the other end. Gets past PC. It's a bit of a loose challenge there. And I wonder whether they're going to play more defensive right now and just try to wait this one out.
I have to find out. So far here, it still seems like the pace of play hasn't really dropped. Chaotic sides on both halves, and question is whether or not it's going to lead to a UBC goal. They're looking for it right here, but a double commitment is going to leave Fatal as the only one back. Choco's got an opportunity here. He's going to put it into the backboard, or at least he attempted to do so. Not quite able to find the punishment they need, but they don't actually need it, to be fair. With 15 seconds left, all they have to do is hold on. Dindler trying to make that a difficult task, though. PC will get in the way, but Fervent will keep this up. One more offense starting to build here for the UBC side, and if they can't find something solid, then they're going to lose the game, and I think they will. Dribbling on out to the corner, and UBCO will hold on, take their first win of this best-of-7 series.
That's the first one done. The tally has started. Now it's a matter of who can rack up those 4 tallies the quickest. UBCO, of course, put a good dent in already. It's been a bit loose, though, from UBC. They put it forward, and then all 3 are relatively close to their opposing net without really having someone defending the back end, and they need to be worrisome about that counterattack from UBCO.
Yeah, they do really need to be very careful here. It kind of feels like both teams need to be careful at this point, though, because the reality is that it's such a close game. Little mistakes are going to be what separate these two teams here. And we saw this in the last series as well versus Northwood and Bay State, is that Northwood took the win really because of the fact that Bay State were making these little errors on the back end, and they were being capitalized upon tenfold. So this could be the separating factor here in this series as well. UBC need to be careful. They're a very, very capable team who understand how to beat their opponents. The question is whether or not they can execute perfectly enough to find that success. Only time will tell. Game number 2 underway here in this best of 7. And like we said, an important one for UBC. They do not want to let this series get out of hand before it begins.
If you let it get out of hand quickly, you might just, I don't know, have a bad time. Just, whatever happens, if you let it get out of hand, you won't have the grip on it, you won't have the control, and control is one of the most important things. I don't know where I'm going, but they need to get that ball into the back of the net. Choco around 1, and if UBCO, and then if UBCO can start this off right and gain control back yet again, oh, it's going to be so tough.
It's going to be rather difficult here. It still feels like for both teams, though, it's a difficult task ahead of them no matter what. You're going to have to try and find some sort of offense here. Now it looks like one of the teams has. UBCO find their opening goal here, and I think that we've got you guys back in game there. Sorry about the little bit of technical difficulties, but you didn't miss too much. It's 1-0 in favor of UBCO, and I fear, unfortunately for UBC, it's the same story as game number 1.
That starts back where they left it off. UBCO now to the backboard. They're looking solid, but a double commit could change that factor rather quickly. Pass out wide. Zindler chasing it down, going up early and missing the play altogether. An awkward touch, but a phenomenal one at that. Caden just chasing it down directly. Fervin having a bit of a free ball. Can't quite do that much with it. Zindler takes a touch, but denies Faisal any momentum on that ball. Zindler off to the center, Fervent to the backwards. Zindler up for it, look for the flip reset. No boost to follow this one up, and Caden just clears it away. No. Right?
Oh, I thought that was going directly in. A clear going the other way from Caden could have spelled doom had UBCO found themselves another goal in their favor. Well, Chaco looking for another goal in his favor, but Fervent's going to get in the way. He's got an air dribble, but Caden's got some defense. Another shot could go on target. Zindler wants a double touch instead. It's fatal to put one on target, but Chaco Thunder to find another save in front of the net. I gotta give credit where it's due at this point here. UBCO look ridiculous. They are understanding that not only do they have this offensive pressure, but you put a shot on and they are very prepared every single time.
UBCO and the defense for now. Caden pops that high, doesn't get the boost. Fatal. It's a tiny tap into the center. Zindler extends, but it's a bit too high. Now the counter attack. That's always looming. That's always something they have to be afraid of. It's been their weakest point thus far in this pop-up. It's going to be awkward. Fatal can't reach it. Allows Caden to show, and you can't do that. You should be learning from this, but they're just not.
It's a little bit unfortunate. Again, this defense showing a couple of gaps, and like we said, when you give those openings, a team like this is going to punish. Caden finding a goal for themselves, yet another one here in this series. And Chaco finding himself yet another assist. This is ridiculous efficiency here from UBCO. They have proven that if UBC even give them the littlest gaps, they will punish. But speaking of gaps, Vervin finds one and finally gets UBC on the board.
Seemingly the case that UBC's attack hasn't really clicked in the way that they would like to. Often a tap away from their teammate instead of into the hands of a teammate. So I'm glad they've now found each other, and hopefully they can continue this momentum. It was looking to shape up to be a rather one-sided game. UBCO, they proved themselves to be mortal, and UBC are looking to break that gap yet again. Zindler goes underneath it, but Fervin luckily prepared for it.
Prepared for now, but the question is whether or not they're going to be prepared for another 2 minutes here, and are they going to be prepared to take advantage of another mistake on the back end here? UBCO seem to have broken down their pace of play here. They're playing a lot more patiently because they recognize that if they give an opportunity to UBC, this will be equalized out here with 2 minutes remaining. It's going to be a difficult task here. Every time they get out to midfield, UBC are being shut down by this UBCO defense, and here's another example of that, but Fervin will actually get a pass out. Zindler shot on target. A PC gets in the way, and Fervin tried to keep the offense together there. A decent pass out to the center, but unfortunately wasn't communicated effectively enough. No one there for the follow-up, and as a result, UBC will head back into their own half and endure yet another UBCO offense. But with 90 seconds remaining, I fear they don't really have time to waste. If UBC cannot find a goal, they go down 0-2 in this series. Well, that's not the end of the road. It's a rather difficult comeback, to put it simply.
Caden now out wide tries to extend and make that comeback incredibly difficult. That's their task right now. Make the comeback as hard as possible. Even if they do end up making it, they still have the momentum. Caden, that ball was a no man's land for a second, but he put a flag on it, claimed it to the UBCO side. Choco, it's a decent 50. And this is all time off the clock. That's something you have to take into account. Sure, it doesn't really do anything for UBCO except waste time, which right now every second is so valuable, so precious, and Caden is just going to waste more of those for the other side. Rotating back now. Choco's keeping this in the mix. PC almost getting it through there.
Almost able to get it through, but it is not quite enough here with 30 seconds left. That equalizing goal could be on the prowl, but so could be the dagger here in this game. But it is going to be the equalizer. Quick breakaway for UBC, and they will tie this one up with 20 seconds remaining.
That's a massive gap in the defense. That's insane. Nobody home, and they come knocking to 2 at 21 seconds. Would have loved if they just scored 1 second earlier, but you know, life ain't perfect, and sometimes you just have to accept those little things. Caden still wants this there in regulation, though. He's not happy with what happened just now. Well, 10 seconds is going to be tough.
Well, but they might be able to. They've got a decent midfield presence. Apparently not. PC, what on earth are you doing? He plays that one a little bit passively, and now it's given an opportunity the other way. UBC, they can put a shot on target here. Fervent sets up his teammate, but Fatal cannot get a touch. We head to overtime, game number 2, and, well, we don't get the 2-2 with 22 seconds left. We do get the 2-2 in game 2, so, you know, a little bit of poetic justice there, I guess.
Something. Poetry is the most beautiful thing known to humanity. If, I don't know, sometimes. Fervent. I don't know why, but it is. Surely.
It's appealing. We like it. The way it looks, you know? It's pretty high.
Write a poem for your crush.
I don't
Then get denied, and don't write a poem for your crush, kids. Just do not. As good as of an idea it might seem, it's not. It will end up getting screenshotted, and this will go down in history now as well if they can score on the side of UBC.
Yeah, history gonna not necessarily repeat itself here. I don't think anybody's writing love letters either way. These two teams, they're not in animosity against each other, but they are battling this one out. There's no love in the air. There is only a rivalry developing because, well, when you've got one single letter separating your two names, you're really gonna have that rivalry building. And with a minute into overtime, you can see what it has led to here, an intense overtime back and forth. But maybe one of these two teams can end it right here, right now. Could it be Fervent here with a shot that tries to go on target but is denied by a redirect from PC? Now a chance for Choco to go the other way. He puts another shot on target, but Fervent an easy save. And now it kind of feels like we've led into a little bit of a tentative back and forth here, Hyperia. Both teams are kind of throwing themselves at offense and then immediately retreating to defense because they don't want to give up an easy goal. So as a result, the offenses have become a little bit lackluster. Someone's going to need to take a risk. As soon as someone does try and throw themselves at offense, it might be the deciding factor here in game number 2.
UBCO, they're slowly building that pressure and keeping it up in the opposing side, always managing to stay in control with a ball like that. Might just be seemingly worrisome. Well, they have got it covered for now on the side of UBC. Boost will be running low, though. Choco is quick but Fatal. In this occasion, it's quicker. Kane all the way back in defense now, and they're going to have to try and start it again. It's a good 50 to send that well-balanced wave. Fervent still gets there first. Zindler up for it, and, well, you can't let Zindler take those free shots. It feels backflip.
That's a little bit unfortunate here. The challenge out of midfield, and Choco, I just think that's a misinput more than a feels backflip moment there. I don't think he meant to fly out of net whatsoever. Probably just wanted to jump up and try and go for the pre-jump. But that will not arrive, and UBC will find their first game of this series, taking it in overtime in spectacular fashion. But now we got an even series, Hyperia. Best of 5 from here on out. If we can't see this one continue to go back and forth, I'm honestly going to be a little bit disappointed here. It feels like we've been slated with quite the final game here for the NECC.
It's seemingly the case, at least. It's got the ingredients, but whether we can execute the recipe correctly or whether they can do so, we're going to have to find that out in what is at least a minimum of 3 more games. I'm at least glad that the final game wasn't a sweep. That's good. Good start.
Especially considering the fact that we were hoping our last series was going to go to game number 7. Considering the legacy between Northwood and Bay State, you really were hoping that we'd have a good back and forth. And while we did see a pretty intense series, it was that 4-0, like you said. And, well, let's see if we can switch that one up here in game number 3. Can we not see the gentleman's sweep, as a lot of people like to call it, that 4-1 fashion? I would think not. I think we're going to get a little bit of a back and forth here, but it's up to the players to try and prove me wrong. 15 seconds into game number 3 here, and UBCO seemingly has the first offense of this game, but can they make anything of it? Instead, it's Zindler going the other way. Demo's going to open up the net, but the shot is off target. Zindler trying to do it all by themselves, but they needed a little bit of help, and unfortunately, the team could not quite provide it.
Fervent, plenty of space. Massive gap right in front of him. Pops it up, doesn't really do anything with it. Kane is able to leap over the top. PC in a 1v1 against Zindler, but that ball way too far forward. Caden to the backboard now. That's a double commit. This has to be a goal. Choco instead decides to miss the play altogether, and then PC follows it up, follows in his teammates' footsteps. Caden worrisome on the back end here. Choco, oh my word, this is falling apart quickly for UBCO.
You can see the panic set in. They missed that first goal, and then all of a sudden PC starts rushing in for the follow-up. And once the panic sets in, it's pretty hard to get it out, and all of a sudden, it's UBC who find the first goal of game number 3.
I would have made the joke if UBC won the first game, UBC 0-4 if they got swept, but they already got a game, so that's not going to apply. This is not looking necessarily great for them, though. A few inconsistencies here and there, and that really builds up in a grand final like this. Oh, no, that was open.
Oh,
that
boy.
was open.
Yeah, this is starting to look a little bit sketchy all around here. And oh no, PC, what are you doing, my friend? No need to give a clear to your opponents, especially when they can shoot it on target. This one barely off the bar, and PC has to make a save. But I'd have to agree with you, Hyperia. Like we said, once that panic sets in, it's really hard to try and dispel it. And I don't think they've been able to do so whatsoever. UBC back on offense yet again. Fatal looking for a 50-50, but will not find it. Instead, it's Zindler who has to make a save on the other end. Quick transition, and UBCO finally finds some offense, but again, the offense is not where we're looking for them to improve. It's this defense. They've made a couple of really glaring errors, and as a result, UBC hold on to this lead.
It's one of those, oh my word. Ooh, you don't want to be making mistakes like that. Those mistakes just really build up, and to pull yourself out of that scenario, you have to have experience. And now I don't know how much experience both these teams have is being in a grand final, but as soon as you start making those mistakes, you see it on the side of UBCO. They worry every single time they're in possession of the ball. They want to go as quickly as possible, and UBC are making a full advantage of that.
Unfortunately, right now, it kind of just feels like UBCO, they're not necessarily getting outplayed 100%, they're just getting out-capitalized. It feels like UBCO are recognizing where their most advantageous positions are, and they are taking advantage of it on repeat. 2 minutes remaining here. The question is whether or not UBCO can take a page out of their opponent's playbook and find themselves that golden opportunity where they can strike. Could it be here? They've got an offense building. PC shot on target, but Zindler in the way. Caden with the follow-up, though, underneath the bar and in, and UBCO will equalize.
There we go. There's the UBCO that we like to see. Caden preserve this flip until the final moment. Always a tough one, and sometimes you find yourself in that position all of a sudden not having a flip anymore. This time, Caden, of course, has it in UBCO. They've still got this as well. It's always so important for one player to step up and basically guide the team toward victory yet again. Caden wanting to be that player, looking to be that player. And this time out to the side, it's only going to be a 50.
Yeah, Caden really has been that player, by the way. I think you've pretty much hit the nail on the head here. Had Caden not scored that goal, it would have been his first game without a goal in this series. He's been able to put one on the board every time. Can his team find a second, though? Fervent with an, I would say, I don't know if I want to call it an open net golden opportunity, what that was. It was a little bit of a misplay on the other side, so could have been a goal for UBC, but no such luck. They'll have to go back to the drawing board, and well, they'll have to go back to defense here. 70 seconds left, and uh-oh, that's not a great touch. Caden's gonna have a pass out to the center. Interfered by Zindler, though. Not gonna allow a free shot. And that's good of UBC. Sometimes when you see those misplays, the team starts to panic. No such luck. UBC holds strong for now.
Caden to the backboard. That's an awkward miss in there. So that's to tap it out wide, but this is all costing a lot of boost and a whole lot of time, of which you don't have plenty. Fervent. Out to the side yet again. PC keeping it in. Stealing that corner boost as well. Caden flip reset. Can't go over or underneath. Quick challenge. PC still on target. Fatal goes that wide. Zindler off to the center. Caden, this is a free ball. Zindler is then not there to challenge, and Caden decides to pop it off the side wall. Fatal and Fervent both jump for a PC, missing the ball. That's going to allow them some space, but that allows Caden some space. Choco backflipping into this. Follow-up will be coming through, but Fatal cleared it away.
How did Zindler make that save? I don't really know. I'm not going to question it, because if I try to wrap my brain around it, I'm probably going to miss some more of the action. There's 4 seconds left. This is the decider. Caden puts one away. 2 seconds left, and the star-studded striker shows up again.
That was quick. That they had an attack. It went back in their defense, and one attack, and they score yet again. UBCO, they put themselves in winning ways. Now they actually have to close it out because this is still in the air. Should be dropping to the ground indeed. UBCO take home game number 3.
Oh my, this is the series we had been hoping for, Hypheria. Back and forth and back and forth. UBCO, after going down 1-0 at the start of this game, pull it back and find themselves the comeback victory here. And to say it's well-deserved is an understatement, to put it simply there. They fought themselves through, saw the golden opportunity at the end, and struck while the iron was hot. This is awesome, Hypheria. I don't really know what else to add here besides this is what we were hoping for out of the grand finals here for the NECC.
For me to see UBCO get back into the match and grind themselves a chance and give it to themselves as well was phenomenal to be seeing. And whether they can take that momentum, if they can, UBC are looking terrible. They're basically going to have to do the same thing of fighting back. Caden at least puts it forward at the start of this game. Choco goes up high. Caden extends or was looking for the extensions in there and dives underneath. Fatal doesn't want to have to do anything with that play. It's a bit awkward on the UBCO defense. Choco getting chased down, and unfortunately nobody there for the show.
No one there quite yet here. Back and forth we go in this first 30 seconds, but this looks a lot more tentative than I would say the last game, or at least the way that it ended in the last game here. I think the pressure is starting to set in here. Teams are starting to recognize how important this game is, especially for UBCO here. If they can win this one, they move on to match point and give themselves a little bit of breathing room. They don't necessarily have to get it done in the next match. They can get it done in any of the next 3. So they really love to try and take this and not allow an equalized scoreline here. And, well, similarly for UBC, they'd love that equal scoreline here. They do not want to have to try and fight back from a 3-1 position. And while it's possible to fight back from a 3-1 position, it is rather unlikely. So let's see who comes out on top. A minute into this one, neither team able to score so far, Hypheria, but definitely not for a lack of trying.
And UBCO, every single time they start the game, they seem a bit frazzled with what's actually going on. They're arriving to challenges late, and, well, Fervent being allowed a lot of space here completely calculates this 50, and you know he's going to win it.
Yeah, that's not too surprising there. With some open space, PC needed a desperation save, and as long as Fervent goes up for that one early, then that can absolutely be slammed home, and that's exactly what happened there. 1-0 in favor of UBC, but with 3.5 minutes remaining, this is not set in stone by any stretch of the imagination. Like you said, UBCO usually start off the game a little bit rough, but once they get the gears going, all of a sudden, they click every single time.
You don't want to make the comeback, though. Every single time you're putting yourself in that position, even though you've done it before, it still remains tough, especially if the other team decides to step up in defense and not actually allow you those avenues back into the game. Caden is going to force his way through, though, up to the backboard, but this is a dangerous one. Fervent, that's entirely open. What a gentleman. Wow.
I know that if this were you and I in ranked, you would have stolen this from me before I could have played. So, well, I mean, yes, he technically did. But regardless, Fatal's still going to get the goal here. 2-0 in favor of UBC here. And I'll be honest, I fear we said we needed a turnaround. This isn't just a turnaround. This is a 360. This team has absolutely night and day changed between this game and the last. The aggression is up. The offense just looks like it's clicking a lot better, and the defense is also prepared. Fervent waiting out at midfield is very ready for these counterattacks. UBC turned on the Jets, and they did so at the perfect timing, my friend.
If it's a 360, we're ending right back where we started, lad.
Yes, but better position, though. They come back to the same position, back to another game, but this time, they're more prepared.
Why would a 360 do that?
What? Because you face the same direction as before. You can't get back into a game by going into it backwards. Well, that makes no sense.
Well, sometimes maybe they initially were backwards.
You make a fair point here, Hypheria.
I don't know. I'm not... Thank you. Sometimes I'm quite the philosopher. I've heard Plato say it to me, so... Yeah.
Are you sure it's not just? You sure it's not just Platt saying that to you? Not Plato or Plato.
Nah. Plato,
Nah?
Plato. Nah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, seems like Hyperia's philosophies have led to now a goal for UBCO. Caden gets the first one on the board here, and I mean, Hyperia, this is the same story we've seen every time. UBCO with the late momentum, but is it going to be enough for them to find a tie here? 100 seconds or just over that left. I think it's possible.
They're just making a bigger challenge for themselves every single time. It's grand finals, and apparently they're still bored. They want to go down by 1 goal. Oh, they can still win. Let's go down by 2, see whether we can win after that as well. Caden has been a catalyzer for many of those opportunities, many of those goals. This time will be denied. Fervent into the opposing corner. Fatal's right underneath. Fervent still to the backward. Caden still there.
Still there, but can't it be enough to turn into an offense here? Caden tries to dribble that one out, and as PC misses, it's now an awkward position. Chaco somehow is able to make the touch there, but it's not necessarily the greatest one, so Fatal out of midfield will keep the offense alive. Pass out to Fervent. It's not really going to go anywhere, though. Caden's now going to finally find a bit of a clear here, and a chance now has arrived. UBCO with what could be their last offense of this game. With a minute remaining, they got to act fast here, Hyperia. If they concede another goal, that is by far the end of this game.
PC extending his stay into the air. Now Caden up for it. You need to be challenging this quickly. Fatal realized that, but Caden also no boost to be working with. Fatal go to 850 to the backward. PC and yet again goes for that lovely little air dribble and uses Bedoinker to get that further. Fervent patiently waiting for that ball though. Caden now on the backward, missing it, an uncharacteristic one, and that allows a potentially an opportunity.
It could be an opportunity, but a shot needs to go on target here. Zindler tries to beat that player to put that shot on, but not enough. Fervent will be there, but PC will also be ready for the save. Fatal! He tried to pre-jump this one, but then second-guessed himself, and at a certain point, you gotta commit. Whether it's the pre-jump or on the ground, one of the two has to happen, but in a little bit of limbo, he allows the second goal from Caden.
Oh no, limbo indeed, because he goes underneath the play. That is not great. 15 seconds, and this almost was locked up entirely. Fatal decided to get a crazy read, didn't get it. Now this can still bring it back, but this will do a number on your confidence. 100% in there. Can he pull it tied, or can he pull ahead even? Choco, oh my word, out to the side. Fervent still up to the sky. Fatal looks the right is wrong, but we go to overtime.
Oh my word, Chaco has absolutely been the player of this game in my opinion. Defense and offense both. UBCO have got to be thanking their player for making sure that they stay in this one 1000%. Caden might have the offense, Chaco though, he's got the clutch, but PC does as well. 13 seconds into overtime and UBCO put themselves on match point.
Still a 2-goal lead for UBC. Wasn't enough for UBCO, able to make the comeback from 2 down. Let's see whether they still keep on getting frisky with it and go 3-0 down in the next game. Because why not? They've been able to pull the comeback with Caden. 5 saves for that lad. It is ridiculous.
All right, maybe I shouldn't just been highlighting Chaco Thunder here. Yes, he has been pretty clutch at making sure to get the saves at the right moment here, but Caden, oh my word, what a stat line. 2, 1, 5, and 3. 2 goals, 1 assist, 5 saves, 3 shots. Shooting 66% of the field from the field while also participating in defense as well. UBCO, they have found their flow at this point, Hyperia. The question is whether or not they can show that during the front half of a game. It feels like they continue to go for these comebacks. I don't know what it is. Maybe that's just their preference. I don't know what it is, man. I'm a little bit confused, but hey, if it works, it works. And for so far here for UBCO, it's worked many times.
Plenty of times in the past. Caden, this has also worked for him, but this time will be denied by the crossbar, still out to the side. Caden he makes you ugly by comparison. It's unfair to the rest of the field. Every single time that you're on the pitch with Caden, good luck being the best one out there.
He's just unreal. Like, again, that's the thing, is that, like, for a second, I'm trying to praise Chaco Thunder there because of the fact that he did have such a fantastic clutch on the line save, but then all of a sudden you look and not only does Caden have double his saves, he's got double his goals as well. Caden is a monster at this point. He's doing a great job at making sure to keep this team with momentum in their favor, but can he find a goal as well? Of course he can. Chaco Thunder sets him up with a boomer on target, and Caden slams it home.
I've heard this phrase before. Choco says prepare for trouble, and then Caden, make it double. Only he does indeed do so. The second tap coming through UBCO. They don't want to start this comeback. They just want to finish this one out. They've got places to be. I don't know which places, but important ones as Fervent. The most important place he was at just now. Flying into the sky, looking to get an attack going.
Well, the question is whether or not this attack can be successful here, because with a minute gone, UBC do not want to let this lead continue to grow, and it just might. Caden with yet another goal here, extending the lead by 1.
Oh, there's just no stopping him. You put a wall in front of him, he runs through it. Have you ever seen those world records of people running through glass?
I thought you were going to say through a wall. What do you mean world record? Is there like a certain amount of glass you have to run through and then you like get a world record for it? Or is there like is it a time
weird
trial?
Program. There was a weird program in like 1 minute you have to run through as many panes of glass. And
so
sometimes
it is like a
people
time
would
trial.
yeah, some was. This is also a bit of a speed run from UBCO, but it was a really odd thing. Sometimes they'd run through like 8, and sometimes people just crash into the first one. Caden would 100% just run through all of them and then run out of the studio where it's held in.
I mean, to be fair, Caden does have a little bit of an advantage as he's driving in a car, so I do kind of feel like that might benefit him just a little bit when it comes to running through glass, but it's okay. He doesn't necessarily need to run through glass, because right now he's running through his opponents 3-0 here with only about 100 seconds gone, and at this point, I'm not going to say it's set in stone, but barring a miracle, UBC, they're looking like they're going to go down in 5. High Fury, to put it simply, they need something in their favor. It has been, I want to say, about 5 or 6 minutes since we last saw UBC get a goal, and after giving up an overtime in game number 4, it's got to be difficult to find momentum back in your favor and to find confidence in your team again. But with 3 minutes remaining, they do still technically have the time. They just need something to be that catalyst to get this team going.
UBCing no goals, huh? Time to change that. Hey, look, it's 3-0. You still have to get in left. Sure, there's a chance, but I need to fill the time here somehow.
Michael, to our producer behind the scenes, Michael, how do we ban High Furia from speaking in this channel? Can we make it so that he no longer just like has the ability to cast, or is that like not a thing we have permission to do here at this point? I mean, either way, I'll start a petition. Am I allowed to start a petition?
I mean, if chat will want me off, I'll just gladly sit here and mute and get paid anyway, baby. Here we go. Free farming. Yeah!
I don't know what the better response is here. The fact that Hyperia has made such a clever response, or the fact that our producer did respond within a second and go, oh, petition might work. Well, we're going to have to find out if that petition comes through here. To be honest, I don't think we need a petition. What we need right now is a comeback from UBC. They've got 2 minutes left to try and elongate this series. They're down by 3, which is not an impossible comeback, but it's a rather difficult one. They basically need a goal, and they need it right now, Hyperia.
Rather sooner than later, and in theory they have more than enough experience with a comeback. It only was against them the entire time, but you should be taking notes at that point, see how they do it, and get it down the other end. Fervent does exactly that. Over 90 seconds, it's looking bleaker and bleaker by the second that elapses.
Unfortunately, it's looking like there just isn't a lot of offensive success right now for UBC. As much as they are finding these opportunities to move into offense, they can't find strikes on target. They need something a little bit special here. They need something to be that catalyst, like we said, to get this team going. And oh boy, is that going to be difficult against a team that has been able to shut down everything you've gone for. Again, you look at UBCO, it's not just the offense that has dazzled, it's the defense as well. Almost 10 saves in their last game is the reason why it's been so difficult for UBC to find that offensive success. Well, now with 50 seconds left, they're going to have to find it. Otherwise, it is the end of this series, and I'm not going to say it's set in stone here, Hyperia, but UBCO, man, have they put on a performance here in game number 5.
I'll say it for you. It's set in stone. It's done and dusted. It's buried. And the dagger is there. The nail's in the coffin. Whatever you want to say. 30 seconds. They just don't really trust each other anymore on the side of UBC. We see double commits. We see cutting in rotation. We see Choco getting another goal on the board. And all I'm looking forward to is PC staying underneath 100 points.
I just noticed that as well. PCU underneath 100 points. But that's because UBCO have found another duo that just is electric here. Caden and Choco Thunder, they really have been exchanging blows. Last game, Choco heard me say, okay, yeah, Caden's probably the star-studded striker here after I initially pull up his name, and he goes, well, are you sure about that one? 2 goals apiece to each player. The only difference is Caden has 1 extra assist, but that extra assist isn't really going to make a difference here because the team as a whole is now actually going to go on the backpack of Choco. He finds his 3rd goal, gets the hat trick while Caden finds the playmaker, but what they really find is an NECC championship.
PC still under 92 points. He's just sitting in the backpack here for this game. But, you know, it's a nice sight. I hope he's enjoying the view. And sometimes, if you can, right, if you can be carried, why wouldn't you? It's just easier.
Yeah, at the end of the day here, you always want to make sure that you get the win no matter what, and they absolutely did. UBCO are your NECC Rocket League champions. Congratulations on winning the Cyan Challengers division. You guys absolutely deserved it. You played out of your freaking skulls, and as a result, you take a 4-1 victory over UBC. And now we get to know which one is really the better University of British Columbia. Is it the UBC proper or UBCO? In this case, it's UBCO. Congratulations on the win.
That answer is probably more important rather than anything else. Being able to be the best in your area is always important, and having that rivalry going, and I'm sure this will be a rivalry that continues a rather long time here, Bass.
Yeah, I have a feeling that this rivalry is going to continue beyond just the NECC, beyond this single split. We're going to continue to see these guys battle it back and forth throughout the rest of their days. And I honestly hope that we continue to see them battle back and forth here because, oh my gosh, I fear it. What an entertaining way for us to finish out this Rocket League season.
It's been great. It's been phenomenal. And even though it was decided a bit early in that final game, sure, we get to have fun with it. We get to have fun with our final game of this evening, over this entire season for Rocket League, that is, because there's still plenty of games.
Oh, there absolutely are. We've still got plenty of championships coming along here, but the good thing is that Rocket League, it delivered. This is what we were hoping for here today. We really do want to let you guys, well, not let you guys, sort of just inform you guys how much it means to have all of you guys here in chat supporting us here today and being able to keep us here. I'm excited, man. I'm really excited here. The NECC has been able to deliver an incredible playoff experience, and if you guys are not aware, we're going to continue to deliver some even greater, well, not greater, some also great playoff experiences here from here on out, and I'm just happy, man. This really was everything we could have hoped for from this final Rocket League series.
Oh, absolutely. It's been phenomenal. I would even dare say greater. Next time it will be greater, it will be bigger, it will be better. Just drum up the hype, even if we're wrong, sure, doesn't matter.
Hey, listen, at the end of the day, I'm always happy to be proven wrong if it means that we get some more entertainment on the screen. And, well, that's, I think, what we're about to get here. I was going to try and see if we could get this set up before we get to a quick break, but it seems like our producer would like us to take one. So real quickly, we're going to set up for our final interview of the night. You guys are not going to want to miss it, so stay tuned. Just a couple of seconds, and we will have an interview from one of the players off that UBCO team. So we'll see you guys in just a couple of seconds. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Rocket League Championships. And, well, if you guys are not aware, within that 20-second break, we were able to pull in one of the players off that UBCO squad. And now we have got them in the booth. Choco Thunder, as we have found out, it is how it is pronounced. Congratulations on taking the win, my friend. You guys have now crowned yourselves the champions of the Cyan Challengers Division. How excited are you, my friend?
Oh, I am absolutely stoked. Me and my team, we've been working for this. We've been grinding. I've been personally mentoring the boys, Caden and Jay-Z. It's really nice to see where we're all as a team. It feels great.
It was a phenomenal performance as well, but it wasn't necessarily the smoothest ride that we've ever seen. There were a few comebacks necessary. What do you think happened for you and your team to first go down and then kind of everything started clicking? What happened in those games?
We were just honestly just championship jitters, being on stream. Some of the guys' first finals. So once we were able to get past the nerves, we were able to really click together, get the comms down, do what we talked about in practice, and we really just came together. Got the result.
I would say so. I would 100% agree with that one. It really did feel like you guys found that rhythm. The big separating factor for me was game 4 versus game 5 here. You guys had 4 one-goal games in a row. 2 of them going to overtime. Then all of a sudden you get to game 4 where it's another overtime here, and you guys pull away with the win. And then the next game you go on to win it out 4-0 over UBC. How important was that overtime win there in game number 4? Can you just sort of go into what was the mentality walking away from that final goal that sets you guys up for that game point?
It was huge. Like honestly, it was pretty neck and neck there, as you said yourself. Like we were trading goals, and it was pretty close most of the games. So into overtime, we just carried momentum to the next game, got the morale up, and that's really when like we got the ball rolling for like the next couple games there. So it was pretty huge.
Certainly. Looking towards the future, what are the plans for the team? Are you going to stick together, compete in more tournaments, or was this the last ride, the last hurrah?
We are planning on sticking together. We just started playing like 2 months ago together. So we're just gonna keep grinding, keep sticking together, stick to our plan. More tournaments coming up. We'll be competing in the next year and for this year. But yeah, so looking forward to playing more of these guys.
I can understand why. You guys found some pretty great success here today, and full credit to you guys for finding said success. I just sort of want to reiterate one more time how impressive it is for the fact that you guys kept yourselves in that one mentally. A lot of teams, when you have that many close games in a row, are going to start to get a little bit fatigued. They're going to start to fizzle out, but you guys did not do that. You kept yourselves in this one, and you continue to play incredibly resiliently, absolutely deserving of that win, my friend. And, well, because of that win, we're going to let you go and celebrate. Real quick, before we let you go, though, I do have to ask, do you guys have any plans for celebrations here? Are you guys going to be doing anything, or is it just sort of business as usual?
Business as usual. We might have a bit of a Discord party after, but who knows? Anything could happen.
Well, you know what? I like to hear that. Keeping it professional, keeping it clean. And, well, speaking of keeping it clean here, we're going to give you one more chance here to have the floor. Anybody you want to shout out before we let you go here, Choco?
Oh, I just want to shout out all my boys in the chat, Jay-Z, my high school homies. Also, the other team, you guys played a magnificent game. Thanks. And also, my teammates, my mom. I love you, Mom. And yeah, that's all I got to say.
Class act. Choco, I gotta love it, man. I love it when people come in here and shout out their family. Those #1 supporters from way back when. They deserve all the praise in the world, my friend, and you are a class act for shouting them out. Enjoy the rest of your night, my friend. Hopefully we'll see you back here in the winner's booth another time, but go and celebrate, man. You've absolutely deserved it.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys, so much for hosting this.
Much appreciated, my friend. Hife! It's the end of our night, my friend. We have finished it off. We have finished off not only the night, but finished off the season. NECC Rocket League has officially ended for our fall semester.
It's always bittersweet, isn't it? It's beautiful, of course, that it ended. But then you also have to face reality that it did indeed end. I'm happy with today, though. I'm happy with how today went. And, of course, all the other people that were on today. It was an exquisite day, I'd say.
Absolutely. This was everything that we could have hoped for 1,000 times over here. A really good final, really good day full of incredible Rocket League. And, well, Now there is nothing left but to let you guys head on with the rest of your night. Before we go, though, like we said for Choco, I'm going to now have the floor for a little bit of shout-outs here. I just want to shout out everybody who really made this possible this season here. Shout out to Hypheria, my co-caster, who I want to say 90% of my cast this season with. Shout out to Grant, who I casted with earlier tonight. Shout out to all of the casters here. Novanta, Bearlight, Hail Monkey Man, Foof, Stage, Lars New, Lychee. I know I'm forgetting some other people because there's no way that is everyone.
Dangerous
Nell
one, mate.
had. Wait, who?
I'm saying this is a dangerous one in case you forget somebody.
Yes, I know it's
you're breaking
dangerous, but
hearts
we're
here.
going to try our best, man. We're going to try to give a shout out to everybody that we can. Trying to make sure that I get all the other casters in here. I believe that is everybody, but we don't just have the casters to thank. We also want to thank the people behind the scenes. Our producer for the season, and Michael Martinez, the guy who is pushing the buttons right this moment. A huge shout out to him for all the support that he does, and as well as also the shout out to the directors of RL here in Joe and Patrick. You guys are a huge reason why we had such a successful season. And lastly, we do also want to shout out our director of esports, as well as our commissioner, Caleb Glooby and Jacob Van Ryan. They are also a huge part of the reason why this is done. And then also, I'm going to give a shout out to the little guys who you guys don't really hear about as much. I was initially on the talent management and production management part of this team, and while I might have resigned that position, Booker has not. We really do want to give a huge shout out to Booker, who's the reason that we are here today, who has made sure that all of us show up on a weekly basis and are able to show up and continue to do this job that we love. But I think that's it. That's all the shout-outs I can give. That's all the shout-outs that I'm going to fill with your ears here tonight. Oh yeah, our RL manager as well, Logs and Trees. A huge shout out to him as well. Thank you, Patrick, for adding that guy on here. But that is the last shout out I will give. I will let you guys get on with the rest of your night. Thank you, High Fury, for hopping in the booth with me, my friend. It was a fantastic final cast, and hopefully we can be back next season for even more. But if you guys want some even more esports action, tune in tomorrow. Even more collegiate esports action. You're gonna have to tune in and find out what the playoffs are. That's a surprise for you to see and for us to find out tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your night. Have a great one, and we will see you next time for even more NECC esports action. Have a good one.